Well, tonight I'm going to be staying in this off-grid dry cabin, and it's maintained by the National Forest Service. And they have these cabins all over the wilderness of Alaska. Many of them you can only reach by plane or boat. And these cabins are in some of the coolest places in Alaska. Oh, they got the bear-proof lock. Look at this, we got a bed, got a table, chairs. Yeah, there's a wood stove. That looks like that's a heating oil stove. Got some utensils, some books and things, some puzzles. And oh, look, there's a loft here. It's a nice big sleeping space up here in the attic. If you come here in the wintertime, this will be the warmest place to sleep. Tell you what, this is gonna do very nicely. But the sun's setting, I gotta get unpacked quick. This is pretty perfect, but there is one thing I'm a little anxious about: water. I'm not sure where we're going to get our water from. Oh, there we go. See this trash can? It's underneath the drain spout. There's a little screen here. So this is a rain catch. So I'm gonna drink out of a trash can. That's why I brought my filter. Just hang up the dirty water and the gravity feeds it through the filter, down the hose and into my water bottle. It filters about 1 liter every 2 minutes. It's pretty fast. Brought my old shotgun, and I brought my rifle. We're geared up for just about anything we can legally shoot. I brought along my liquid fuel stove. I love this thing. It runs off of almost any type of fuel, including unleaded and diesel. Getting a little cold in here. Let's get a fire started. Well, you know, now that I'm settled in, I'm starting to get a little hungry, and I think a little dessert before bed might be in order. It's a Marionberry pie. I actually put this in my checked bag. I'm gonna cover it in a little tin foil, let it sit right there. It should warm up in a few minutes. I'm pretty excited to eat that pie, but it's gonna last me the whole trip, so I gotta pace myself. Oh, check it out. I found a replacement for my lost knife. Found one used on eBay. There we go, some Marionberry pie. Stove's putting out the heat, keeping my bum warm.
This is a good way to start out the trip.
Well guys, it's late. I'm going to bed. I've got an early start tomorrow. I will see you guys in the morning. Well, good morning. It's a little bit cold in here, but the fire's warming the cabin up pretty quick, and I'm gonna start making some breakfast. Smoked pork jowl bacon here. Smoked pork jowl bacon, eggs, and toast. Alrighty.
Oh, that is so good. Ooh, that's good.
Okie doke. Alright, I think it's time to go explore the island. Now, I've never hunted for deer before, and I've never hunted on this island before, but my understanding is that the deer tend to stay away from the beaches in the summertime when the weather's good, and then as it gets cold, they get forced down off the mountains and come down. Well, it's still pretty nice, so my guess is I've got to go hiking up. There you go, that's black-tailed deer poop. I can smell rotting salmon, which means this is bear country. There's a salmon. There's a salmon. There's a salmon. The salmon come from the ocean into these rivers to spawn, and as soon as they spawn, they die of old age. So there's just dead salmon everywhere. It smells like a rotten fish market. When you see all these salmon pulled up onto the bank, that means something's been eating them. Look at this. This is all piles of dead salmon. And look at this. This right here is a bear print. This is the rear paw of a bear. Anytime you have salmon like this, there will be bears. And this trail I'm walking on could easily be a bear trail. Look at this. These are bear prints right here. Look at the size comparison to my hand. See each of his toes right there, his claws. That's his hind leg, that's his front leg. Generally speaking, for each inch across on the front pad is how tall the bear is. It's a very average sized grizzly bear right there. It's probably 4 or 5 feet tall. A big grizzly bear will be over 10 feet tall. And that's measured from nose to tip of tail. Look, there's some salmon right in there. You can see there's just all those little white spots are dead rotting salmon. And there's a couple live ones right there. The salmon's bodies actually rot before they die. And so you can see that live salmon right there has mold all over his tail. Check it out, guys. There's a grizzly bear right there. It's right there in the bushes. I don't think he knows I'm here yet. I'm downwind from him. Grizzly bears are actually in season right now, and this gun would take him down. But what am I gonna do with the dead grizzly bear? Well, I'm just gonna go back this way. Seems to be a little side trail that goes up this hill. You can see this faint trail kind of running like this. It's a game trail, probably for deer. So we're gonna go and walk along this game trail and see if we can't find anything. That's a deer poop. Look at that. That looks like the skull of a baby bear. That's crazy. Every once in a while I pop out on one of these little clearings and I just stop and wait and listen. That looks pretty fresh to me. That's the beachhead of the river we were at where we saw the bear. I've got a pretty good view up here, but I haven't seen any signs of life. It is the middle of the day, and that's the worst time to see animals. So I think I might start working my way back to the cabin, and maybe I'll see something on the way back. Coming up over this ridge, and I spooked something. I think it was a bedding deer. In the middle of the day like this, they kind of hunker down and digest their food from the morning. I looked up just in time to see a bunch of branches moving, and that was about it. Well, made it back. Well, I hiked for about 5.5 hours, climbed about 1,200 feet in elevation, and did about 5 miles. I'm gonna grab my fishing rod and we're gonna see about doing some fishing. Rumor has it that there's a river 1 mile east of here that has cutthroat trout and salmon in it. So I think I'm gonna hike over there and take a peek at it. Oh, there's some more bear poop. It's a lot of bear poop on this trail. Random piece of plastic with tooth holes in it. Some bear gave it a taste. Bears are a little bit like babies. They like to put things in their mouths when they don't know what it is. Oh, look at this. Oh. Looks like something ate a raven right there. There you go, that's the mountain I climbed this morning. Oh, look at these bear prints. That is a large coyote print, and that's an average bear print. Hey, check this out. Oh, this is the vertebrae of a whale right here. Isn't that crazy? It's another chunk of a whalebone. Look at, there's like a teeth marks in it right there. Look at that. Another big piece of whalebone. Woo, that's heavy. Looks like deer bones to me. See some ducks up ahead. I think I might have to get dinner. They're starting to get in range when you can see the color on their head. They're getting ready to fly. I got one. Oh, there we go. Got a nice fat duck. Now I want to see if we can spot any trout or salmon in here. Just saw a fish jump in the water up there. Oh, there's a few salmon. Oh, that's a pink salmon right there. That's what that is. See, the bottom of the creek is just covered in bear prints. There's a couple spawned out pink salmon, but that's about it. Look at that. It's a sand dollar. Whoa. Oh, thing weighs like 15 pounds. It's a rib bone of a whale. Look at this. Oh, man, that looks like a piece of the skull or maybe a pelvis. That is so cool. I'm gonna use my Garmin InReach to text Becca and have her Google the federal regulations for whale bones. If I can keep this, I'm totally bringing it back. I'll figure a way to get it into my bags. Oh, made it. Gotta clean that duck, but don't want to do that by the cabin. That'll attract grizzly bears for sure. All right. Oh, this weather is so nice. It's been such a cold, wet summer. I got snowed on last week. A lot. Well, I've been using my InReach to text my wife, and I found out a little something about finding whale bones. Apparently, in Alaska, whenever you find whale carcasses or whale bones, you're supposed to report it to a biologist here in the state. Well, tomorrow Becca's gonna go ahead and call the biologist and tell her what I found. And we're gonna see what I get to do with the whale bones. We got ourselves a feast here. We have roasted duck breast, lingonberry jam, polenta, pork jowls, fried onions, fondant potatoes, and gravy. I don't know, I'm pretty happy with this. I think this looks pretty good. This duck with a little lingonberry sauce and gravy is good. I think that's the best wild duck I've ever had. That worked out really well.
Tell you what, it is late. I am very sore and I am very full of food. I am going to go to bed. I will see you in the morning. Ooh, good morning. Oh, looks like the first thing I gotta do today is do some dishes. Before I left on this trip, my brother gave me a jar of homemade rhubarb syrup. So I've got a little bit of that in this jar and I'm gonna put that on my pancakes. It is pretty amazing. Oh, that was good. Well, I'm gonna make another attempt at trying to find a deer. I definitely think that near the top of the mountain was better. I saw more deer sign up there for sure. I mean, look at this trail. It's all deer tracks. Oh, my legs and butt are asleep. So it's a little past lunchtime and I'm getting hungry, so I'm gonna hike down the mountain about 2 miles back to the cabin. Well, there's a deer. I'm tired. Well, I'm hungry. I think it's time for some lunch. Just eating a little snack while I make sandwiches. Grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup. That's just hard to beat. This is such a great cabin. I mean, look at that view. It's pretty. Well, guys, I had an interesting development over lunch. Turns out if you find any whale bones, you're supposed to report it to a biologist here in Alaska, and Becca did. And the biologist wants me to go ahead and photograph all the bones I found and send her the GPS locations. And some of the more intact pieces I'm going to bring back to Anchorage. Apparently, whether or not you can keep the bones or not depends on what species of whale it is. So since I'm much better at finding whale bones than I am at finding deer, I figure I'm gonna go do some beach combing and I'm gonna go document all the whale bones I can find. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's a deer skeleton. There's an eagle feather right there. Look, here's another one. Oh, look at that. So much of this driftwood looks like bone. It tricks me half the time. Oh, that had me fooled. Like a bunch of buoys. Look, here's some deer prints, some little snipe prints, and bear prints. Oh, check this out. Look at this. It's like the lower jaw of a dolphin or a whale. Look at the size of that tooth right there. That is so cool. Oh, look at this. That's a vertebrae disc right there. There's no way these are coming all from the same animal. That jaw and tooth was way too small for those vertebrae. Oh, look at this. There's another one right there. Look at that. Look at the size of that barnacle. The skull of some animal. Oh, look at this. Look at that, 2 of them right there. I mean, look at how big those are. That's a big animal. It's a really big animal. Oh, check it out. There's a croc bone. Right there. Well, I've walked as far as I can go this direction without getting my feet wet. Time to turn around and head back the other direction. Check this out. Look at that. This is just one small bone in a whale's back. Look at the size of these things. Oh, look at that. I don't know what that is, but it's fresh. Oh. Those look like those belong to a deer. Look at that. That's a shark egg right there. You can see where the little shark pup hatched out. Ah, there's a school of salmon right there in the river. Oh man, this is gorgeous. Check it out, this is bull kelp. It's an enormous piece of seaweed and it's edible. You can pick all these little rings of kelp and they're really good. Salty and crunchy. But the best thing to do with bull... I think this is a good spot. This sled right here is called the Polk. A couple of weeks ago I was having loads of trouble with it flipping on me. I think I solved it. I went ahead and got a second sled and I bolted the 2 sleds together at the mounting brackets, and now if it flips over, doesn't matter. Additionally, I put all my heavy stuff in the Polk and all my big bulky light stuff like my sleeping bag I put in my backpack. Help keep the center of gravity of my Polk lower. And those 2 things have really helped. I haven't had any trouble today. Looks like the snow is 180 centimeters or 6 feet deep.
I'm getting hungry. I need a little snack break. I think I'm gonna indulge a little bit. I have myself a cherry fry pie. Oh, these are good. All right, I put my snow saw down right over here and I can't find it. Hey, where did that thing go? Okay, I'm gonna review my footage and see where I put it. Okay, I think I know where it is. Sure enough, there it is. That was so random. Okay, see that? You can see light through the snow. When you can see light through the snow, that means you got less than 2 feet to go. So I'm getting close. Oh. All right, I got the tarp up and just in time. The snow's really starting to come down, but I need to go ahead and seal up the edges. It's almost 4 p.m. It's getting dark. Can't leave anything on the ground. It'll get buried. So you can see right here, this is going to be my bed tonight, but it's not exactly flat. And I'd also like to push that wall back a little bit so I'm not right up against the ice. Filled up my sled full of snow. Now I gotta take it out of here. That's looking pretty good. All right, we're gonna use my probe and we're gonna measure the bed, make sure it's long enough. All right, so the bed looks like it's about 8 feet long and that's the minimum length I can handle. I'm kind of a tall guy and I want at least a few inches of air in between me and any of these ice walls. If my sleeping bag rubs up against any of the ice in the middle of the night, it'll get so cold. Kind of not moving around as much, it's starting to get cold. I think I need to put my down jacket on. I gotta tell you, it is luxurious having a shelter you can stand up in. Oh, if I had this tarp pitched on the ground like it normally would be, I'd have to be kneeling in the snow and ice, and it just sucks the heat out of you. Not to mention it makes it really hard to change your clothes.
I'll tell you what, I really love these Exped sleeping mats in the wintertime. They are so warm. And it comes with this pump sack to help inflate it. That's a really common feature in all the major camping brands here in the US. There we go, got plenty of space. I don't have to worry about rolling off the edge or snuggling up to the ice in the middle of the night. This will work. This is an emergency bivvy in case you get caught in a snowstorm and you need a quick shelter. But it also works good to protect your sleeping mat or your sleeping bag if you're sleeping in a shelter rather than a tent. Had a lot of trouble with my stove last trip. I went and cleaned it out really good. It seems to be working well now. Takes a little while for these sleeping bags to fluff up in the cold. Give them time. Wow, that boiled so quickly. All right, got some boiling bag rice. And we got these curry packs. Let them get warm. All right. Got some instant Japanese curry here. Just heat and serve. Piping hot curry just sounds so amazing right now. All this hot water and hot curry is just steaming my shelter up. I can tell a real temperature difference between my head and my feet. My feet are kind of cold, my head's nice and warm. All that hot moisture is just rising to the top of my shelter. Got to eat fast in the wintertime. Your food gets cold very quickly. You know that crazy thing is? This whole packet of curry and a whole packet of rice is less calories than that one fry pie. Man, that hit the spot. Well, I think I'm going to make some dessert. Check it out, this is bread pudding. I just mixed all the ingredients raw into the bag, vacuum sealed it, froze it, and now I just boil it for about 15-20 minutes and it'll cook in the bag and then I can eat it. There we go, did the dishes. My little cooking table's a bit sketchy, but I really appreciate not having to cook on the ground. The reason why I'm using it is I don't want to have to be down on the ground. It's hard on my back, it's hard on my knees, and it gets you so cold kneeling on the ground. There's probably a 10-degree difference between up here versus down here. Temperature's dropping quick. I'm gonna use some of these body warmers. These things are magic, I love them. They last about 12 hours and they have a sticker on the back. Slap one on your chest, one in your lower back. These things do work really well. I want some vanilla ice cream to go with my bread pudding. I just need one key ingredient. Nice fluffy stuff, that's what you'll want. All right, we're gonna make vanilla ice cream. We just need sweetened condensed milk and some vanilla extract. There we go, got a little cup of homemade vanilla ice cream. All right. Oh yeah, that's looking good. There we go. A delicious bread pudding. Well, if you guys have never had bread pudding, it's basically French toast. You basically take eggs and cream, sugar, vanilla, raisins, cinnamon, mix it all up, pour it over chunks of bread, and then bake it or steam it. Yeah, and it tastes really good with vanilla ice cream. You can use this same technique with a lot of different things. You can put cake batter in there, brownie batter. Oh, that was good. The snow ice cream is really good. It's a fun one to try at home if you ever get a snow day. I got some powdered tang. Hot Tang on a winter camp out, man. That's nostalgic. That's what we used to drink growing up. All right, we're not gonna waste this hot water. We're gonna stick that into my sleeping bag and get it all nice and pre-warmed. Man, I sure do love the fact I can stand up in this shelter. Makes a huge difference. All right, got my puffy pants. I'm gonna put those on, and got some down slippers. Time to hop on in. It's nice having an elevated bed. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, guys, this is cozy. I'm nice and toasty warm, and even though it's still cold in here, this is a lot warmer than some of the snow shelters I've slept in. I don't know if you can hear it on the camera, but it's snowing so hard I can hear it hitting the roof of the tent. The snow isn't sloughing off this shelter the way I'd like it to, and so it's kind of piling up right here. And that's gonna get heavy. We get too much snow, it could cause the tent to fall down on me in the middle of the night, and I don't want that. So for the next couple hours while I'm just sitting here listening to my audiobook, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. A lot of snow built up on the tent. Oh. Whoa, that is getting full. Oh, it's 2 a.m. Woo, it's really coming down now. So far I've had to clear off the tarp about every 2 hours. All right, good night. Oh. Good morning. Snow has stopped, but it is cold. Luckily, it's warm in my sleeping bag. I'm just hanging out in here because I don't want to get out. Oh, my back. Oh, putting on frozen boots. Always a joy. Luckily, my boots weren't too wet last night, so they didn't freeze up bad, and they're warming up pretty quick. Oh, there's my gloves. Those are frozen. Ah, there's my gloves. Gloves were a little bit wet last night, so I put them in the bottom of my bag. And they dried up nicely. Stove warmed things up pretty nice in here. You see the frost is melted on the inside of the tent. My feet are still cold, but the top half of me's warm. Oh, my glasses are all fogged up. Ah, there you go, nice and toasty warm. For breakfast, we're having one of my favorite meals, biscuits and gravy. I got a nice sausage gravy here. Stick that in there, let that warm up. We're just gonna go ahead and sit them right just like that. Let them get warmed up. I gotta warm up my plate so it doesn't chill my food. There we go. Oh, I love biscuits and gravy. Biscuits and gravy is one of the easiest meals, but it's so delicious. Heavy whipping cream, pork sausage, lots of pepper. Very traditional meal in the southern U.S. I'll tell you what, this has not been a bad shelter at all. For the size of the tarp I'm using, I'm getting a lot of space. And when the stove's on, it's actually kind of warm, you know, from about waist up. I got room to store my stuff. I got an elevated bed. The only drawback is this tarp can't support a ton of snow. If it was snowing really hard, like, 6 inches every hour, I'd be clearing this thing off every 10-15 minutes. When the snow gets a little bit deeper though, I can dig a proper snow cave. Then you don't have to worry about that.
Oh, this is pretty. That is gorgeous. I think I'm gonna do some skiing. Oh, check it out. We got a bunch of ice fog here. I think it's gonna burn off though. We're gonna have a gorgeous day today. I'm skiing in my Polk tracks and it's like the best groomed trail ever. I feel so light and nimble. That sun's starting to disappear already. Whew. Not too far from the top though. Oh, I made it. Whew. Just in time too, it's starting to get dark. Oh, wow. Look at that view. Check it out, on the bottom of my skis I've got seal skin. It's a synthetic fur that allows me to scoot across the snow and ski uphill. Now I'm gonna take them off. Roll it up. You gotta put them in your pocket, keep them warm, otherwise the stickiness will freeze up. So take this, scoot that like that. Now they're downhill skis. Now, I'll promise you won't laugh, guys. I've only been downhill skiing once in the last 20 years, so I'm a little rusty. But if you're gonna fail, what a beautiful day to fail on. And I'll do it one-handed while I'm at it. Ooh, so far, so good. It's slowly coming back to me. Oh. All right. Oh, just got a little bit of an uphill part to go through. Oh. I'm getting the hang of it. Oh, I think I got the rust off, but that's it. I think it's time to switch back to my skins. We're back in cross-country mode. Took about 2 hours to go up the mountain, 20 minutes to go down. But I feel like I got some of the rust off. I gotta tell you what, this is a lot more enjoyable when you're not pulling all that gear. So this is the taiga forests of Alaska. The word taiga comes from Russian and it means little sticks. In English, we call these trees black spruce, and they grow in the tundra and swamps of Alaska. While these swamps are very difficult to cross in the summertime, once they freeze over, we can explore them. But first things first, I need to find a place to camp. And I actually like this spot quite a bit. Most of these spruce trees you see are dead. An invasive beetle called a spruce bark beetle came in here and wiped these things out. That means lots of building material, lots of firewood. The air temperature is about 13 degrees Fahrenheit, and this ground is still not frozen. In the wintertime, the ground temperature is usually a lot warmer than the air temperature, and the snow acts as a blanket that traps that heat in the ground. If you can strip away the ice and snow and build your shelter on thawed ground, it's going to be a whole lot warmer. And there's a bit of mud right there. This ground might be a little bit more swampy than I first thought. We'll just have to deal with it. All right, I think it's time to start cutting some trees. I bought this hatchet in Hiroshima, Japan last spring. I used it to take the limbs off these trees. It's 3:50 p.m. Starting to get dark. It's this close to the Arctic. We don't get a lot of sunlight. Ah, well, I better bust out my lights. This wood is so wet, everything's covered in ice. I'm gonna use one of these fire starters here. There we go. Yeah, that's working. You can tell everything's wet when dead pine doesn't want to burn. Little fingers are getting a little numb. I get all the snow out of my hair. Oh, that feels amazing. I've got a shelter, I've got fire. I think it's time to start working on dinner. Gloves are a bit wet. I'm gonna go dry them by the fire. I got a sweet potato and a little bit of tin foil here. We're gonna wrap that up. There you go. Got a nice pile of coals here. Bury that sweet potato in the coals for about 45 minutes. Most foods cook at around 375 degrees Fahrenheit. Hold your hand over the fire and count 1, 2, 3. And when you can get to 3 without it hurting, that's about 375 degrees Fahrenheit. So right about here. As the fire kind of changes, you need to adjust your meat. I like a little bread with my steak, so I brought along some bread dough. I made this up like a week ago and didn't use it, so I threw it in the fridge and it's still good. Yeah, just got a little bit more of that sourdough goodness. Oh, pretty little piece of bread right there. We're gonna have some herbal tea. Oh, that's done. Put that there. Let's take a peek. Well, that's looking pretty good. Some honey and butter I'm gonna put on there. Sweet potato is so mushy. It's exactly how it should be. I'm gonna put a little cinnamon on my sweet potato and on my bread. We got sweet potato and cinnamon, honey butter and bread, and 2 massive chunks of seasoned steak. There you go. This is my cow horn mug. I made this. Also made this griddle. I got a video explaining how I made these things. It's pretty easy. I'll put a link in the video description below. That is good. Oh, that was good. Still got quite a bit of this steak left. You just go sit it in the snowbank and it'll be good tomorrow. There we go. Oh, that warms me up. Peach herbal tea with loads of sugar in it. It tastes pretty good. And it's just more fun drinking it out of a cow horn. Oh, that is good. All right. I really love this fork and plate. Both of them are antiques. The fork is about 150 years old. It's from the Civil War era. Handle's made out of cow bone. This is my fancy camping wear. Well, now that we've had a fire in here for several hours, we're starting to figure out what the ground situation is. Over here, it is really soft. Like, look at this. That is just a big swampy spot right there. So I think we're gonna end up sleeping on this side. Well, it's pretty clear that I need to make a bed. If I sleep straight on the ground, I'm gonna get soaking wet and frozen. I'm refilling my water jug just a cup or 2 at a time. Gotta melt a lot of snow to get 2 liters of water. These logs are all wet and covered in ice, so I'm going to try to dry them out and warm them up before I sleep on them. So I got all my firewood for the night and I got it propped up around the fire trying to dry it out. Well, I didn't bring any sleeping bags or sleeping pads, but I brought my caribou hide. Caribou have these thick hollow hairs. They're really warm. You double a caribou hide over on itself, it's pretty thick. It actually gives you some cushion and lots of insulation. Let's see how lumpy this is gonna be. Oh, wow, I'm tired. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm pretty tired. Well, instead of a sleeping bag, I'm going to be sleeping underneath a bison hide tonight. I use the bison because it's one of the few animals big enough to cover me. I'm kind of a big boy. The nice thing about using animal hides when you're sleeping next to a fire is that these won't burn up. Sparks can land on them. The fire can get real hot, doesn't matter. You'll wake up long before these things catch on fire. It's going to be very cold tonight, and my water bottles will freeze solid if I don't keep them near the fire. So I'm going to put them just right down here. All right, I put some hot coals underneath my bed, get it nice and toasty.
It is late and I am tired. I will see you guys in the morning. Oh, good morning. Stayed pretty warm, but the bed is so hard. Oh, my feet are cold though. My feet stick out from underneath the hide a little bit. Oh, that feels good. Get my toes warmed up. Frozen boots. How many times have I put on frozen boots? Gonna warm up the honey butter. Oh, that's beautiful. Got melted honey and butter. I'm gonna shake that up. Fresh warm bread and honey butter. Oh. All right, time to get up and do some stuff. It is definitely colder today. If I'm gonna stay warm, I'm gonna need to make this shelter a whole lot better. Let me show you something weird about snow. You can see this right here is the path I made with my snowshoes yesterday. You can see where yesterday I walked on it without snowshoes and I sunk in, but today it's rock hard. If you stomp a trail down with snowshoes and let it sit overnight, it'll freeze up and turn really hard. Snowshoes are great for building paths in the snow like this. I want to push this snow berm back a little bit and make a little bit more room. So I've been throwing my tree limbs and logs in here. It takes a long time for the fire to melt the snow, but it's a lot better than shoveling. Whew. There we go. Oh. Well, now that I got lunch in me, I think it's time to start building again. There we go, got my stove installed. Hopefully this will keep me nice and warm. Well, I got my shelter set up just in the nick of time. It's already starting to get dark. Luckily, I already have a lot of firewood laying around. I'm not gonna need as much as I did last night. I am almost completely out of water, so we're gonna go melt some snow. Been getting a lot of pine needles and pine cones in my drinking water, so I'm gonna go find a spot a little further away from the trees. There we go. Got my leftovers. Woo, it is frozen. I'll just put it over here. Hopefully it'll thaw out. Well, now that I've got a wood floor instead of all that mud, I can change into my little slippers. Nice. I can put my boots up here on the wall to keep them from freezing in the night. Oh, it's nice to get my slippers on. All my wood is cold and wet, so I'm putting it on top of the stove to dry out and warm up. Then it'll burn really well when it comes time to feed the fire. Well, it's about 5 o'clock and I'm in for the night, so I think I'm gonna start making some dinner. All right, I got some black beans here. Oh, and these onions are frozen.
So that when the drummed column arrived, the British would be rotten and give way.
Oh, we got a little smoke going on. The logs over on that side were starting to smolder. You can tell the logs are getting hot. There's pine sap bubbling out of them. Have to watch it carefully. You don't want anything starting on fire. Oh yeah, that's thawed out nicely. It's warming up well. All right, just added some rice. Starting to smell so good. All right. Put a little hot sauce on there. I'm so hungry. This smells amazing. Oh. And I tell you what, beans and rice are an amazing camping food. Not only are they delicious, it's non-perishable and takes up hardly any room in your backpack. Oh, that's so good. Oh. I want to check something here. 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's compare that to what's inside the shelter. Put it right there and give it a few minutes to warm up. All right, it's been a few minutes and you can see it's just a little over 50 degrees Fahrenheit here at the bed. I mean, it's not exactly warm, but that's a lot better than outside. But watch this. I'm gonna put the thermometer on the ground. There on the floor, it's about 22 degrees. When you're sleeping in a heated shelter, the higher you can make your bed, the better. You want your bed to be at least as tall as your heat source, ideally a little bit taller. I've been in the shelter 5 hours and I've already gone through 2/3 of my firewood, so had to go out and cut some more. Oh, gotta split that too. I think it's time to go to bed. I'll see you guys in the morning. Tell you what, I slept a lot better last night. It was a lot warmer and more comfortable. But I did have to wake up a bunch to stoke the fire. I woke up about 2 a.m. the first time, and then at 3, 4:30, and then 6, and then 6:30-ish or so. I was pretty much up. So for breakfast, I've got an omelet. I made this at home. It's got sausage and vegetables, cheese, eggs. Went and threw it in a vacuum sealed bag and then froze it. Now all I gotta do is just warm it up. All right, got my honey butter sitting over here melting. It's getting hot in here. Yesterday, it was cold even with my jacket on and the stove going full blast. I got the stove turned down to halfway and it's still hot in here. And it has to do with all this mass inside the tent. There's 400 pounds of wood in here. There's all my gear, there's the ground, the tent itself. All that stuff needs to be heated up and it takes a long time. But once it all gets warm, it stays really hot in here. It gets really nice. And even when the stove goes down, it stays warmer in here for a longer time. Doesn't that look good? This is so much better than dehydrated eggs. All right, well, I think it's starting to get up and face the day. Oh, I gotta tell you, it is so nice to have a floor in this tent. It's so much warmer and it's so nice not to have my feet down in the mud. It's an absolute luxury. Oh, look at this, my pants are all dry, my mittens are all dry. I always bring backup food for a lot of reasons, and I had this bit of pork here that I didn't get to use, and I was keeping it underneath my bed to keep it cold. A mouse got into it, ate up all that pork. See that? It's probably a vole or a lemming. I just cut off that part. It's still good. I have more trouble with mice than any other animal, hands down. And the longer you camp in one spot, the worse the problem becomes. It's like more and more mice find you. When the mice get really bad, they'll start coming in at night and grabbing your hair and pulling out bits of your hair to make their nest. It's not great. Alrighty. Oh, it's 10 a.m. and we're just in time for the sunrise. Uh-oh, that's not good. Car doesn't want to start and it sounds like it's the battery. It's 0 degrees Fahrenheit right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if the battery's so cold that it just doesn't want to start. Make sure it doesn't overheat. I just need to raise the temperature of the battery like 20-30 degrees. I don't need to boil it. All right, that's feeling warm. All right.
I'm gonna try to warm up the engine block and see if that helps. Fortunately, the engine block is way back there. I gotta be careful. This K-truck is sitting on top of 18 inches of snow. The snow gives way and it settles, it's gonna squish me. All right, we're gonna give that 30 minutes or so and see if that doesn't help. Well, there she is. Once I got it all dialed in, it was really nice. This would have made a really good long-term shelter. It's warm, but it's not hot. Obviously, this is a little bit sketchy. Gotta make sure you don't catch anything on fire or melt any wires or anything. Whoa. Well, it's like a Cheech and Chong video in here. The smoke coming out. Aha! Woohoo! This is living in Alaska in a nutshell. Stuff goes wrong, things break, and you just gotta deal with it. You know, it's not like I could call a tow truck. Engine's warmed up. Let's see if we can get out of here. It's not very good at going over logs. Sled hitch popped up and hit me right in the teeth. Oh man, I felt like I chipped a tooth on that. Gotta be careful of my moneymaker. Sometimes when an engine gets flipped over on its side, it messes up the oil and gas and can cause problems. So I'm just gonna kind of let this sit here, give it a few minutes and see if that doesn't fix the problem. All right, that seemed to do the trick. Check this out. This is one of the old roadhouses. During the gold rush days, this trail was used to take supplies from the coast into the interior of Alaska to the gold fields. And there was these roadhouses all along the trail, and the mushers would use them to get supplies and a hot meal and shelter from the storm. Oh man. See the old shelves in here? And that old wood stove. I think I should probably get out of here. This roof is looking pretty saggy. I probably shouldn't have gone inside there. That little snow dog weighs just under 300 pounds and it has no reverse on it, so can be a bit of a pain. Oh, something just went off with that. My throttle cable just broke. So the throttle cable's right here, and there's a little screw that holds it in place so that when you squeeze the handle, it pulls the throttle. That old screw's coming loose, and I went and tightened it up, but if it falls out, I can't work my throttle anymore. My throttle keeps giving me trouble. I'm having to fix it every few minutes. I still got about 20 miles to go, and we're already off to a rough start. Oh, that throttle jammed open. Oh, I'm getting too old for this. Well, it's gotten dark on me. I need to find a place to set up camp. I'm tired. I skipped lunch and I'm feeling it. I'm gonna have a little snack, try to get my energy up. I gotta tell you guys, I am exhausted. Driving that snow dog is a workout, and it got stuck so many times. I'm so tired, I don't even want to bother with a fire. Ugh. Yeah, since I don't got a fire going, I'm gonna use an old dog mushing trick to cook my food. So I've got an old tuna fish can and a bottle of heat. This is a fuel additive we put into gas tanks to keep them from freezing up in the wintertime. And it's mostly made out of isopropyl alcohol. Isopropyl alcohol can be very dangerous. See how the flame is nearly invisible? If you spill isopropyl alcohol on yourself and light yourself on fire in the daytime, you won't even be able to see it. But it burns really clean and really hot, so it's great for cooking. Put some olive oil in the bottom of the pan. The advantage of burning alcohol is that it burns really clean. You can use it inside the tent like this, and it doesn't stink the place up. It doesn't make your food taste funny. I'm done cooking my couscous, and it looks like the flame just went out. About 5-6 ounces of heat lasted about 20 minutes. Let's cover that up, keep that warm. There we go. Got some fresh Alaskan scallops here. Got some butter and garlic. Cranberry couscous and scallops cooked in garlic butter. That's pretty good. Scallops have to be my favorite seafood. I got a sweetened passion fruit jelly that I'm going to use to make some herbal tea. Oh, it's just passion fruit puree, a little bit of honey added to it. Man, it is so good.
Between my body heat and the stove, this little tent's pretty warm, but it's melted all the snow that's falling on it. And you can see there's this big pile of water right here. There's another one over here. I brought a couple caribou hides to sleep on. Caribou have these thick, hollow hairs. They're just absolutely amazing to sleep on. You know, air mattresses can pop when you sleep straight on the ground like this, so it's nice to have these hides instead. Fold them over just a little bit, get them extra thick. Let's test it out. Oh yeah, this will work. I gotta tell you, I'm excited to get into bed. I am tired and beat up. Got these down camp slippers. Got a pair of down pants as well. Oh, I love these down pants and these down booties. They are so nice. Probably got too much stuff on right now, but I'm cold, so I'm okay with that. Oh, my socks are ever so slightly wet. Whenever you have a little bit of wetness in your socks, it'll make your feet cold. Took them off, and I'm shoving them down the bottom of my bag so they can dry overnight. I'll tell you, it's a little bit lumpy, and I'm using a log as a pillow, but it's not bad. But I am so exhausted. I think I'm just gonna go to bed. Unless I get visited by wolves or something in the middle of the night, I'll see you guys in the morning. Oh. Oh, we got a problem. Roof just collapsed on me. There's so much ice and snow on the tarp, it broke the paracord. But ran out there and fixed it. No, well, I guess it was time to get up anyways. When the roof caves in on you, that's a signal it's time to get up and get out of bed. Yeah. Got my socks dried off. Oh, everything's just wet in here. This tarp traps the heat pretty well, and it melts the snow. And so the snow's turned to slush on the outside, and that's leaking through. Then I've got condensation on the inside. So every time I touch the tarp, I get wet. Yeah. Got some powdered tang here. Oh, that feels nice. You see how the fire's orange now instead of that invisible blue color? I threw a few wood chips in there last night, and that ash mixed with the alcohol makes the flames orange so you can see them. Oh man, having that little alcohol stove under the tarp really warms it up in here. It's nice. All right. Oh. Whew. Well, let's get the snow dog fired up. Oh, that throttle switch is so messed up. The machine's died on me twice while I was just sitting there idling, and the throttle's really sketchy right now. So, man, I don't trust that machine. I think I'm gonna try to get back while I still can. My camera mount just broke. Everything is soaking wet, everything is breaking. I think it's time to get out while I still can. Would be encouraging. Oh, yeah. Turn on your heated seat.
2 days later.
All right, it's been 2 days and I'm back at it. I'm in the same valley as I was with the snow dog,
but I'm on a slightly different path. I don't want to have to cross all those rivers in my skis. This sled I'm pulling behind me is called a Polk, and it makes winter trekking really convenient, but it makes skiing really hard. Imagine having a 50-pound toddler pulling and pushing your belt while you're trying to balance on skis. Whoa, like that. See how there's this random clearing here with no trees? This is an avalanche zone. Avalanches routinely come down that mountain and destroy the trees. That's why there's very few spruce trees here. Woo. Going downhill with that Polk is always sketchy. About halfway down, you get this violent shove from behind. I'm trying to take it real easy today. My knees are a bit junky. I tore or popped my left knee several weeks ago, and it's mostly recovered. And I smashed my right knee really hard on a snow machine accident. My knees feel good now, but that's gonna change. There's the river I crossed with the snow dog. All right. I need to go ahead and get some water. This water's so clean I could probably drink it straight, but you know, I got a filter, so why risk it? Gravity pulls the water through the filter, fills up my jug. When the filter's new, it does about 1 liter a minute. It's pretty quick. Once you're done, you gotta go ahead and drain the whole thing. If it turns to ice inside your filter, then the filter won't work. Woo! That's chilly. Oh, that's pretty. Gotta take a little break and take care of my feet. It's already kind of starting to form it into a blister. I'll put some KT tape on this. I think it's time for a little lunch break. Got this venison summer sausage that a friend gave me on the island of Molokai. Oh, it smells lovely. Yeah, that's good. You gotta be really careful going down these trails. The moose like to walk on the ski trails, and they'll kill you rather than get off it. I'm gonna be breaking trail from here on out. Navigating through these woods is really tricky. It's like, which way do I go? If I get on and off the path, it's okay, as long as I can keep that river in my left ear. Well, things are going much slower than anticipated, but I already made it several miles further than I did with the snow dog. Unfortunately, it's only about 2 hours before sunset and I'm behind schedule. I just lost the basket on my pole. I have no idea where that went. Without the basket, it's really hard to push off with your pole. Problem is, unless it's just sitting there on top of the snow, you're never gonna find it. That thing is gone. Gotta take a little break. Up to this point, it's been relatively flat. From here on out, I start to climb into the pass. Breaking trail and pulling a Polk uphill is rough. Try not to get my Polk in the water. Oh, that's exactly what I did. I'm getting my stuff right in the water. Polk tipped over and dumped my coat right in the water. Bent my ski pole too. It's already 3:15 and it's starting to get dark. Yeah. Oh, the Polk's trying to pull me down in the river. I think I need to find a place to camp. And over there looks as good as any other place. feels good. Oh, is there anything in the world that feels better than taking off ski boots? Oh my goodness. I think we're gonna get a lot of snow tonight. Curious to see how this tarp holds up. It is cold outside and it's getting colder by the moment. Time to make some food. All right, for dinner I'm having beef stew. I made it at home, vacuum sealed it, then threw it in the freezer. All I have to do now is heat and eat. I got some Ling Himui covered mango. All right, got some hot tang here. Man, the temperature's dropping like a rock and I'm not moving around. My coat's a little wet. Oh, I'm cold. Oh. Got all the boiling water in my thermos here. Just gonna go like that. Oh, I needed that so bad. Let's go ahead and eat some dinner. Got some sweet potatoes and carrots and beef chunks. Oh, that tastes so good. It's warming my hands up too. I hit the spot, but I am cold and tired, and I just want to get into bed. I need to level this snow out and make it nice and flat so I can sleep on it. Don't want to dig down too much because there's all these sticks and trees and stuff down there. Wish I had my caribou hides, but weight and space was such an issue. I had to bring this air mat instead. These X-Ped air mats are pretty good. Just got to be so careful I don't poke a hole in it. So this right here is an emergency bivvy. It's just a waterproof shell that slips over your sleeping bag. If you're in a storm, it can be a good emergency shelter. I'm gonna see if I can slip my air mat inside my emergency bivvy. Well, that should protect it from popping. Here, we're gonna put that hot water bottle in there. Wow, we've got a lot of snow on the roof already. Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna have to knock that off before I go to bed, otherwise it's gonna collapse on me in the night. Have another glass of Tang before I go to bed. I'm dehydrated. I pulled the liner out of my ski boots because it's a little bit sweaty. I'm gonna stick it in the bottom of my bag to keep it from freezing. And then when I put my boots on in the morning, it's not so cold. And it's time to get to bed. Take my socks off so they dry in the bag and won't get my feet cold. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna hit the sack. I am exhausted and I need to get up and get out as soon as I can. I need to use up every ounce of daylight tomorrow. All right, I'll see you then. It's 8:30 and about an hour before sunrise, maybe an hour and a half. I think I need to start getting ready. I need to take off as soon as it gets light. I like using flint and steel for lighting my stove. You can flick the sparks from afar instead of having to get your fingers nice and close to it. For breakfast, I've got a sausage and egg omelet. Just like the beef stew, I made this at home and vacuum sealed it. Now I just need to reheat it. My stove keeps going out. I think the head's gotten dirty. Darn it. This thing is so weak. It's taking forever to boil. I'm just not getting pressure. That's full throttle right there. That's as much gas as I can give it. There's definitely something wrong. Oh, that's it. I don't think it's gonna give me anything more. I mean, that's warm enough.
I got some cheese, sausage, eggs, peppers, onions. Oh, that was good. If you're going to carry your own water with you anyways, there's really no advantage to having dehydrated meals versus prepared meals. And the frozen prepared meals just taste so much better. Oh, that doesn't feel right. Oh, my right knee does not feel good. Oh, guys, I am so falling apart. This is a sign that it's time for me to change. I've put a video out every Saturday morning for the last 5 years without missing a single week. And I've done it when I'm sick, I've done it when I'm injured, and I work about 70 to 80 hours a week to get that video out. And I'm thinking it's time to start putting out a video every other week. And I know it's going to disappoint a lot of people who've made this their Saturday morning routine, but it's time. Starting with this video, I'm only going to put out a video every other Saturday. But enough about that. Let's talk about my current predicament. I have traveled about 9 miles and I've got about 3 more miles till I get to the top of the pass. You know, I don't want to get myself in trouble and I don't want to hurt myself so bad that I need 3 weeks on the couch to recover. So I think the safe thing to do is to head back. All right, let's do it. Oh yeah, there you go. That was a nice little shelter. Worked out really well. See, check it out. On the bottom of my skis, I've got this synthetic fur. Back in the old days, they would use real seal skin, but of course now we use synthetic stuff. But the hairs all point backwards. So it allows you to scoot forward, but you don't slide back. And then if you want to go downhill skiing, you take the seal skins off and they're just like a pair of downhill skis. Oh. Polk is trying to pull me off the mountain. Every time that sled goes off the trail, it gets twisted around and I have to stop and fix it. I fixed this Polk and I know it's gonna flip over on me just in like 20 more feet. The carabiner on my harness is all busted up. I don't think that carabiner is gonna last to the end of the trip. Sometimes I get so frustrated at my gear, I forget to stop and look at that view. Oh, my sled flipped over again. Whenever the trail's all swampus like this, my Polk ends up flipping over about every 5-10 minutes. Slows me down so much. Oh, didn't even make it 5 minutes. Oh, my harness just broke too. Gate finally tore off this carabiner. It's toast. There you go, kind of jerry-rigged it with a piece of rope. We'll see how that holds. We only have 7 hours of daylight. And so far, the first 45 minutes, I've only done 0.2 miles. I've been working on this sled and dealing with this sled so much. I know the terrain gets a little better up ahead, so maybe we'll pick up some speed there. Every time we get to a slanty part, the sled just goes whoop and rolls over. They'll probably do it right here too. Oh, if I had a longer Polk, I could load it so that the center of gravity was lower and it wouldn't flip over as much. But you can see right here how this is all sloped off. Yeah, my sled's gonna tip over a bunch over there. Oh, is it tipped over already? Oh, my other carabiner just broke. I got more rope, so I can deal with it. Come on. I think I need to change it up. Putting this much weight on my back makes me sink down further in the snow and it puts a lot more stress on my knees. I've got this spot I need to cross. That worked a lot better than expected. And my sled's still upside down. I repacked the sled and they got it a little bit more balanced. Seems to be helping. Getting out of the trees doesn't hurt either. When I get these long, straight, flat spots, everything works pretty well. things are going a little bit better. Sled's not tipping over as much. Let's see, can it do it? Oh, yes. Oh, that's pretty. I think turning around was definitely the right move. I'm gonna be lucky if I get to my car before sunset. Every once in a while I go down a little hill like that and nothing goes wrong. And it's really nice. Well, I've been going for 3 hours without a break. I think I need to eat something. Man, the temperature's really dropping. My fingers are numb. I can hear the highway. I'm getting close to the car. Now, I didn't achieve the goal I was hoping for, but I'm not gonna leave empty-handed. Well, my wife asked me to bring home a Christmas tree. My wife has very particular tastes in Christmas trees. She likes them tall, skinny, and quirky. She has a type. That one's looking promising. It's not as big as I was expecting, but that's not a bad one. Place where I'd expect to see a lot of snowshoe hare or even spruce grouse. And frankly, either one of those sound pretty good for dinner tonight. There you go, those little rabbit poops. This is a great time of year to hunt snowshoe hares because they turn white in the wintertime. And it's right at the beginning of winter, but we don't have snow on the ground here yet. So it makes it really easy to see a white rabbit in all this brown. Just got to spend a lot of time looking. An invasive beetle called the Japanese spruce bark beetle has wiped out more than 90% of the spruce trees in this forest. Large patches of forest in Alaska have just been completely wiped out by that beetle. I can see a spruce grouse sitting on a tree branch up ahead. I definitely got him. So well camouflaged. Oh, there he is. Look at that. So this is a spruce grouse, and they are delicious. They're like a wild chicken. But you can see how camouflaged they are. When they are up on the ground, they are really hard to see. See, there's a little marking on their eye, a little red, yeah, like a little red eyebrow. The grouse have feathers on their feet to keep their legs warm in the wintertime. But they like to sit up in these spruce trees about 6-8 feet off the ground, and you'll see them just like a ball right there. But you have to just look and look and look. This time of year, there's rarely just one of them. I have to look around really carefully and see if I can't spot more. Well, I've got myself dinner, and this trip is off to a great start. There it is. Check it out. Those are moose bones right there. That looks like a big wolf dookie. See all the hair in it? Oh, there's more wolf poop. Wolves probably patrol this trail looking for food. Sure, there's a lot of poo on it. Yeah, this looks like a decent spot to make camp. Oh. Carried this big old heavy tripod all the way here, and I forgot the adapter, so can't use it. I have forgotten so much stuff. I feel so half-cocked today. I forgot to bring paracord, and I forgot to bring any utensils or plates or cups or anything like that. So just gonna challenge myself. It's all part of the fun. Before I get started on my shelter, I've got to do some prep for dinner. I brought some bread flour and yeast. Gotta make some bread, but I gotta let it ferment for a little bit. So I'm gonna start making up the dough right now. All right, let that sit. I think I better start cutting myself some trees. I'm gonna need a lot of poles.
Yeah, look at all the sap oozing out of this tree. It's from the spruce bark beetles. They drill tons of holes in the bark and the trees just bleed to death. As far as the eye can see, the trees are just wiped out. I can't see a half a dozen live trees in this entire forest. I bought this hatchet last spring on my trip to Japan. No idea what it's called, but this thing is awesome for taking tree limbs off. This is the most time-consuming part of the whole process. But if you use thicker logs, it goes much quicker. But if you use thinner logs, they flex a little bit and it's easier on your back. All right, there we go. All right, I got my bed made. Better get a fire going. I'm getting hungry. There you go. There's just a cotton ball with some Vaseline on it. The Vaseline makes it burn longer and hotter, and using cotton instead of dryer lint just burns a little better. There you go. Beetle kill spruce just goes up like gasoline. Luckily it rained this morning, so everything's pretty wet. You wouldn't want to build a big fire like this otherwise. We kind of let the fire spread a little bit and consume up all the dry grass and sticks. Then you'll have a nice bare spot that's safe to build a fire. You just got to watch it like a hawk right now.
Alrighty, I'm gonna get away from my campsite and go clean this bird. There we go, a couple pieces of grouse breast meat. Was planning on plucking the whole bird and cooking it over the fire with the skin on, but I had hit him a little bit low with the 22 and it made a bit of a mess, so. I'll tell you what, if you're looking for the ultimate survival foods, flour, beans, rice, those are hard to beat. I mean, this is like 2-3 days worth of food right here in this bag. It's compact, it's cheap, it's non-perishable, tastes delicious. Gotta love it. Just let that simmer for a nice long time. Well, the beans are gonna take a little while to cook, so I'm pulling out some slices of pilot bread, some cheese and salami. I'm making myself a little snack. If you don't know what pilot bread is, it's a shelf-stable cracker. It's really thick and hard. I may have raided the kids' Halloween candy a little bit last night. See, I got the bread dough here. Let's give it a smell. Oh yeah, it's fermenting. Fermenting slowly because of the cold. Put the dough up here. Let the heat of the campfire warm it up a little bit. That'll speed up the fermenting. Forgot all my utensils, so I made a quickie spoon. Oh, that's looking good. Just stick it right there to warm. All right, I use my griddle as a plate. We got my spoon. We got some bread. Oh, that smells delicious. May not look fancy, but I am excited to eat it. Wild birds like grouse are so incredibly lean that if you cook them like chicken, you'll completely ruin them. They get very dry. You gotta cook them like steak. You want a little bit pink in the middle. Got a little hot sauce here, gonna put on my grouse. Ooh, a little bit of my rice and beans. Oh, that was delicious. It's amazing how good those beans taste. Just onions, garlic, salt, and butter. That's all I added. So good. I am very full. I just finished dinner and there's a few snowflakes coming down. I think I better get my shelter finished and get in bed. Well, I think I got the shelter up just in time. It's starting to rain. Oh, here we go. These pine trunks are always a little bit pokey, and I'm always afraid they're gonna pop my air mattress. So I laid this grass down to kind of give me some extra insulation and some protection. This is my pillow. It's a waterproof bag. And it's got this fuzzy lining on it. You just take your jacket and shove it in there. Well, it is late and I am tired. I'm gonna go to bed. I will see you guys in the morning. Hey guys, it's about 2:30 in the morning and there is a large pack of coyotes out around my camp. I can hear them laughing and barking off to the left and then over to the right.
All right, I'm gonna try to get some sleep. We'll see if they come into camp and mess with anything. All right, good night. Well, good morning. I didn't sleep very well last night. I kept getting woken up by this massive pack of coyotes. They were running in the woods around the tent. I first heard them over here on the left, and it was so many dogs, it sounded like a dog mushing kennel. They were doing their laughing and their whooping and their barking. Around 2 a.m. they were off here to the left, and then they worked their way through the woods in front of the tent. And then they got all the way out towards the car is. And then sometime around 4 or 5 a.m. they came back this way, and this time I could hear them behind the tent. But I kept the fire going all night, and as far as I know, they never came into camp. They never bothered anything. But keeping the fire going all night burned up my entire pile of wood, so I needed to cut some more wood. Cutting firewood's a great way to get the blood pumping in the morning. Whew. I think it's time to make some breakfast. There we go, fried Spam. A little pat of butter here, we're gonna just melt all over it. Just smearing some melted butter all over my bread. Got a little bit of honey here. Fried bread, honey butter, and Spam. The breakfast of champions right there. Hear that pack of coyotes started howling over there again. That is a fabulous sweet and savory flavor. Got the grease and the honey. Oh, fried Spam is so good. That was so delicious. Well, now they got a little food in me. I think it's time to clean up the campsite and go do a little more hunting. You know, this really was a nice bed. I gotta tell you, the older I get, the more I care about having good back support. You know, one thing I worried about is whether or not a spark could catch this dry grass on fire. You don't want to wake up in the middle of the night engulfed in flames and melting sleeping bags. But I'm a little skeptical about whether that's really an issue, so we're gonna test it out. That's a lot more than a little spark, so if those coals don't light it on fire, I think we're okay. I think you need the combination of sparks and wind for that to light on fire. Certainly isn't going up like a blazing inferno. It's been a fun little campsite, but I think it's time to put the fire out and go hunting. Well, now I'm on a different trail in the same mountain range. It's 10 degrees colder, and we're gonna do a rematch. I gotta be a little more careful this trip. I slipped last time and cracked my elbow on a rock. I think I fractured it because it's been over a month and it still hurts when you touch it. I'm starting this hike off in the warmest part of the day, and it is just right at freezing. Look at that wall of mountains. Yeah, I gotta get over that. That beaver pond is all frozen up. Beavers are going to spend the next 7 months stuck under the ice. The only way they'll breathe is by going into their dens or going to little push-ups that they carve out underneath the ice. It's hard to believe an animal can spend the entire winter doing that without Wi-Fi. I'd be so bored. The wood foundations to a building right there. Now, this is an old stove. You'd build the fire in here and then you would cook in there. There used to be a lot of gold mines in these mountains. Last time I didn't bring my rifle, so I was guaranteed to see ptarmigan, which I did. So now I've brought my rifle, so I'm guaranteed not to see a ptarmigan. There's two types of ptarmigan in Alaska. There's rock ptarmigan and willow ptarmigan. Rock ptarmigan are a little bit smaller and they live high up in the mountains amongst the boulders. They're a game bird, kind of like a grouse or a wild chicken. If I can get one, I'll have fresh ptarmigan steaks for dinner tonight. Fun part's over. Now I gotta grind uphill for 2,500 feet. See these big boulder piles? That's the kind of place you're gonna see a rock ptarmigan. You tend to also see pikas, marmots, and parky squirrels in those boulders as well. Oh, this steel cable is what's left over of a trolley system. The miners would get their ore and supplies up and down the mountain with a trolley car. And they would take it down there into the valley floor where we saw those ruins. This is one of the trolley platforms. The cables go all the way from the bottom. They keep going up this hill. This snow is really old, but there's tons of rabbit tracks in it. Got to keep my eye out for snowshoe hare. I can hear a pika up in the rocks up there chirping at me. Pikas are kind of like gray alpine gerbils, and it's the animal Pikachu is based off of. Oh. This trail is really slick in places. I might have to change into my cleats here. Oh, there's a fat little puffy pika right on the tip of that rock. Oh, see? He was just sitting there on the tip of a rock, sunning himself. And that's exactly what I want to see a ptarmigan doing. Such a huge temperature difference when the sun goes behind that mountain. Oh, that feels better. Without any clouds or humidity in the air, as soon as that sun goes away, it gets so cold. Look at this old marker. Now this right here, this is prime rock ptarmigan territory. And I'm hauling 5 pounds of rifle up and down this mountain. If I don't at least see one, I'm gonna be so disappointed. Here's some little pika tracks. Those are ptarmigan tracks right there. Ptarmigan have really distinct footprints because they have feathers on their toes. All right, now I think I'm about halfway to the top. There's more ptarmigan tracks right there. See that? That's the wing print in the snow. On a day like today, they're going to be on the sunny side of the hills. That's the next set of mountains we got to get over. I just heard a rock ptarmigan make a little croak over that direction. Oh, we're in deep snow now, and I don't have snowshoes. This path is pretty packed and it's good. But if I take one step off, woo, I sink way down. So I've got to stay on the path. Well, I've been walking uphill for about 3 hours. I'm gonna take a little snack break. It's a cranberry Wensleydale cheese. Got this gorgeous Italian salami. That is so good. One wedge of cheese like this can be over 1,000 calories. Every time I get stuck in one of those holes, it just takes so much energy out of me. I can see a ball up there, a white ball, sitting right out in the open. Yeah, it's just a snowball. Those white ptarmigans sitting on top of the snow will just look like a bunch of snowballs.
So, ooh. The snow's getting deeper and the trail's getting sketchy. I gotta pick where I step very carefully. Try to find footprints and step in those. Oh, well, like that. That's straight up to my hip. Look at that hole. That's a deep hole. My fingers are getting frozen. Oh, I made it. I crossed the mountain. That's one side of the mountain, and this is another. That big flat smooth spot right there, that's a glacier. And glaciers can be a bit sketchy. When you get lots of snow on top of a glacier, it hides all the crevasses and you can step through them and have big problems. If I stick to the trail, I should be okay. It is so much colder on this side of the mountain. Oh man, that is a deep one. Ooh, now my knee just did something funny. Oh man, I just did something to my knee. Gotta take an Advil. But every once in a while, I'll do a weird motion and it really hurts. So right now I'm crossing a glacier. It's a sheet of ice that's thousands of years old and hundreds of feet thick. There's about 4 or 5 feet of fresh snow on top of it, and that's what I'm walking on. If you come here in the summertime, the snow will have this white and blue color to it. I can see a group of hikers coming down the glacier. I think we're gonna have some company tonight. Look, there it is. There's the cabin. Oh. It's one of several survival huts here in these mountains. It's one of the nicer ones, actually. Now you can look over there at those other mountains. They're southern facing. You can see how little snow's on there. But we're in the shadow, so there's tons of snow. All right, let me give you a tour. Oh, it's kind of warm in here. These windows have kind of made a little bit of a greenhouse effect in here. Got this just epic view of the mountains and the glacier. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Got a couple bunk beds here. Nothing fancy, but plenty of room to sleep. Got a bunch of games and puzzles in here to entertain people. A lot of extra climbing equipment. Whole bunches of pots and pans. And they got a kerosene heater in here, so that's for the kerosene oil. So you can actually crank this thing up and get heat if you have kerosene. Yeah, there's the stove. I didn't bring any kerosene though. And you got more room up here. A couple extra mats and sleeping bags up there. Well, looks like we're gonna have some company. We got, looks like 3 hikers and some dogs. I'm not sure if they want to be filmed or not, so we'll just kind of play it by ear. Oh.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right.
Are you allergic to dogs?
I'm not allergic. I was filming a video to put it on my YouTube channel, so if that doesn't bother you, I will complain about the dogs.
Sure.
Are you okay with that? Or,
Yeah.
I'll try not to be weird about it.
Okay.
Well, there's supposed to be some good Northern Lights tonight, though.
Yeah.
Hoping to see that.
I hope so too.
A little bit. Ooh. You guys put the snow in there and oh, nice.
And right here, and then we'll just haul it in when needed.
Nice. Well, there's a lot of
of survival huts throughout the mountains here, and most of them are maintained by private groups and clubs. This one's owned and maintained by the American Alpine Club. I think these survival huts are just an absolute amazing resource. There's several of them throughout the mountains here. They're free to use. You don't need any reservations. The clubs just ask for donations or that you sign up to be a member, and it's usually only like 30 bucks a year or something like that. There's no reservations. They're kind of a first come, first serve, and everyone just kind of crowds in and makes it work.
Yeah. Plus, we saw a ton up there on the balcony.
We got couscous with craisins, a little bit of salt and oil, and scooping it up with a bit of pilot bread.
They're not that warm.
It's a pretty good view right there, eh?
Yeah.
What?
So you're both 30, so I think people were like,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, the sun's going down. It's gonna get cold.
See those marriage tips?
Gonna light up the kerosene stove here, get this place warmed up.
Make sure this is up. You let that get out a little bit more.
Kerosene doesn't blow up like gas. Yeah, you can actually put a match out in kerosene if you just go like that.
Oh, really?
Like we can check.
Yeah, that is nice.
In the morning, just
Oh yeah. Oh, look at the sunset over there. That's pretty. Hey boys. Look at this. What do you guys got? You got,
smoked salmon, pesto pasta.
is that sockeye?
Yeah.
Oh, that is good looking sockeye there. I'm taking my little couscous and just go home. Yeah. That pesto smells really good. That does smells really good. You get a small one here. I don't want to be greedy. Oh, look at that. No, it's not overdone. That's nice. It's nice and good salmon flavor. That's a subtle smoke.
Yeah, very subtle.
That should be okay, right?
Yeah.
I just haven't had my.
I know.
There you go. Hey, that is a fluffy dog.
That's Huckleberry.
Hey, Huckleberry.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. That's cozy. Oh, are you offering these?
Oh, but we have to cook them first.
They brought cookie dough and they're gonna cook it on a skillet. I want to see this. This is gonna be good.
Oh my god.
Having raised 3 kids, this looks a little bit like something I had to deal with for a while, but that is a nice bake right there.
Yeah. The other side.
Look at those beauties. Much. Oh, look at that
A
sauce.
road trip. Dark. Wow.
Pumpkin chocolate chip. That's good. Those are good chocolate chips. I got heat. Got company. This is not what I'm used to. This is pretty bougie camping here.
I'm coming.
Okay, coming? All right.
Oh, I won't.
All right, we're supposed to have really good northern lights tonight, so I'm going to set up a whole bunch of time-lapse cameras.
Where's over on the left?
All right, go in and play some cards.
Yeah, you saw it.
Oh, puffy shoe bunnies, twinsies. Camping slippers are the one luxury item I'm never going back on.
Yeah.
Oh, they're brilliant. Got the chocolate-covered hazelnuts here. Well,
When you count your cards at the end.
so all face cards are worth 10.
So
14.
14.
Yes.
All right, got my hot water bottle. Check for leaks. Go throw up my sleeping bag. I demand a certain standard of warmth when I get into that bed. All right.
Goat hunt. We went out.
Every time I've ever repaired one, all my inflatable pillows have holes in them right now, so I grabbed this thing. It's a waterproof pouch. You turn it inside out, and it's got like a chenille or something on one side. So they're like stuff. Well, there we go. They got my puppy jacket in there and a nice little pillow. Yeah, dog's got a nice little setup there.
Here, Cody.
Hey, boys. All right, guys, I think it's time to hop in my sleeping bag. I will see you guys in the morning.
Well, good morning, guys. It's about 8:30 in the morning, and just starting to see a little bit of color over the mountains. Why am I getting
Flavored sugar.
I'll tell you what, this cabin did really well staying warm. Just with us inside it, it stayed around 45 to 50 degrees, and we didn't have the heater on at all. So this is pretty cozy in here. See what you got going on here? Tea,
Steeped coffee, actually.
steeped coffee and donuts. Classic, right? You got some quick oats, some cinnamon, raisins.
All hikers and
There are definitely those, and then you can go and yeah. So I forgot to bring a plate or a fork or that. So we're gonna eat this like a giant cracker. No, that'll work.
I think it's just amazing that this area is just open to the public, to anyone to use, to come and enjoy. And if you want to do your part and support the American Alpine Club who maintains this, I'm going to put a link in the video description below to their website. You can see here, they've got a million signs saying don't put toilet paper in the outhouse. Instead, you burn your toilet paper right in there, a little lighter. There's just a giant bin down here in the bottom that collects all the waste. And once a year, the American Alpine Club has to hire a helicopter to come and pick up that barrel of poo and take it away. So because of that, people say don't pee in the outhouse and don't put toilet paper down there. You gotta save all that room for solids. I can hear some rock ptarmigan chirping just over there in that valley. That's a bit of a hike though.
Okay, yeah, let's do this. Do not. Yeah. I did contribute.
Some pink stuff out here.
I wish I had a pack dog.
I know.
Dang. All right, guys, we're getting ready to pack it up and head back. And my knee is feeling pretty good. I'm hopped up on Advil. I'm optimistic. I think it'll work out. Whew. Hopefully, we should have better luck walking on the snow coming down. It's colder, so the snow is sturdier. Just need to take it easy. I don't need to punch through and twist my knee. Well, that group I shared, that all the way up to my back. Oh, that's a deep one. Ooh, I got snow up the back of my shirt on that one. Oh, that group I shared the hut with were just really nice people. I really lucked out there. One of them was a rescue swimmer for the Coast Guard. Had some really interesting stories. It's kind of slick here. I'm gonna pull out my cleats. It seems a lot slicker today, and it's a little rougher going downhill when it's icy. Pancake break. There's some crowberries. That was good crowberry. These poles are great on these steep hills. Take the stress off my knees and help me keep my balance. The smell I associate with the fall. Wherever there's salmon, there's usually bears. There's lots of salmon on the beach. Well, I didn't bring a tent with me, so I'm looking for places to build a shelter tonight. Oh, look at that. It's a small black bear print. That's his front pad right there. There's his toes and his claws. See this? That's a bald eagle print right there. You can see his talons. You see he walked all over here. It's a wolf print. He went down here, then came back. The print of a little fox right there. A couple coyote prints. Right there. That right there and there. All the animals are walking the beach looking for salmon. Nothing but stinking fish now though. Oh. I see a few spots that could work as shelters in a pinch, but I'm gonna keep looking. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad spot to get out of the rain. I'm kind of liking this spot. There's lots of wood around for fire and building materials. Man, I've been using this saw for 3 years now, 2 years now. I think it's done good. Tell you what, this is a beautiful spot on a beautiful day, and it's tempting to try to just sleep out under the stars, but it's gonna get cold, bitterly cold tonight. The low is supposed to be around 20 degrees Fahrenheit, but there's a stiff cold wind coming off of that lake. Luckily, that hill shelters us a little bit. If you go just 100 feet that way, the wind is just in your teeth. So the most important thing my shelter can do is block that wind. I got a nice little shelter here. Got this natural awning that'll keep the frost and rain off me. Got this windbreak up. I think it's time to build a fire and make some lunch. Bought this on our last trip to Japan. It's my first time trying it out. That works pretty good for taking limbs off trees. We're gonna make fire with a piece of flint rock and steel. Gonna catch a spark with the charred linen cloth. Got a piece of shredded up jute here. There we go. It's getting really toasty in here with that fire. This enclosed space captures the heat really well. We got some boiling bag rice we're gonna put in there. While my lunch is cooking, I'm gonna go ahead and set up some fishing gear.
We're gonna try to catch some lake trout. Got glava salmon eggs. We'll see what happens. Got a nice chunk of pork side right here. Well, I just saw some bites on my fishing rod. My bait got stolen, so there's something out there. It's only 2:30 and the sun's already gone behind the mountain, and it gets so cold once that sun goes away. I can see I'm getting hits, little tiny hits. There's definitely some fish out there messing with my bait. Question is whether they're big enough to swallow the hook. Ooh, there might be something on there. Most of my bait's gone. Got a bag of empanadas here. I got a little jar of Cholula's green pepper hot sauce here. There we go, pretty simple meal. Fried pork side, hot tortillas, salted rice, and a little bit of green pepper hot sauce. Oh, I love these little empanadas. It's a savory South American pastry. It's like if a burrito and a Hot Pocket had a baby. A little midday dessert here. There must be a whole school of little tiny fish out there, because I keep getting bit up and all my bait's stolen, but nothing's hooking up. Got some black beans here. We're gonna make some good beans here. All right, the beans are cooked. Now I'm adding some pork, onions, and jalapenos, and yellow lentils and rice. Cook some. Oh, freak. Oh man, I just dumped about half my beans in the fire. My little pot hanger broke and dumped half my food in the fire. Well, I guess that's why you bring extra, right? Look at that. Got my tortillas warming up in the gravel. Got crispy pork side, beans and rice, empanadas, and tortillas. That is a meal fit for a king right there. That is so delicious. Oh, that was good. I am so full.
All right, there we go. Well, it's late and it's getting really cold. I think it's time to hop in my bag, and I'll see you guys in the morning. Oh my goodness, it is cold. I think I need to get some water boiling and make something warm to drink. The fire went out around 2 a.m. So I woke up and put some more wood on it. And when I looked up, there was the best Northern Lights display I have seen in a long time. They stretched from horizon to horizon. I got out of my bag and set up my GoPro and I tried to record it, but it is really hard to record the Northern Lights unless there's a moon out as well. But I used my cell phone to take some pictures and those turned out really well. But I sat in bed and watched the Northern Lights for like an hour before I fell back asleep. It was pretty cool. The Northern Lights kind of goes through these cycles, and this year is supposed to be a really good year to see the Northern Lights. I think I only saw them 3 or 4 times last year, but so far this year, this is my 3rd time seeing them. Oh, my pants have frost on them. I'm gonna warm these up. This herbal tea comes in a jelly, and it's passion fruit puree. It's got bits of seeds and everything in it. This stuff's so wonderful. I made this mug from a cow horn. I also made this griddle. Quite a few of my bushcrafting tools I make myself. I did a video on how to make all this stuff about a year ago. I'll put a link in the video description below. Got some pork jowl bacon left over from my last trip. Gonna let that cook right there. There we go. A buttery hot tortilla covered in cinnamon and sugar. If you like cinnamon toast, you're gonna like this. Whew. Buttery cinnamon and sugar tortillas, not bad. I think I need to get my pants on and start cleaning up. This was a really nice shelter. I enjoyed it. But there was one thing about the shelter I didn't get to show you. If you're ever camping on sand or clean gravel like this, you can make a shelter that is so warm you can sleep even in the deep winter without a sleeping bag or tent. Let me show you what I mean. First thing you do is dig a shallow trench you can lay down in. Then collect tons of firewood. Doesn't need to be big chunky stuff. Stuff like this is perfect. Got a nice bed of coals there. Now I'm gonna bury it. You wanna make sure you use dry sand or dry gravel. If it's wet, it'll just turn it into a steam bath and put the coals out. You wanna make really sure you don't have any live coals that aren't covered in gravel. Otherwise, you'll find out really quick when you lay down. If you do it at night, it's a lot easier to tell because they'll glow orange in the dark. Got steam from the wet gravel coming on up. Oh, that's nice. Oh, this is nice and toasty. If there's no snow on the ground and your gravel's really dry, you can do this in about an hour. If everything's covered in snow, it can take you 8 to 10 hours. You have to clear out all the snow, melt all the snow, dry up all the water, then you can do this. The key is the sand or gravel has to be really dry. If it's wet at all, it'll just put your coals right out. If you got a fire on one side and hot gravel on your bottom, it'll keep you really warm. In the past, when I've done this in the wintertime, the gravel stayed warm all night long. But if you want, you can go ahead and build a nice long fire next to you. And if you wake up in the night cold, Then you can just go and move that fire over, throw some gravel on it, and sleep over there. And you can kind of switch back and forth. Well, this has been a fun camping spot, but I think it's time to take it down and clean up. It rains over 270 days out of the year here, and we're about 45 miles northeast of Ketchikan, Alaska. All right, we better get trucking. Got a long way to go. Look at this place, it's a cold jungle. Everything is covered in moss. Look at the size of this log. This is crazy. Look at this! That's pretty cool. Well, this is the lake I was trying to find. Unfortunately, I'm on the wrong end of the lake, and it's a big lake. Sure is pretty. Hold on. There's a little something over there. Check it out, it's an old trolley. All the wood's rotted away, but you can still see the metal frame. Ooh, that is slick. You can see the trolley pretty good here. I think normally the water level's a little bit lower and you can walk out to that thing. But hey, I got a great view of the lake. Look at this. Looks a little beat up. National Forest Service left these canoes here for anybody to use. As long as you take care of them, put them back where you found them, everyone can enjoy them. It's a real great thing. Ooh. You know what? Rain or no rain, this is still pretty cool. Look at this. There's a couple ducks right over there. I think I might go get them. Oh, there they go. Well, they didn't let me get close to them, but they're here, and that's a good sign. If I get up early tomorrow morning, I think I might have a good chance at them. Oh. There we go, we got ourselves a nice little shelter. Gonna need it because I've already wet my pants. Well, this is a pretty slick little shelter. It was built in 1937, so it's almost 90 years old. Just made with logs and cedar shingles. Got a nice little shelf up here you can sleep on or use for storage. Look at the big old solid benches here. Got even a little bit of wood here I might be able to chop up. Well, this is a pretty cool spot, but I gotta get my tent set up. I am really wet and cold. Well, check this out. It's a volcanic hot spring. Look at all the steam coming off this water. Oh, that's warm. see if we can jam this hole up. There we go. It's filling up with hot water pretty quick. Scalding hot right there. This right here must be the source. Woo! Yeah, that's boiling. This over here is just warm. You can see all the steam coming off the hillside. There's probably other hot springs popping out higher up there. Now there's a hose over there bringing hot water down the hill. We gotta figure out why it's not working. There we go. Woo, that's hot. All right, so we got cold water there, boiling hot water there, and warm water flowing in here. And you can kind of use the 3 to adjust your temperature. Oh man, I want to jump in this right now, but it's getting dark and I'm getting hungry. And I need to give this some time to clean out the pool and get it nice and warm. Woo. That is so awesome. I think the only thing that could be more exciting than that is a hot meal. Oh, I am so hungry. These bratwursts are pre-cooked, so you just want to warm them up really. Put a little bit of water in the bottom of the frying pan, bring it to a boil. By the time the water evaporates, the bratwurst is piping hot through and through. Oh, that's delicious. It's not fancy, but it's warm and it's quick. 2 things I really appreciate right now. There you go. I'll tell you what, guys, I am exhausted. I had to get up at 5:30 in the morning to catch my flight, spent all day on a plane, and then I had to hurry as fast as I could to get here before sunset. Didn't even have time to eat lunch. Got my hot water bottle here, check for leaks. All right, looks good. Let's put that in there. Well, I got some bread flour with me, and tomorrow morning I'm gonna eat hot, fresh bread. So I'm gonna go ahead and mix up a little water with it, give it a little mix, let it sit overnight, and it'll be fermented and all ready to go tomorrow morning. Making fresh bread is one of my favorite things to eat on a camp out, and I get people asking me all the time how you do it. I did an entire video on how to make campfire bread. It's really easy. Just gonna hang it up on this clothesline so mice can't get at it. Well, I think I am ready to get out of these wet clothes. All right. Oh. Well, the sun set about an hour ago and it's only 7:15. It is getting dark so early nowadays. I'm just gonna kind of hop into bed and eat some snacks and listen to an audiobook. I've got a pumpkin pie infused Gouda cheese, which is gonna be kind of wild. Got some chocolate covered hazelnuts, a wicked salami, big cake, and some pilot bread. So yes, I'm having an awesome time. Sun's just barely up and it's not raining, so I think I should go do some duck hunting. Oh, yeah, these didn't dry out at all last night. This is not gonna be fun. That flock of ducks is right back where they were yesterday. I'm gonna try to stalk them. Oh, there was about 15 ducks in that flock and they flew off before I even got half as close as I needed to be. But I'm sure they're not the only duck on this lake. Mallard ducks actually have a language of sorts. There's a "Hey baby, I'm here" call. There's that "Num num, this is tasty" call. There's the basic quack.
Well, that duck came right into the call, and I was able to close the distance with him pretty good. When I got closer, I could tell he wasn't a mallard. He's some sort of diving duck, and those usually don't taste as good as mallards, so I'm just gonna kind of let that one go. I'm just working my way up and down this river and around the lake, just looking for sloughs and marshy spots. Oh, my legs. Oh. Well, I spent about 3 hours paddling around looking for ducks. Didn't shoot any, and oh, I am tired and hungry. Think I am ready for breakfast. Well, a little something to keep me warm while I cook. Pour some honey butter on that. Some fresh pan-fried bread with honey butter and pork jowl bacon. Few things in the world taste better than fresh homemade bread smothered in melted butter and honey. Well, I'll tell you what, the rain has eased up a little bit. I want to take advantage of that. I want to go get some firewood and bring it into the shelter so it can dry off a little bit. And maybe, just maybe, I can build a fire tonight. If nothing else, cutting firewood will keep me warm. Look at that, there's water all the way through that log. Oh. There we go, got a nice pile of wet wood. It's mostly dry on the inside, but it's so wet on the outside, it's gonna take a lot of heat to get it dry so it can ignite. Well, in order to get the fire started, I'm gonna need dry kindling and lots of it. And the problem is where do you find it? All the branches and moss and grass here are just soaking wet. I got these 2 dry pieces of wood I found in the shelter. So I need to chop them down and make them into kindling and keep that kindling bone dry. Each dry piece of wood, I'm gonna lay over here where it's nice and dry. Another great fire starter is charcoal, but this stuff's soaking wet, so we're gonna dry it out. There you go, that works real good. Also use your stove to dry out other pieces of wood. Oh, I'm out of water. Luckily around here there is no short supply of water. If the water you're filtering out has a lot of sediment, it'll gum up your filter really quick. So I use the carrying case for my water filter to kind of do an initial screening. The carrying case will filter out all the sand and sticks and other things. I just hang up the dirty water and gravity pulls it through a filter, down the hose, and fills up my water bottle. All right, let's go and pinch it off.
Rumor has it there's brook trout in this lake, and I haven't caught a brook trout in a long time. I got my rod rigged up with a little fly. It's got a black leech with a gold bead on it. I don't know a ton about this lake, but most lakes like this in Alaska have leeches in it, and trout love to eat leeches. I think I want to bring a hot water bottle with me fishing, but I don't want to sit and wait for a pot to boil on my stove. Woohoo! Yeah, that's toasty. Oh, that feels nice. Well, the fishing isn't going great. The rain's picking up and I am soaked to the bone. I think I might head back. I am soaking wet and very cold. My hot water bottle has lost its oomph. I think I need to do something to warm myself up. And I got an idea. Oh, all right, let's get warm. I'm starting to regret my idea. Oh. Okay, half of me is being boiled alive, half of me is freezing to death, and there's just a little bit of sweet spot. Ah, okay. Oh, I think I've got the temperature dialed in pretty good. That hot water pipe is just a touch too hot, so I got a little bit of that warm waterfall coming in, mixing with it. Just perfect. Between the hiking and the canoeing, I'm a little bit sore. This is nice. Oh. Well, I missed lunch and I'm a bit hungry, so I think I'm gonna have a hot spring snack. So good. Oh, this is nice, but I'm starting to get overheated. Whew. Oh, a little lightheaded getting out of that hot water. I don't have any towels, so I'm just gonna have to put on my clothes wet and dry out slowly. Honestly, I don't feel any wetter than I did before I got into the hot springs, but man, I'm a whole lot warmer. I'm starting to get hungry, so I am going to make a tinfoil dinner. Little salt, pepper, a little pork jowl bacon on there, green onion, and a whole bunch of cilantro. If you're doing this at home, use Italian sausage or kielbasa instead of bratwurst, and it's even better. But hey, you know, use what you got. Alrighty. Oh, I think the rain eased up. If I'm gonna make a fire, I better do it now. There we go. Even with the dry kindling, that fire isn't taking aggressively. There's so much humidity in the air. I put these wet pieces of wood up here so they can dry, but they'll also act as a roof if it starts to rain, which will protect the fire. I can hear it sizzling in there. Oh, nice. nice. Working the fire is drying my pants out. Look at that. There we go. I forgot to bring a fork, so I made some chopsticks. That is smelling like it's ready. There. That smells good. Oh, that sweet potato is so good. Oh, that was good. The meat and the sweet potato, a little bit of salt. Man, that's good stuff. I think it's time to roast a marshmallow. Oh, that was good. Got some lemon pound cake here. Cup of hot chocolate with some cake for dessert. Not too shabby at all. I gotta tell you what, I'm feeling very fortunate right now. Got a nice warm fire. The rain has been really light. I got a full belly. I think there's a really good chance I'm gonna go to bed dry and warm. Really, the only thing I can complain about right now is that I've got 2 visitors. No, get out of my tent. Oh, no, get out of there, get out of there. Okay, come on. Yeah. Okay, come on. This way, buddy. Come on. There we go. There's mice all over. Oh, mice can cause a lot of damage. Anything fuzzy, they want to steal it and take it to their nest. So they'll chew holes in your sleeping bag, they'll pull your hair out, they'll chew up your jackets, and of course they can get into your food and ruin your food. Dude. Well, that's a different one. He's a little fatter than the other one. I'm just gonna try to clean up really well and get all my stuff off the ground so they don't chew it up. Sure, a mouse can still get to it if they want to, but at least I'm not making it easy. Hopefully that'll keep my stuff away from the mice. Oh, these socks are so wet. It feels so good to be warm and dry. But it's late, I've got to turn off the camera, and I'll see you in the morning.
Oh, good morning. I had this nightmare that I was rabbit hunting, and I shot a rabbit, and when I got close and picked it up, it was someone's Pomeranian. Tell this old lady that I shot her dog and thought it was a rabbit. Oh, everything is so damp. You hang up your clothes and they do not dry at all. I've got an entire change of dry clean clothes, but I'm saving it for the airplane ride home. Don't want to get the airplane all gross. Oh, it's raining good outside. It's gonna be wet today. Oh, this plate is disgustingly dirty. Well, they're not exactly dry, but they're worlds better than yesterday. I'll tell you what, this has been a pretty cool little adventure, but I am ready to get out of the rain. I think it's time to head back to the beach. I got a plane to catch. Oh, I'm gonna get soaked. Oh. Oh, there's a seal right there. Well, I got a bit of bad news.
I just got a message from the pilot that they're weathered in at Ketchikan and they can't come get me. I don't know how bad the weather is. I don't know how long it's gonna last. All I know is the pilot said he'd give me an update in 2 hours. That's how it is here in Alaska. You have to bow to the weather. The weather doesn't bow to you. I need to get out of this rain. I'm getting soaked. Oh, it's good to get out of the rain. I'm wet from the waist down and a little bit cold, but at least I'm not in the rain anymore. I get cold just sitting here, but if I go out and walk around, I get more wet. So I've got to do little exercises under the tarp to try to stay warm. I don't have any more cooking fuel and I don't have a ton of food left, so just having a really simple lunch. Well, the rain eased up and I got a message from the pilot. They're still socked in Ketchikan, so I'm not getting rescued anytime soon. Maybe in a couple hours something will change, or maybe I'll be stuck here for a day or two. I'm using the break in the weather to walk around. I'm freezing. I'm just gonna walk up and down this beach till I'm warm. Barely got half a dozen laps done and it's starting to rain a little bit. Well, it's been 5 hours and I just got a message from the pilot that they're gonna try to leave. We'll see if they can make it. I can hear a plane. There's the plane. Check these out. This is mountain ash. So this is mountain ash or roan. Never eaten these before. Some people say that they're good. Some people say they're poisonous. Best information I can find is that the flesh is edible, but the seeds will give you some discomfort. Mountain ash is really common in this part of Alaska, and it's a berry you can find pretty late in the season. This right here is a willow. In the wintertime, willow is the primary food source for moose, ptarmigan, and hares. It also has some medicinal properties. The greenish yellow inner bark of a willow has aspirin in it. It tastes just like biting into an aspirin pill. But it's obviously not as potent as an aspirin pill, so you'd have to chew a lot of it to get the same dose. But it's a pretty wretched way to get pain relief. Uh-oh, look at this. That, my friends, is snow. Oh boy, winter is coming. All right, 2 miles down. I'm just barely starting to get that aspirin taste out of my mouth. Mile number 3. My pants are getting wet. I can start to feel it soak through right there. I'm breaking the main rule of big boy survival. Don't wet your pants. Look at that water. That is so clear. Gorgeous. There's mile number 4. Check out this beaver pond. This is the beaver den. It's hollow inside. And there's usually like a little hole down in there where the beaver comes up underwater and then he can hang out inside. This right here is the beaver's food pile. These are all willows that he's gnawed off and stored in front of his house for wintertime. When ice covers the pond, he'll go down underneath the ice and grab food from underneath the ice and bring it into his den. See this little slide right here where he scoots back and forth? So you can see this entire wall of mud. That was all made by a beaver. That's the beaver. Sorry about that, gotta watch my language. I wanna keep this family friendly. Seeing more and more snow. Slowly gaining elevation. Mile number 5. Look at this. So a watermelon berry. It's rare to find watermelon berries in the fall. They're usually gone by the end of the summer. Man, it's 33 degrees and raining out here. I don't understand why I'm not seeing anybody else on this trail. Oh, jeez. Just hit the 6 mile mark. I got some blueberries. There's a bunch of crowberries. Some of them are kind of red. It's been such a cold, wet year, the berries aren't ripening properly. They're not ripe yet. It's too bad because there's a ton of them. Oh, my fingers are getting numb. I brought a pair of gloves with me, but I don't want them getting soaked on my first day. All right, just did 7 miles. Now for the hard part. I gotta climb that thing. Whew. Well, it's starting to properly snow on me. My hands are so cold right now. Need a little snack break. All right, we just completed 8 miles. This is where I gotta be really careful. My muscles are tired, I'm fatigued, and everything is slippery. Just gotta take it nice and slow. Unfortunately, the path is getting covered up with snow, and that's not making my life easier. The snow's completely covered up the path, but that's okay, I know where I'm going. Just need to follow this little stream. The headwaters of this stream are in a saddle that'll get me over this mountain. Oh, my battery just died. My hands are so cold I had to use my teeth to get it out. This is getting a bit much. I need to find some shelter. My hands get too cold. I can't light my stove or set up my tent. You know, do all those real important things. Oh, there's a ptarmigan right there. That's a rock ptarmigan as opposed to a willow ptarmigan. The rock ptarmigan live up here in the rocky parts of the mountains. They're a little smaller and they make a different sound. Look, there's a ptarmigan right there. I knew I should have brought the 22. Having to pick my way through these boulders is taking so much time. I gotta be careful I don't fall down. Oh, I am exhausted. My limbs are numb. It's slick. It's getting dark. It's really easy for me to take a bad fall here. I've got to be careful. Oh, I finally get to go downhill a little bit. Oh, look at that. There's a cabin. Oh, how do I get down there? I've never been so glad to see shelter. It's just in the nick of time. Sun is gonna set here in less than an hour. Slow is fast, fast is slow. Oh. 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 That one hurt a little bit. Oh, it's got an outhouse. Oh my goodness. How do you get inside? Oh, I'm so cold. Oh, I am so cold. So cold I had to use my teeth to undo the buckles on my backpack. I need to get dry immediately. This is a mountaineering cabin. It's a shelter from the storms for people exploring the mountains here in Alaska. It was built by volunteers from the Mountaineering Club of Alaska. Just a whole bunch of odds and ends, equipment, whole bunches of tools in there. In here, got a little table and chairs, mountaineering books and a map, poker chips and decks of cards, Trivia Pursuit, little kitchen area, some pots and pans. Oh, there's just a little bit of fuel in there.
Well, that's a full can. Don't pee in the outhouse. Got it. There's a little ladder here in the loft. Oh, look, there's a little library there. Little loft to sleep in. Nice. Got some old mats and stuff. I am so cold. I think I'm gonna bust out my sleeping bag and get it set up in the loft. Hop inside for a little bit. Well, I'm glad I kept my gloves dry, but I think it's time to use them. I can't even get my fingers in those. Oh. Oh. I've got these adhesive body warmers. Gonna use these. Oh. Oh. Man, I didn't think I was that cold. But now to get in here, I'm just freezing. When I was packing for this trip, I had a nice little bag of hot chocolate and herbal teas. I was gonna bring that along, and I think I forgot it because it's not in my bag. So I just got a little hot water and honey in a cup, and I'm gonna drink that because I am so cold. Yep, that's good enough. I found my bag of hot chocolate. Yay! Oh. Oh, my bag is soaked. Let's see how bad it is. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, my bag is pretty wet. I hate the rain. Do 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 do. I hate it. Do 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 do. Hot water bottles in here. Okay. Alright, got some stretchy pants on. Got these down booties. They're wonderful. I feel like I'm starting to not die. I'm wearing every bit of dry clothing that I have, and I've got 2 water bottles in here, and I'm snuggled up in my sleeping bag. I'm super hungry and I want to cook some dinner, but I'm just going to sit in this bag until I feel warm. Once my body feels nice and warm, then I'll go make dinner. Gonna eat a little snack while I sit here and warm up. I got some smoked alligator gar from our trip to Louisiana. Got some dates. Well, it took a while, but I'm feeling warm again. My base layers and underwear are still pretty wet, but it's warm. That's a lot better. But I think I need to make some dinner. It is getting really late. Oh, it is cold in here. Oh. All right, we're gonna make some quesadillas. Oh, it goes so much better when your fingers work. Pork chili verde, we're gonna stuff inside. Okay, smell you. I forgot to bring a plate, but I found this one. Oh, dang it. Just dropped my knife and busted the tip off it. Wow, I really like this knife. because it's stuck together. Ooh. That's good. Got a little can of salsa here. That's good. Roast a little marshmallow here. Got a little chocolate sauce. Oh, that hits the spot. It's gonna get well below freezing tonight. Hiked about 9.5 miles today and climbed 3,600 feet in elevation. So we are way up in the mountains. Oh, my pole propping the door closed so the wind doesn't open it. But look at that. There is a proper pile of snow out there. We got close to a foot on the ground. And we could get a lot more snow tonight. We're gonna reheat this bottle too. I'm going to bed with piping hot bottles. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind a little bit of hot chocolate too, with marshmallow. Oh. Actually seems to be drying me out pretty good. I feel a load drier just since I put this hot water bottle under my clothes. Mint hot chocolate, that is good stuff. Oh, that was good. Well, I got my clothes hung up and I'm hoping they'll dry a little bit before tomorrow morning. Though I'm not holding out a lot of hope. I think I'm gonna go hop into bed. No sense in running around here in my stretchy pants. Oh, I can't tell you how much I've warmed up just by being drier. Oh, and having a little food in me doesn't hurt either. All right, it's late and I'm exhausted. I'm going to see you guys in the morning. Oh, good morning. I didn't sleep particularly well last night, but I was warm. I ended up having to take my jacket off. It got too hot. Something I didn't think it was possible when I went to bed. All right. You know, I wouldn't call that dry, but it's not dripping wet. Oh, they're so cold. Oh, I'm terrified about putting those back on. I think there's a shutter on that window. If I go outside, I can open it up. Look at this valley. Oh, that's where we came down last night. We've got this board all covered in nails. That's to keep bears out. Bears get real curious. Man, I really need to use the bathroom. I think I better go check out the outhouse.
Many of these cabins are maintained by the Mountaineering Club of Alaska. They don't require any reservations or fees. They just ask that you be a dues-paying member. Or if you get stuck in the weather and it's an emergency, you're more than welcome to use them too. But they're first come, first serve, and they can be quite popular in the summertime when the weather's good. If you guys want to learn more about these cabins or donate to the Mountaineering Club of Alaska, I'll put a link in the video description below. Let's see if we got a little more sunlight in here. Ah, it's a little nicer. We can admire that view a little bit now. All right, I got some steel cut oats here. I'm gonna make some good oatmeal. Oh. Alrighty.
Good hearty oatmeal with butter and brown sugar. It's hard to beat. Oh, it feels good to have hot food in me. Filled up another hot water bottle. This one is gonna go to try to dry out my pants. Well, darn it. I think that's actually working. Oh. You know, it's nice to just sit here and not be wet and cold. Oh, I'm really trying to think hard about what to do next. Originally, I was planning on spending 3 days hiking through the mountains, and I was going to go to the crash site of a B-29 bomber. Last summer, I did a 2-day hike to that crash site, and it was really cool, and I've wanted to go back ever since. But to get there, you've got to go over 2 glaciers and around this mountain. And there's a big problem. Let me show you. If I want to go to the bomber crash site, I've got to climb 2,500 vertical feet up over that saddle. And there's a foot of ice and snow on those rocks. And it's been snowing on and off all morning, so there's a really good chance I could get caught in another snowstorm. The weather's definitely been a lot worse than I anticipated on this trip. Man, I was so cold yesterday, I really feel like I pressed my luck a little bit more than I like to do. And I'm thinking I just need to head back home. And I'm about 80% the way through my fuel. I have just barely enough fuel to cook dinner tonight. That means no hot water bottles, no hot drinks, you know, and that's gonna be really rough if I'm wet again. So I'm thinking the smart move is to hike the 9.5 miles back through the snow. And if you guys wanna see the crash site and those other survival huts, I'll put a link to my video from last summer in the video description below. But I think I need to start packing up and getting my gear ready. You know, hot sports drink ain't bad. Ooh. Pants are soaking wet pretty much everywhere except for where the bottles were. It's been a fun but challenging trip so far, but I think it's time to call it. We gotta lock this place up. Gotta make sure we put my snow gaiters on. These Burton snow pants have built-in snow gaiters. I'd have 2 pounds of snow in each shoe if it wasn't for those snow gaiters. You know, this place is beautiful when it's not trying to kill you. There's some ptarmigan tracks right there. Must be pretty fresh because it was snowing this morning. Look at this. It's a snow spider. Now I know spiders can crawl into my mouth while I'm sleeping in a snow cave. There's something to be afraid of in the wintertime. I found my trail. This is the stream I was following yesterday. Oh, but look at that. The sun's come out and it is gorgeous. Look at this. Just makes you feel tiny, doesn't it? That sun coming off the snow is bright. Now that I pulled my sunglasses out, I've jinxed it. It's gonna snow on me any minute now. Oh, I lost my sunshine and it's starting to rain properly. I'm glad I got off that mountain. I bet it's snowing like the devil up there. So that right there is an Arctic grayling, little skinny one. A little bit runty to eat. I think we'll put him back. There you go. It's a pretty fish.
Alright, send him back. Oh, there we go. There we go. I haven't seen any real big ones yet, but there's a bunch of them in here. Oh, there we go. There's another one. As soon as the sun comes out, you can just see caddises flying all over the place. Oh, there we go. That's a nicer one. Oh, there we go. He's off. That was a proper grayling right there. Nice little Arctic grayling. This is probably the biggest one I've landed so far. I think I'll take this one for my dinner. Probably landed half a dozen grayling and lost a half a dozen more in about 30 minutes. There's just tons in this pool and the water's so clear. I bet if I put the GoPro underwater, we can see them. I think we need to pull over and make camp. How's this for a camping spot? It's not too shabby. It's already pretty cold, so I think I'm gonna get a fire going and get some dinner made. Gotta let that fire mature a little bit before I can start cooking. I'll look around and see if we got any berry bushes. Oh, here we go. It's a crowberry. Oh, oh, I love crowberries. Oh, ho, ho. Look at that mushroom. I'm pretty sure that's an edible mushroom. I'm like 60% sure. I am not at 100% sure. Some blueberries. Not a bad little spot. About 10 minutes of picking, and you can see I got a fair amount of berries there. Got some boiling bag rice. I got a thing of Indian coconut curry. We're gonna sit by the fire, let that warm up. It's only about 40 degrees right now. And you can see right up there, there's snow on those mountains. Fall is here. I can hear a pack of wolves starting to howl way out in the distance. That's way cool. There we go, chickpea coconut curry and a fried grayling. Oh, it's all warm. It smells so good. Pretty cold out here, so I'd like to make some tea. So I'm just gonna go ahead and boil up a bunch of blueberries. You waste so much meat trying to fillet a fish. These little guys, you just cook them whole, pull the backbone out, and all the ribs and Y bones come with it. Don't lose any meat. Whoa. I have so many berries in my herbal tea, it's kind of like a watery hot jam. It's good.
Well, it's getting dark and it's very cold outside. It might get down to freezing tonight, so I gotta get my shelter ready and get my bed made. All right. Oh, that bag is cold. Well, I drove about 7 hours today and we're just about to our destination, but I've got to get up early in the morning and I am exhausted. So I'm going to turn off the camera and I'll see you guys in the morning. Oh. There's a lot of things I want to do today, so I'm going to have a quickie breakfast. Gotta fill up my water bottle while I got a chance. All right, well, I'm gonna go for a little bit of a hike. Check this out. These are rose hips. They're really common up here in Alaska, and they're really good. These ones are perfectly ripe. Ooh, look, there's a bunch of them right here. Rose hips have kind of a mushy texture and they're not that sweet, but there's a lot of meat on them, a lot of vitamins in them. If you mix them with something else sweet, like a blueberry, they're really good. Another nice thing about rose hips is the berries don't fall off in the fall. Even if there's snow on the ground, you can find rose hip bushes with rose hips still on them. Well, I brought my .22 rifle with me. I'm really hoping to get a chance to shoot a ptarmigan. Ptarmigan are kind of like a wild chicken. They're absolutely delicious and they change colors. They're brown in the summer and white in the winter. So they're really well camouflaged, but they're kind of noisy. So I'm keeping an ear out for ptarmigan calls. There's also a ton of wild berries and edible plants out here in the tundra. I'm gonna point some of them out to you. So like this right here, this is Labrador tea and you can use it to make an herbal tea. This right here is fireweed and it's already gone to seed. In the late summer, they get these beautiful pink and purple flowers that are edible. And in the springtime, you can eat the fireweed shoots. I believe these are lingonberries, though they could also be wild low bush cranberries. They pretty much taste the same and look the same. See the crowberry bushes down here? Crowberries are really underrated. They play second fiddle to blueberries, and you almost always find them where blueberries are, so people overlook them. They can also be really hit and miss with their flavor. I think a good crowberry tastes better than a good blueberry, but a bad crowberry tastes a lot worse than a bad blueberry. So all this vegetation we got here is what we call tundra. It's this mossy, spongy vegetation mixed in with willows and a few trees. Large portions of Alaska's interior look just like this. Ptarmigan like to swallow rocks and store them in their crop and their neck to help them digest their food. But when winter comes, snow and ice covers up all the rock. In the early morning in the fall, the ptarmigan will come out to these trails to pick up rocks for their crops in preparation for wintertime. So hopefully I'll find a ptarmigan doing just that. Look at that hawk right there. He's hunting ptarmigan too, I bet. I can hear a bald eagle. I can hear some little Tweety birds. I can hear a ptarmigan way down the hill. It's amazing how many more animals you hear if you just don't make as much noise. Starting to hear my stomach rumbling. Oh, look, here's a nice little blueberry patch. Berries are still good, but they're a little tart. I think it's because we had such a cold, wet year. Just heard a bunch of explosions. There's a bunch of fighter jets overhead doing maneuvers. They keep breaking the sound barrier and there's this big sonic boom. Little fox has pooped right on this rock to mark his territory. Foxes, wolves, and coyotes will often walk a circuit through their territory, following almost the exact same path every time. So when you see a spot like that where the fox is marking his territory, you put a trap there. When the fox comes back to mark it again, you get him. Kind of keep losing the path in this section. If you're ever in that scenario, always go up, because it's a lot easier to spot the path from high ground than it is from low ground. Sure looks like there's a path right there, maybe. It's a good berry patch. Oh, there's so many blueberries. Probably smashed a gallon of blueberries just walking. Oh. Oh, look at that. Oh, I'm gonna have the blue twosies today. Totally worth it. You know, it's always a good idea to turn around and look backwards from time to time. Burn into your mind what the trail looks like when you're heading the other direction. That's bear poop right there. As long as you have good visibility, you don't have to worry too much about bears. It's only when you surprise each other that things get really nasty. See this right here? This is a plant called Arctic lupin. It's one of the few poisonous plants here in the tundra. In the summertime, it gets this beautiful purple flower. Oh, look at that. It's like some rib bones. Probably like a baby caribou or something. Oh, look at that. Man, that is a gorgeous river. There's got to be grayling in there. I figured I'd bring my gun or my fly rod, but not both. If I drop my pack and go quickly, I can probably go back to the car, get my fly rod, and be back here in 3 hours. This big gravel patch is a nice, easy landmark. So I put my bag right there. I see it's right at the foot of that mountain. It's next to that lone pine tree at the foot of that ridge. Oh, dude, look at that. There's some wolves. There are 2 wolves on that hill, right there. Those wolves were following the same trail I was. Oh. That seemed to scare off that wolf. Those wolves were not afraid of me. If I had a real gun, I could have shot those 3 wolves. I could have used those pelts too. I don't know how many wolves are in that pack, but I saw at least 3. Oh, I can smell them. Like a dog kennel. Hopefully I scared them away. I don't want them circling around me and get my pack. I can smell the wolves again. Wolves have a very interesting way of hunting. They're very good at long distance endurance. So they'll just follow a herd and trot behind it and push the herd and push the herd until the weak and the sick and the young can't keep up, and then they get them. Oh, I just realized I forgot my griddle in the car. I guess it's good I came back for the fishing rod. Hey, got the fly rod. Now we go back. Well, the wolves didn't get my backpack. Oh man, I'm tired. Probably eaten a liter of blueberries, but I think I'd like something a little more substantive. A little date on a stick there. Got a little bit of cheese here. The wind's died down and it's warmed up just a hair. Now the bugs have come out. And the mosquitoes are bad, but the gnats are so much worse. They land on you and crawl up in your clothes and bite you. They give you these little pussy welts. Even with the bug repellent, they can get so nasty that you have to wear a hood. But a little bit of wind or cold weather will wipe them out.
So this time of year, they're only a problem in the middle of the day if the sun comes out and the wind dies down. But the campfire smoke is helping keep them away. All right, I think it's time to rig up my fly rod and find out if 3 hours of hiking was worth it. I had to put my coat on and pull up my hood because the bugs are so bad, but hopefully the fishing's good. Man, it looks like this should be loaded with grayling. There's got to be something in here. I just can't believe there isn't grayling in here. Well, I'm not skunked, but that's not what I was intending. You don't usually see the little baby grayling and the big ones hanging out in the same places, so that's not a good sign. Looks like the wolves have been busy. I think I'm gonna climb on top of this ridge here. It'll allow me to get a better view of the river. It's a lot easier walking up there as well. Ptarmigan right there. Oh, there's some more. I hope you guys appreciate how hard it is to stalk and shoot a bird while holding a gun one-handed and a camera in the other. There we go. Now right there's the willow ptarmigan, the Alaska state bird. You can see how it's brown and then starting to turn white. I saw about 6 of them fly over there. Oh, hunting ptarmigan with the 22 ain't easy, but it sure is fun. Hard part is catching them out in the open so you can get a good shot at them. I used to be pretty good at shooting on the wing with the 22, but it's been a lot of years. I've been following the stream looking for a deep spot. I can see where it dumps into the lake. Oh, that sure is pretty. Tell you what, you'll be hard pressed to find a more beautiful campsite. I think this is where I'm gonna camp for the night. This ground is nice and soft too. I'm gonna go down to the river, get some water, see if I can't catch a fish. How do I get down here without breaking my neck? Oh, there we go. That's not a big grayling, but that's an actual edible one. Going downstream seemed to pay off. Oh, there we go. That's an even better one. That's a very skinny grayling, but that's a proper size. Fly fishing for Arctic grayling has got to be one of my favorite types of fishing. Just seems like grayling are always in the mood for a dry fly. Got another one. Little guy, I'm gonna let him go. Oh, got another one. Oh, that's a pretty one. Ah, you know what, I'm gonna let him go. I think I landed about 8 or 10 grayling in a pretty quick period of time, but I think I need to get back up that hill and get camp made. I got food to cook up. I'm gonna let the little guy go. I'll keep the big one. All right, got a fish, got some water. I think it's time to go make some dinner. Now the tough part, I gotta get back up that hill. It's nice and warm out here, but man, the bugs are getting intense.
think it's time to set up the tent, and I'm liking this little spot. It's flat, level, soft, and you got a little bit of depression so the wind isn't hitting the tent. I'm gonna go ahead and filter the water I took from the river and go ahead and put my bottle in this Parky Squirrel hole. Gravity pulls the water through the filter and into your bottle. All right, I think it's time to get serious about picking blueberries. The hazards of blueberry picking. But I got about 2 pounds of blueberries here, so that's not bad at all. Make sure to do this downwind from your camp. Otherwise you'll have feathers in everything. This is what was inside the ptarmigan's crop. Blueberry leaves. So make sure I throw all the guts way down the hill. I don't want these anywhere near my camp. There we go. There's the grayling and ptarmigan all cleaned and dressed. It's not a ton of meat, but it'll make a good meal. All right, I'm gonna pour about half the blueberries into this bag. As you just add some water to the blueberries, and all the sticks and leaves will float. And you kind of just skim them off. There we go, got some clean blueberries. Oh, it's starting to rain. I'm making a little blueberry sauce to go on the ptarmigan, and it's super easy. Just throw in a bunch of clean blueberries, just put a dash of water in the bottom of the pan, boil everything until it's the consistency you want. All right. Well, I didn't know whether I was going to get any ptarmigan or not today, so I brought some lamb steaks just in case. I think I'm going to eat those too. I walked 12 miles today. I earned it. Well, it's starting to rain. I think I better eat my dinner quickly. All right. Gonna put some blueberry sauce on our ptarmigan. That's good. That's really good. That's not bad. I didn't overdo it. That was good. But this rain and wind is getting me cold. I think I need to get inside. It was really cold last night. I am going to go ahead and put on some adhesive body warmers. You know what? I have them and I don't like being cold. Might as well, right? Got my stretchy pants on. I'm gonna put my legs in the sleeping bag and I'm gonna eat lamb in bed. It's been a good day and a good meal. I'm gonna finish it off with a coconut flavored chocolate covered macadamia nut. So good. And for second dessert, a melon flavored Kit Kat straight from Japan. Absolute favorite Kit Kat flavor.
The man who really did it.
Well, it's late and it's getting cold. I think I'm gonna boil a bottle of water to put in the bottom of my sleeping bag. I got 2 liters of boiling water to put down in my bag. I'm doing well, but it's late. I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys in the morning. Oh man, it rained. It rained a lot last night. Well, it seems we survived. Got this Just Add Water muffin mix. I'm gonna use it to make some fresh blueberry muffins. Gonna add some blueberries. Might not look like a lot, but that's like 3 muffins worth. We're gonna let those muffins cook in the steam for about 20 to 30 minutes. And if the water level starts to get too low, we're gonna add a little bit more water to it. There we go, steamed muffin. You can tell the steamed muffin's done because they'll start to crack at the top. And when you give it a little slap, it doesn't slosh around and jiggle. Ooh. It's just like it's baked in an oven, only it's softer. And it's got fresh blueberries. Oh, that hits the spot. Well, it seems like I got a little break in the rain. I think I need to get this party cleaned up and we need to hit the trail. I got a long way to get back home. Socks were a little wet last night. I put them in the bottom of my sleeping bag up next to that water bottle and they're nice and dry now. Well, I'm all packed up, but my fingers are freezing. It is so cold out here. We are this close from getting snow instead of rain. My fingers are frozen. Oh, this has been an awesome campsite. But we've got several miles to go to get back to the car, and there is no trail. Here's the car. Here was the lake by the car. Okay, and here's the trail I followed. And I followed the trail until it disappeared, and then I kind of went cross country, and I stumbled upon the river. Okay, then I followed the river along. We camped there. I'm gonna go this way. Now there's no trail, and I don't have a map, but I know that there's a big mountain right here, and there's a mountain right here. So if I just stay to the top of the 2 mountains, I should be able to make it back to the car. I've got to be really careful picking my way. I don't want to walk through brush and get my pants soaking wet. That's an important part of backcountry survival. Don't wet your pants. So if I'm not mistaken, I think that should be the first hill I need to follow to get back home. If I'm wrong, I'll be able to see the right hill from the top of that one. So either way, I'm getting on top of that mountain. Yeah, I think I'm on the right hill. Campsite. I think the first thing I'm going to do is explore a little bit. Well, there's plenty of wood. Looks like a coyote's been walking up and down this beach. Keep finding tons of these little skeletons. They feel really light, like they belong to a bird. Little sea urchin. It's a fish jaw. Look at all those teeth. That's the top half of a beaver jaw. Look what I just found. Those are bear paw prints right there. Not sure what kind of bear it is, but this is where I want to build my campsite. Well, I walked about 2 miles round trip down the beach looking for a spring or creek. Didn't find anything. I've got about 4 liters of water, and that's enough for today and tomorrow, but probably not enough for all 4 days. But right now, I've got to focus on building a shelter. It's getting late. All right, I got camp set up and not a moment too soon. It's getting dark. With the rocks behind the fire and the canvas behind me, this is really toasty, which is good because it's gotten chilly outside. I could see my breath. I knew I'd be getting to this spot kind of late, so I packed a pretty simple meal. Got some cured salami, and I got some smoked salmon and pilot bread. I caught some silver salmon a couple weeks ago and I smoked them up, and then I mixed the smoked salmon in with brie, honey, walnuts, and garlic. For dessert, I have chocolate covered macadamia nuts. Oh. Got myself some blisters right there and there. It's late and I've got a lot to do tomorrow. I'm gonna put up the camera. Hopefully we won't have any bears joining us tonight. See you guys in the morning.
Oh, good morning. It's cold outside.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Well, before I get the fire started and I start cooking breakfast, I think I want to complete the fire ring. I need to find a couple perfectly shaped stones. That one's promising.
I wouldn't mind another one of those.
I'm sitting here finishing breakfast and I can see a flock of seagulls diving on bait fish right there. Maybe I need to rig up the rod. Just checking my bait and I reeled in a flesh-eating starfish. All right, I'm gonna go put him back. That's an eagle feather. That's from a young bald eagle. Well, the surf fishing wasn't really paying off and we've got a few hours before high tide. So I'm hiking back to the kayak to see if we can go do some kayak fishing. While I'm at it, I want to keep an eye out for a water source. I only got about 1.5 liters of fresh water left, so I've got to go look for water. Tell you what, I was just thinking, I wish I had a hat. Oh, I hope there's not lice in it. So you got the bald eagle up there. Oh, those are such a big bird. All right, we got some water. Oh. That's brackish. There's definitely a fair amount of salt water in that. So this right here is a tidal river. It changes direction based on whether the tide's coming in or out. So I think I'm gonna put my kayak in and catch a ride out into the bay. See if we can't catch some fish. Oh. I'm gonna stop and do a little bit of lunch before I get on the kayak. Linghi covered mango. We let the current take me down the river. Then we'll fish a little bit in the lagoon. When the tide switches, we'll catch the current back. Sure nice not having to paddle, but I'm hearing an ominous roaring noise down that direction. We got some pretty serious breakers here. But if I flip over in this, I'm gonna go hypothermic immediately. I mean, there's literally ice washing up on the beach. This water is so cold, it hurts to put your hand in it. But I've been sitting here for a few minutes and I haven't seen any breakers off to the left, so I think that's the trick. Oh, crap. Ooh, that was a lot crazier than I intended. Yeah, I may not be going back that way. Oh, this iceberg's making crazy noises. It sounds like it's being deep fried. The ocean water is about 40-45 degrees, and so it's substantially warmer than the ice. Oh, that is cool. I want to see if I can catch myself a fish for dinner, and usually the fishing's better when you're fishing underneath cliffs as opposed to beach. Oh, hello. Liz. It's a little baby salmon. Oh, I think that's a little baby silver. Won't fill me up, but he'll taste just fine. We'll keep him. Oh, look at this. Kelp greenling. Nice little kelp greenling. Oh, there we go. Oh, little baby kelp greenling. Oh. Oh. Another kelp greenling. Kelp greenling aren't horrible, but I like other fish better, and I think I'm gonna catch something. Oh, got something. Oh yeah! That is what we want. There we go, look at that black bass. Well, where there's one of those, there's usually more. Oh, we got a big one. We got a nice fish. Ooh! Oh, look at that. I believe this is a copper rockfish. I'm gonna go ahead and put him back. You're only allowed to keep one of those per day. Oh, there we go. Oh, another black bass. You're allowed 3 of these per day, but I'm not gonna eat both of these suckers. I got enough food. Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that beauty. What a feisty fish. Little puffin swimming right by me over there. Oh, another black bass. I could have limited out. There we go. Another big black bass. Well, the fishing's been pretty awesome. I've got dinner and I've lost count how many fish I caught. But I'm getting thirsty and water's getting really low. I need to go find a source of drinking water. I'm so glad to see this water. That is all the water we had left. This is the best water filter system. It just pulls it through with gravity. I got 4 liters of drinking water and 3 liters I can filter later. Ah, that feels good to have water. I was stressing about that. Dang, some of those waves are popping up 6 feet tall. I'm just gonna portage the kayak over this little spit of land over here,
That way I can avoid all that craziness over there. There we go, we're back in the river and we're rapidly moving the opposite direction we were a few hours ago. Man, that current is ripping. If I were to stay on this river, it would take me to a lake full of icebergs and an enormous glacier that's calving into the lake. I really want to go see that, but that'll have to wait for tomorrow. Oh, son of a gun. Well, that wasn't great. Well, there we go. We caught dinner and survived to tell the tale. It was a little cold last night, and it's supposed to get even colder as the week goes on. So I'm gonna bust out my stove. All right, I think it's time to cook some fish. And a little bit of maple syrup. There we go. Put it in the smoke, but out of the heat. Got a little bread flour and yeast here. Walking miles on those rocks with these boots has just been killing my feet. That is some beautiful fillets right there. Little pepper, smoked paprika. Chicken and mole here. There we go. You got chicken and mole, some green hatch chilies, and lots of rockfish. Some salsa. Rockfish is such a firm white meat. Really good. Oh, that was good. For dessert, I'm gonna finish off my bread with a little bit of honey. I don't know what it is, but there are a few things better than warm bread and honey. That was good. I will see you guys in the morning. Good morning. Putting this stove in last night was the best idea ever. Oh, it's so toasty in here.
Oh, pancakes are hard to beat. I guess technically this is breakfast in bed. Nice. There you go. My smoked salmon's done. It's tiny but good. Well, despite the weather, I really want to go see that glacier. This is a bald eagle's footprints. Look at the size comparison to my hand. From one talon to the other, that's probably 8 inches. Oh darn, I missed the tide. It's heading the wrong way. I might be able to get up against the current, we'll see. In the middle of the river, the current's moving faster than I can paddle. But maybe if I stick to the sides, I can sneak upstream. Oh, my hands are so cold. All right. Check out that eagle. A bunch of pink salmon right there. Look at that. I think I made it to the lake that feeds the river. Now it's hard to see with all this fog, but there's an enormous glacier falling into this lake somewhere over there. I just gotta see if I can find a way through all this ice. Oh, that'll buff out. I gotta be careful going in between these icebergs. Some of these weigh more than buildings, and as the tide goes up and down, they're gonna shift and move around. This clear water can disappear, or worse yet, you can get squished in between 2 big icebergs. This place is just full of seals and sea otters. I've seen like 20 of them. This ice pack goes on forever. Ice that comes from the bottom of the glacier is super compressed and has that really cool blue color. The fog lifted and I can see the face of the glacier. The tide switches in about an hour and a half, and it's taken me 3 hours to get here, so I better get heading back. I know I'm hungry when I'm double fisting it. Oh, that kayaking wore me out. That was about 5 hours. Yeet. Well, it's almost dinner time and I got some bread dough left over, so I think I'm gonna make a bushcraft bread oven. We got the oven stuffed full of wood, got the dough rising in the pot. Just stick it over here and let it rest.
Aha! There we go. Oh, is there anything better than warm fresh bread? Yes! Warm fresh bread with honey butter. Oh. That was so good. Oh, the crust is so crispy on this thing. Oh, I'm getting so full. I've got a belly full of warm bread and it's nice and cozy in here. I'm gonna just kind of take it easy. I'm sore after all that kayaking.
Writer wasn't writing away in the summer. It went off. You think so?
It's signed and numbered.
She won't.
Give her a description, though.
Here we go. Nice little wooden spoon. Well, I think I made a little bit of a mess here. It's been a fun, relaxing evening, but I've got to get to bed. I've got to get up early in the morning. I'll see you guys then. Ooh, good morning. I've got to hurry up and get packed. I hate packing up in the rain. All of my gear is soaked and dirty. Whatever shall I do? All right, guys, I'm in the middle of nowhere here in Alaska, and I'm going to show you how not to freeze to death if you're stranded in the woods in the wintertime. First things first, we got to start moving some snow. The snow is never all the same. There's layers of powder and layers of crusty ice. You can cut up the crusty ice layers with a knife. You're going to move a whole lot more snow if you can take it out in blocks rather than handfuls. All right, we got down to the ground and cleared out a section about the size of a queen mattress. Looks pretty good. It's got to be hard, well-draining soil. You've got frozen mud, standing water, ice, any of that stuff, you got to change spots. You're not going to last if you try to sleep in the mud or sleep on the ice. A little bit more slope than I'd like, but I'll take it. I think it's time for a little snack break. My wife made me a block of butter coconut mochi. It's a Japanese Hawaiian dish made with rice flour, butter, and loads of sugar. It's got like a bazillion calories and stays fresh forever. It's a great trail food. I'll just save this for later.
This right here is a dead paper birch. You can see this little papery bark. That is an excellent fire starter. And that's how we're gonna get our tinder for our flint and steel. I gotta make really sure not to stick this in the snow though. Gotta keep all these snowflakes off our tinder. I'm gonna cut up this birch bark and try to get this really fine stuff for tinder. A nice little pile of dry bark. Oh, there we go. Whew, that is gonna go up quick. The heat from this is intense. It's hard to stand next to this thing. We've got to thaw the ground out. If we sleep on warm, dry ground, it'll make all the difference in the world. So I've got to build a massive fire, and I gotta keep it going for a long time. Check it out, we got a bunch of water right here. Can't sleep in that. Well, the fire's done a great job thawing the ground out and pushing the walls of the shelter back, but we're getting water pooling up here and here. Now, hopefully, once the ground gets a little more thawed, that water will just go straight down and won't be a problem. But if we can't get rid of that standing water, I'm gonna have to make a raised bed, and that's gonna be a lot of work. Well, I got a lot more wood cutting to do, but I'm gonna get a start on dinner. I'm gonna be making some baked beans. Got a bag of Great Northern beans here. Dump them in there. Gonna let those beans simmer and soak for a couple hours while we work on our shelter. All right, I'm gonna move the fire and see if the ground's drying up at all. If anything, it's muddier. You see all the snow and ice that's melting is just draining straight down into this corner. And to a lesser extent, we got it going on over in this corner too. I'm hoping if I can dig little trenches on either side, then the water will go out this way and I can make the middle nice and dry so I have a place to sleep. We'll see what happens, but this is the problem in the wintertime. You really don't know what type of ground you're dealing with until you get it all shoveled out and thawed out. The ideal place to do this is like a gravel bar or a sand dune or a beach on a lake. But you don't always get what you want, so you just gotta adapt.
I want to make a platform to sleep on. To do that, I need to get rid of all these little branches. I don't have an axe, and doing that with my knife will take forever. So I'm gonna use the fire. Aha! There we go, dry ground. My little gutter trick seems to be working. We got firm, dry ground right here. Yeah, all right, we're getting there. All right, got a little sleeping platform to keep me out of the mud, and it's a little bit softer than the ground. The wood bends a little bit. Got this just in case it starts to snow really bad tonight. I can throw my blanket over the top and use it like a tarp. Well, I think my beans are about done, and I've worked up quite an appetite, so I think it's time to make some dinner. Now, I know this is a survival video, but I have a very important rule I live by. I don't mind being cold, I don't mind sleeping on the ground, and I don't mind being hungry. But I only do one of those things at a time. So tonight, I'm eating like a king. Time to cut up some firewood. My blanket got a little wet from the snowstorm, so I'm just drying it out. Also kind of makes a nice little windbreak in my back. All right, let's test the beans. Nice and soft. Add a little pepper, add a little salt, add some ground mustard, some brown sugar, and tomato paste. Beans are almost done, so I'm going to go ahead and make some bread. I have this dough I made up last night. Take and wrap this bit of cheese, a little bit of bread dough with that Gouda inside. Cooking bread on the coals is really easy. Either you make a disc and you lay it straight on the coals and flip it, or you make a ball and you bury it in the coals. A little bit of campfire ash that gets stuck to the bread tastes just like flour. Coming along nicely. All right, we're gonna put that right on the coals. Just like the bread, the coals are gonna stick to it while it's rare, and once it's cooked, the coals will fall off.
One catch, with anchor, captain, ready to let go. Stow forward over the still. There was...
Yes, that is perfect.
A little cheese-filled biscuit cooked in the ash right there. Oh, check out the melted Gouda in there. That is so good. Oh, those are good beans. It's got so much pork jowls in there and the brown sugar. These are good beans. Oh, that is delicious steak. This bread dough is so easy to bring on winter campouts. You just tear off a piece and bake yourself some fresh bread whenever you're feeling like it. If you refrigerate it, it'll last 3-4 days without any problems. It just slowly becomes sourdough if you let it sit for too long. Oh, that bread was good. I'm gonna make some more of that. That is good prime rib. That is good. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. But it looks like it's going to be windy and cold tonight. The dinner was really good, but I am so thirsty. So I need to clean my pot out and start melting some snow, get some water. Well, the wind is really kicking up and it is getting cold and the sun's setting. And I don't have enough firewood to get me through the night, so I need to go start chopping some more wood. Well, there we go. That's a healthy pile of firewood. And I got a bunch of tinder over here as well. This pine burns about 1 inch radius per hour. It's about a 2.5–3 inch radius. So this piece of wood should last 3 hours in the fire. You need about 4 of these to have a fire. So I'm gonna burn up about 4 of these logs every 3 hours. So I have about 12 hours of firewood right there. Got my water. My socks are all sweaty. I'm gonna go ahead and try to dry my feet and boots off before I go to sleep. I got all the steam coming off my feet. Yeah, my socks are really wet. Oh, that makes such a difference. Well, my feet are all dry. I got all my firewood. I think it's time to go to bed. I'm going to be waking up throughout the night to stoke the fire, so better get to bed sooner rather than later. But before I go to bed, I'm going to show you one little trick that's going to make my bed very warm. Well, there we go. Got my bed set up where my fire used to be. I got all those hot coals and hot rocks underneath there. It's gonna be so toasty warm. Oh wow, yeah, that is awesome. Now if you're gonna do this, you want to make sure you use a real wool blanket. If you did this with a synthetic blanket or a polyester blanket, it would melt and cause me all sorts of problems. Oh, that is nice and warm. I can feel the heat from the ground coming up through the bed. It is really nice. I'll tell you what, it is so toasty in here. I'm low enough that the snow berm is blocking the wind. I've got the heat from the ground coming up underneath me, and this fire is just baking me. But I'm gonna have to get up and stoke the fire several times throughout the night. So I better get going to bed. It's gonna be a long night. I'll see you in the morning. Oh, good morning.
Well, there you go. I didn't freeze to death. I even got some sleep. Was it comfortable? Not particularly. Did I have to wake up a lot and stoke the fire? Yeah, but it's pretty warm in here. Oh, time to get up. Oh. Had a little bit of snow last night. And I woke up with these snowflakes hitting my face, which is really annoying when you're trying to sleep. I was able to pull my face under the blanket and stay dry. But my blanket's a little bit wet, so I think I better dry it out. All right, I think next step is to stoke the fire up and get some coals going so we can make breakfast. All right, I think it's time to cook some breakfast. I got some leftover dough, some leftover pork jowl bacon, and a jar of honey and butter. I think we're gonna make something good.
His 4 fingers, the universal signal that
All right, I got honey and melted butter. All right, a little bit of pork jowl bacon here, honey butter. Fresh bread, slabs of bacon smothered in honey butter. This is nice. That is so good. I'll tell you what, guys, I've built a lot of lean-tos and bushcraft shelters, but hands down, the best way to stay warm is to build a big fire, clear out the snow, dry out the ground, then move the fire over and sleep on the warm ground. If you get really cold, you can switch places with the fire throughout the night. But unfortunately, you need to be able to make fire and you need access to a lot of firewood for this to work. And if you don't have that, there's another trick I've heard about. When I was a boy, my grandfather told me a story about a Native American woman in his community who got lost in the mountains. Crazy blizzard came in, dumped multiple feet of snow, deadly cold. And when this Native American woman realized that she was stuck in this blizzard, she found a tree, went under the branches, and went to sleep. And so what my grandpa told me is that you don't freeze to death without waking up at least once. And so when she'd wake up cold, instead of ignoring it and going back to sleep, she'd pop up and run around the tree until her blood was going and she was hot. And then she would go back under the tree, go back to sleep. Apparently after 2 days, the blizzard broke and the community went up into the mountains looking for her. And there they found her, and she'd just been running around this tree for 2 days. She was tired, miserable, and cold, but she was alive. But the more survival bushcraft camping trips I do, the more I realize that this survival stuff is really a lot of work. You're gonna have to push yourself for hours every day just to make it. If you're not willing to work hard, and if you don't have that self-discipline, you're just not gonna get it done. But on that note, I think it's time to start packing up. Oh. Just blows me away how good of a job that fire does in clearing away the snow. It actually reminds me of the Donner Party. They had a fire pit like this and it snowed 15 feet on them. And the wall That looks good. All right, I think I'm done digging. I'm exhausted. Oh, dry gloves. Oh, that's exactly what I need. All right, there we go. Let's get some water boiling. I am so hungry. Oh, it's getting cold. Well guys, now that I'm done digging, let me give you a tour of the shelter here. Look at that. It's a lot of digging. We got vaulted ceilings there. Well, to give you an idea how deep the snow is, this pole is 9 feet tall. That's 3 meters, and it doesn't quite reach the roof. So we're about 11 and a half, 12 feet deep, or about 4 meters. The crazy thing is, I didn't even dig to the bottom. Now the tunnel I'm sleeping in tonight goes about 6.5 feet into the side of the hill. And then this part is about 7.5 feet long. Well, originally I was just gonna dig the tunnel this way, but I ended up hitting something solid and couldn't go any deeper. So I ended up having to hang a right. So my rough estimate is I ended up digging out about 400 cubic feet of snow. So yeah, moved a lot of snow today. I didn't bring any fancy pants camping meals tonight. I've got a leftover MRE packet. I think this is Asian style beef strips. We're gonna warm that up in our water here. Once that's warmed up, I'm gonna make some of this chicken and rice here. Never tried this flavor before. We'll see if it's any good. All right, I'm gonna make a cup of warm tea while I wait for my dinner to hydrate. I'm freezing. Oh, that's good. I am so thirsty and so cold. This tastes amazing. Ooh. Kind of a funky flavor, but it tastes so good right now. I'm just gonna mix up the MRE with this thing and see if it tastes a little better. That worked. These dehydrated camping meals are really nice after a hard day like today, but I have a hard time eating them more than a couple days in a row. That's it. All right, this is how I do the dishes. For dessert, I've got one of these shelf life apple turnovers. This thing will last like 20 years before it goes bad or something like that. I'm gonna heat it up by putting it on top of the pot like that. All right, we're gonna give this a try. Couple-year-old apple turnover. Let's see if it's any good. No, it's kind of dry. Maybe I'm just hungry, but this thing tastes pretty good. All right, I brought along a second dessert. It's a chocolate-covered macadamia nut with caramel, but it's frozen, so I gotta thaw it out. Oh, that's good. Oh, that tasted wonderful. All right, I filled up my water bottle with boiling water. I'm gonna throw it in my bag to keep me warm tonight. But in the meantime, I'm putting it in my jacket. Woo! Hey guys, check out my snow shovel. This thing took a beating today. The bottom 2 feet of the snow was almost ice. Black Diamond makes this shovel, and I've had it for about 4 or 5 years, and I have used and abused this shovel. But I think it might be time to retire it and get a new one. I'll definitely be buying another one. This was a good shovel. It is so quiet here under the snow, but every once in a while I'm hearing this noise, and at first I thought it was an animal, but I think the wind is kicking up. Let's see. Oh yeah. We got a good 15-20 mile per hour wind whipping through the mountains here. Check it out, the wind's blowing a snowdrift over my snowshoes. I better put those away before I lose them. You can't tell the wind's blowing at all when you get down here in the shelter. And since the wind is coming down from the mountains from that direction, that arch is keeping the wind from swirling down here into the trench. That's the big advantage of these snow shelters. They keep you out of the wind, but you got to build them correctly. That's why you never want the entrance to your snow cave and the entrance to your shelter pointing in the same direction. You never want to give the wind a straight shot into your sleeping area. The other advantage of these snow caves is that if you build them right, they're always about 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Now that's not warm, but if it's 0 degrees out or -20, it's a big deal. Another trick is you want to make sure the bed is always at least 12 inches above the floor of the trench. Sometimes the cold air will kind of collect in the bottom of the trench, and you don't want your sleeping bag to be the lowest point in the shelter. Now that I'm not moving around and shoveling snow, I'm getting really cold. I'm gonna hop in that sleeping bag. I go ahead and put on my down booties. These things are so great for keeping your feet warm. Western Mountaineering makes these. All right, got my clown shoes on and my stretchy pants. Let's see if I can get into my bag without getting myself all snowy. Makes a big difference if you make your shelter big enough so that you don't have to crawl on your hands and knees. All right. Oh, that hot water bottle feels so good. With these snow caves, you always got to make them wide enough and tall enough that you can roll around a little bit and never touch the snow. If even a small part of you rubs up against the snow in the night, it's going to be so cold. Don't want any part of that. Well, it gets dark really early up here in Alaska, so I got a little bit of time before I need to go to sleep. I think I'm going to listen to an audiobook. All right, guys, it's late. I'm going to turn off the camera, and I'm going to see you guys in the morning, and I'm going to sleep in. It's been a long day. Oh, good morning. I've been sitting in my bag for way too long. It's nice and toasty in here. Guys, that windstorm that started last night got a lot worse, but it is so cozy in here. You can't hear or feel any wind at all. I mean, listen. You can't hear anything. You know, it's not exactly warm in here, but without the wind, it's a really manageable temperature. All right, enough talking. I gotta go use the bathroom bad. Oh. Look at that. We got some serious snow in the shelter. Oh. 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 Oh, my gloves are so frozen. Yep, those are frozen solid. My stove is under here. There's like 6-8 inches of snow in the bottom of my shelter. Oh my goodness. Holy mackerel. Oh, it is really blowing out here, folks. Woo. Look at that, the wall is completely buried. Look at that. It's gotta be gusting 50 miles per hour out here. It's hard to stand up. Barely see my stairs. Oh, look at this. Oh, well, looks like I got some digging to do if I want to make breakfast. There's so much snow being blown into the trench, I don't think I can get the stove lit out here. So I'm gonna go ahead and cook inside here. For breakfast, we got something called the Bandito Scramble. Cheese and eggs and potatoes and stuff. Well, I brought my tin can fireplace with me, but I didn't light it last night because I was so tired. But I could really use something to warm my gloves up right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and light it up. Because there's not a lot of firewood around, I brought a chunk of one of those fireplace logs you buy at the supermarket. There we go. Woohoo! A little chunk like that will only last a couple hours, but it makes a really nice cozy little fire. Works good for drying out gloves. We're gonna try my Bandito Scramble. That is not appetizing. Adding too much water didn't help it. I'm gonna eat some trail mix so my mouth will stop being angry at me. Oh. My stuff is quickly getting buried in snow. I need to straighten up before I start losing equipment. I'm all packed up and I think I better get out of here. This storm's only getting worse and the snow's getting deeper and my fingers are so cold. Yeah, this was a good shelter, but it is quickly filling up with snow. Probably got 5 feet of snow has accumulated in the foot of the trench since I got up this morning. When you see that, it's time to go home. All right, let's go see if we can find my snowshoes. Oh. Time to get out of here. Oh, that's beautiful. My circle is too small. Oh, I had so much trouble getting this tent up. There's almost a 3-foot elevation difference from this side to this side. I had to do some funky stuff to get it to work. There you go. I got my sled secured so it won't blow away or get buried. This wood is covered in ice and is soaking wet. It's going to be really hard to light, so I'm splitting it in the hopes that it'll burn a little bit better. Just got to be real careful not drop it in the snow. Well, the fire's barely going and it's heating up quite nicely in here. Making my pants steam. That's why everyone calls me Hot Pants. Nobody calls me that. All this wood is wet and cold, so we're gonna put it around the stove to dry it out before we throw it in. I'm gonna string up a little clothesline to start drying my gloves out. I brought a little luxury item here. Laying in that snow was getting my legs so cold. This is nice. Oh. You can really feel the temperature difference out here. Melting snow is such a pain. It'll probably take me 45 minutes to get this snow melted and up to a boil. All right, we got the water boiling. It's time to make some food. Got some beef bouillon cubes, a little bit of salt. I got these little lamb T-bones here and they're already seasoned. I'm gonna go ahead and cut the bone out and cut off the grizzle, put that in the pot first. I'm gonna have some herbal tea here. Oh, that herbal tea hits the spot. Sounds like the wind's starting to kick up a little bit. Occasionally snow's getting blown off the trees and landing on the tent. It's nice and cozy in here. I got my stew going. Got a bunch of peanuts. Food always cooks slowly on a hot tent stove, but I'm in no hurry. Well, the lamb fat is rendering up nicely, so I just added some sweet potatoes and some tomatoes to the stew. We're gonna add a couple bay leaves. I've got some nutmeg and fennel seed we're gonna put in there as well. Got a little white vinegar. All right, we're gonna let that simmer. I just got a weather alert on my phone. It's supposed to be a blizzard warning tonight. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be a lot of snow. We're gonna go ahead and add the lamb meat at this point. Add some carrots and loads of onions. Spice things up with some jalapenos. Hey, does it smell like burning feathers in here? Yeah, it does. Reaching for a piece of wood and I brushed against the stove. Ugh. That's the big downside of these hot tents. You're in a very confined space with a very hot item. Stuff gets burned all the time. Soup's getting close to done, so I'm gonna go ahead and add my garlic. And I'm gonna throw in green onions. All right, just put a little cilantro and basil in there. A beautiful lamb stew. A little savory, a little sweet, a little bit spicy. It's good. Well, that was pretty good. That turned out really nice. Time for a little dessert. Oh,
Got a little cherry pie for dessert. Warm pie on a cold day. That was good. Gotta go do some dishes. All right, there we go. Dish is done. Now I know a lot of you guys see this and wonder if that's going to attract animals. Animals are not a problem here. There's no animals in these woods. The reason why? The snow's too deep. This deep snow is hard to walk in. It buries all the food. Any animals that aren't hibernating, they're down in the valley, not up here in the mountains. I walked for almost an hour in this snow and never saw a single animal print. And that's why you don't have to worry about animals winter camping in this deep snow. Ugh, I am soaking wet. The inside of the tent is just wet with condensation. Every time I get up and move around, I brush up against the inside of the tent and it just gets me soaked. Splitting a bunch of kindling before I go to bed tonight. So if I wake up in the middle of the night and I need a fire, it's not a big ordeal to get some heat in the tent. Oh, my socks are so wet. I got loads of snow down my boots today. I'll hang my socks at the top of the tent and they'll dry out pretty quick. So I gotta make sure I don't roll up against the inside of the tent in the middle of the night. Otherwise my bag will get soaked. But if I roll over to the right too far, then I'll hit the stove and then I'll burn up. So, you know, I guess it just won't wiggle around much. All right, got my hot water bottle with 2 liters of boiling water. Well, it's toasty warm in this bag and I am tired, so I'm gonna hit the sack and we're gonna see what this blizzard brings because I can hear it snowing really hard right now. We'll see what we got in the morning.
Good morning. I was woken up by big chunks of snow falling off the trees onto the tent. The wind's picked up a little bit, so it's happening a fair amount. But I think it's time to get up. Ah, there's some coals in there. Oh, there we go. I better go and put my sleeping bag away. I burned a hole in it last year. Don't want to do that again. Well, for breakfast, I'm gonna make biscuits and gravy. All right, got some hot oil. Got some pork sausage. Gonna add some cream. This little bottle of cream, 1,600 calories. That's why I don't eat biscuits and gravy every day. Putting in some black pepper and a pinch of salt. Now, unfortunately, I've messed up a little bit. I was supposed to bring some flour to thicken up the gravy. I forgot. I got some hot dog buns. I'm gonna try to tear them up in little bits and put them in the gravy to thicken it up. Sometimes you can use breadcrumb as a thickener. There you go, got it to thicken up a little bit. Not bad at all. All right, I got this bag of bread dough that I made up before coming out on this trip. This dough is super simple. It's just bread flour with a dash of yeast, and you add enough water that it's as wet as it can get without sticking to your fingers. Kind of mix it up enough so that there's no lumps, throw it in a bag, and then let it sit for a day, overnight, 2 days, you know, whatever you want. There we go. Flatbread and sausage gravy. That is some good stuff right there. Well, that is good. Now, obviously, homemade biscuits would be better, but this ain't bad for a guy who slept on the floor last night. Oh, that was good. That was a lot of food.
Oh, every time that wind shakes, it dumps all the condensation down the back of my neck. Ooh, back in the tent, retreat. Oh, it's nasty out there. That wind's picking up. I think I better get packed up. Ah, my mittens are all dry. That's a nice treat. What a beautiful campsite. This right here is Prince William Sound, one of the most gorgeous parts of Alaska. And this forest here is actually rainforest. They get something like 200 inches of rain every year here. This is one of my favorite places in Alaska. But this storm is getting worse. I think I better get my snowshoes on and get out of here. There's a good 18 inches of snow on top of my old tracks from yesterday. It's like I never broke any trail. To the car. Hopefully I can get it out of the snowdrift. Well, there we go. That's not too buried. I can get that out. Whew. Oh my, it's a little bit windy out there. There we go, I can kind of see the road. Straighten the wheel, straighten the wheel. The drifts are so bad, I've got to run out and scout ahead. I put the shovel in the snowdrift so I can know where to aim. Oh, that was some sketchy stuff. There was just the smallest window through that snowdrift. I had to go and run about 50 feet in front of the car and put my red shovel in the snow, and I'd use that as a target to aim for the path. And I'd get there and I'd run back and go another 50 feet. And if you got off 6 inches to either side, you were done. But by doing that, me and everybody that was behind me was able to get through the snowdrifts. All right, guys, we made it to the tunnel. This is a 2.5 mile tunnel that's one lane. Each lane of traffic gets one opportunity per hour to go through the mountain. hate when it does that. As I cut away the sides, every so often the snow will settle and just go whoop. It's a nice little noise and scares the bejeebies out of me. This is a pretty cozy little shelter. I'll tell you what, that is a beautiful view. Oh, I've got room to sit down, cook, sleep. This is perfect. And it only took me 4 hours to make this thing, which is a lot less time than some of my other snow shelters. Oh, this smells so good.
a beautiful chicken mango curry. Oh, that was good. Check for leaks and put the hot water bottle in my sleeping bag. Get all nice and toasty. I'll tell you what, this is just one of the best snow shelters I've ever made. There's a couple key features that are really important to keeping you warm. First off, you don't want your sleeping area to be the lowest point in the shelter. The cold air tends to collect at the bottom. Another thing is you want to make sure your snow shelter has lots of corners. You don't want to allow the wind to blow straight into your snow shelter. Additionally, when you do have a corner, make a little extra room so when the wind comes down, it goes past the door instead of being funneled into the door. Likewise, on this end, I've got two entrances so that if the wind blows crosswise, the wind continues through the shelter instead of getting funneled down into the shelter. But I'm gonna get a chance to really test this shelter out. It's supposed to be a pretty good snowstorm tonight. We'll see what happens. Looks like I had some soot on my face. The snow here is really soft. Hopefully it'll freeze really good tonight. Then my stairs won't fall apart. The type and quality of the snow really affects how much energy it takes to build one of these shelters. This was really easy stuff to work with, so things went really fast. I moved a lot of snow in just 4 hours. The inside of this shelter is about 5 feet wide, and the roof is a little bit over 6 feet tall. So the very back of the shelter to the mouth is 11 feet. I had to move about 230 cubic feet of snow to excavate this part of the shelter. So at the bottom of the entrance to the top of the snow berm, it's a little over 10 feet deep, but the original surface of the snow was about 8.5 feet deep. The distance from here at the top of the stairs to the back of that wall is about 17 feet. Plus there's this little bit I excavated right here. So my rough estimate is that I had to move about 423 cubic feet of snow to build this shelter. A little over 15.5 cubic yards. That's the max capacity of a commercial dump truck. I earned my hot chocolate tonight. Well, it is getting late and it's getting cold. Got some peanuts for a bedtime snack. Well, it's getting late, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat some peanuts and listen to an audiobook and go to bed. But tomorrow I'm gonna do something interesting. I'm gonna see what it takes to make this tunnel collapse. I know a lot of people have wondered whether or not these snow caves will fall down on you. And honestly, I don't know. We'll test that out tomorrow.
Oh, good morning. Oh, I'm nice and warm. I gotta get up and make some breakfast. Oh, look at this. Got a lot of snow last night. Oh yeah, that's gotta be at least a foot. Consequently, the roof has sagged a little bit. It's about an inch or two shorter. I'm having to hunch over a lot more than I did last night. Snow caves will actually do that. They'll sag quite a bit over time. If you're gonna use them for more than one day, often you have to re-dig out the roof. If you're a bit claustrophobic, it can make it hard to sleep at night knowing that the roof is slowly sagging over your face. All right, let's see if I get my pants on. Oh, my pants are frozen.
steel cut oatmeal and sliced Spam for breakfast. All right, the steel cut oatmeal is so good. Got some butter in there, brown sugar, raisins, a little hot Spam to go with it. It's not bad at all. All right, well, I'm gonna clean this place up and then we're gonna go explore outside. We got a lot of snow out there. All right, let's go see what it's like outside. It's a proper little snowstorm up here. It is really snowing. All of this fresh snow is gonna make the avalanche danger go through the roof. Luckily, we're not in any avalanche zones, so we'll be okay. Above the ceiling right here, the snow's pretty thick, but yesterday I could see light shining through in that corner of the cave, which means there's less than 2 feet of snow between the ceiling and the surface of the snow. You can kind of see what I mean right here. There's this blue color. That's light shining through the snow right here. You can see that's about 2 feet of snow. So I'm really curious to see whether this roof can stand up to 200 pounds of me jumping up and down on it. I couldn't feel any movement. Yeah, I mean, it looks perfectly fine from here. Well, this one hasn't collapsed yet, but all snow caves collapse eventually. All right, I think it's time to get out of here. Oh, look how deep this snow is. Even with my snowshoes, it's going up to my kneecap. There's probably 2.5 feet of fresh snow since yesterday. I got a sneaky suspicion that my car might be very stuck when I find it. I think I got some digging to do. Yeah, we got a good solid 2 feet of snow. And I've got about 100 yards of unplowed road to go. That's gonna be tricky. We've got absolutely no visibility. Don't need visibility unless we can drive somewhere. Hey, not bad. I got like 75 feet with that. Let's dig it out and try it again. So I'm gonna take my snowshoes and beat a path to the plowed road. Oh, that's a long way to go. I was giving it a bunch of throttle and it just popped on me and I kind of smelled this burning smell, and now only 2 of the wheels are spinning. I think I boogered up the all-wheel drive. Got a gentleman in a big 4x4 pickup who might be able to help get me out.
That's pretty sick. Oh, I'm about to go for a ride. Oh, we're doing it. All right, man, thank you. What a beautiful spot. First things first, I need to find a place to sleep. It needs to be sandy, flat, and dry. There's standing water down there. Looks like more ice. More frozen water. More ice there. I can see some gravel under that log. This log's frozen to the ground, so gotta free that. Got a pretty stiff breeze coming from this direction, so just getting underneath this log behind the snowbank really makes a difference. I'm a little worried about my sleeping situation though. I need dry sand or gravel to sleep on. Now, I've got clean gravel here, got clean gravel here, but I've got a giant frozen puddle right here with probably 3 to 5 gallons of water frozen. So I need to go and thaw out this ground and dry it out in order to be able to sleep on some warm, dry gravel. Melting ice takes a lot of heat and energy. It's gonna take a lot of fuel, a lot of fire, and a lot of time to thaw this all out. Got a bunch of these root balls here I can chop up, get a lot of good dead firewood out of that. There's a lot of wood around here, but it's all frozen and covered in snow. I luckily found a little stash of some dry stuff. Look at all this. This is bone dry driftwood. That is going to help me out a lot. Got all this nice dry wood. I want to keep it dry. I'm not going to lay it down in the snow. All right, got the fire going, but now we need to make it big, real big. So I better get more wood. It's getting hot in there, but I gotta keep adding wood. I've been chopping and hauling firewood for 3-4 hours now. Gotta keep going. I am exhausted. That is a lot of wood. I can feel the heat of the fire all the way over here. And that heat is getting stored inside that big log and in the gravel and in the surroundings. That is hot. I want to get in there and start fussing with it, but it's so hot it's hard to stand near that thing. I'm just going to kind of let this fire die down a bit so I can get in there, and then I'll start scraping the coals around and we'll see what we got underneath. The gravel's coming along better than I thought. Right over here is all thawed and mostly dried. So I'm gonna dig this down really deep, pile it all up right here, make a nice little trench. I'm gonna build a fire over this frozen part to thaw it out. I'm gonna put some fire in that trench as well. Well, we're making good progress, but it looks like I'm gonna have to get a lot more wood. All right, off we go. Tell you what, I'm tired. I'm working non-stop. I haven't eaten. I've been doing nothing but cutting wood and stoking this fire for hours. All right, I'm gonna let all this new firewood dry. And once it's dry, I'm gonna stack it up. Well, right now the fire's going where my bed's gonna be. So I'm gonna move the big pieces of wood over to where the fire pit's gonna be. I'm gonna try to get a fire going over there. Then we're gonna take care of the bed. All right, got a nice bed of coals, some really hot sand. We're gonna spread it out nice and even, get my bed ready. I'm trying to bury the coals with the dry sand so that it doesn't extinguish the coals, it just kind of smothers them. Well, just for fun, I brought along one of these laser thermometers, and we're going to take some readings of the ground and see how well this sand and these coals radiate heat. On top of the coals, right now, we're getting about 108. Over here, we're getting like 115, and we're getting like 130 right here. So it's about 100 degrees on top of the coals, but we have a few hot spots where it's over 130 degrees. Oh my, it is toasty in here. Just getting the heat from the fire and from the wood and from the ground. But I am hungry. I think I need to start cooking some food. I've got this bread dough that I made up and it needs to rise just a little bit. So I'm gonna get it warm. I'm just gonna lay it down on this warm gravel I'm sitting on. I'm just gonna bury it just a little bit. And I got some honey and butter in this little jar here. Let that honey and butter melt right there. A nice little steak we seasoned earlier. Go ahead and put that straight on the coals. Our steak's just cooking away on the coals. Let's check out our temperature here. That 320 on the surface. Man, that's pretty close to what I would be cooking at it in a skillet. That's pretty cool.
For having cooked that just on the coals, that is a pretty beautiful medium. Look at that. Man, that hits the spot. There we go. And mix up that honey and that butter. It's all melty. There we go. Oh, that's heavenly. Butter and honey just dripping off it. Oh. It's been a long day. It's about 10:30 at night right now, and I need to start thinking about getting ready for bed here. I'm gonna bust out my blanket. All right, you want to use wool blankets when you're sleeping next to the fire because they're fire retardant. You want to be really careful when sleeping next to fires. Before we get ready for bed, let's see what the temperature of the ground is. Got 74 degrees right there, 54, 72. So definitely a lot cooler. Definitely a lot cooler, but still not too bad. Well, right now my feet are warm, but they're kind of wet because I've built up a bit of a sweat. So I got to pull off my boots and my socks and dry my feet off and dry my socks before I go to bed so I don't wake up with cold feet. Gotta be really careful I don't melt my boots. I'm just sitting here drying my socks and shoes and I can hear the ice moving on the frozen lake behind me. It's groaning and cracking and you can hear ice sheets being pushed up on top of one another. It's pretty cool actually. Look at all that steam coming out of my boot. That's water. That water will make you cold. Well, my sons, Tom, Nate, and Jake have been coming with me on a lot of these campouts. I bet a lot of you guys are wondering where they are tonight. Well, Tom and Nate had school, so they couldn't come. And Jake, well... Hey, Jacob, you want to go camping with me? Well, Jake's out having a good time with his mom, and that's important. One thing I got to do tonight is I got to get all this firewood and organize it and put it within arm's reach of my bed so I can stoke the fire all night. A lot of this wood needs to get dried out too, so I got to do that as well. Oh, it's nice to lay down. My back's killing me. I'm gonna sit here and watch a movie and kind of relax. We'll just kind of take it easy. It's a lovely night tonight. Well, it's been about 5 hours since I buried the coals. Let's check the temperatures. Got 89 degrees right there. 76 and 59. Definitely still got heat. Man, you can still feel it. Here's my pillow for tonight. I must have been tired because it's 5 a.m. and I slept pretty good. So I stoked the fire up really good and that feels really nice. My feet are really cold. So I rolled some logs down that way and built a fire. And hopefully that'll warm my feet up here in a little bit. Oh, good morning. It's actually 9 o'clock. Well, the ground's really hard, but I'm warm. The fire by my feet is keeping my feet warm. I feel some warmth in the ground still. Not a ton, but a little bit. Usually when I sit on the ground, it just sucks all the heat out of you. I mean, even in the summertime, but not now. It's pretty nice. Oh, my back. Oh, didn't melt my boots. Always a concern. Well, I'm curious to see how warm the gravel is. 46. I mean, that's still pretty good. 71. So we got about 60 degrees here, and we got about 22 degrees over here. So yeah, big difference. I'll tell you what, sleeping on 70-degree gravel versus ice and water makes a huge difference. Smoked pork jowl bacon. All right, we got our little setup here. Let's start cooking. Oh, I need a better dinner plate, so we're gonna make one. Look at that. Just cook the face of it till it's nice and crispy. Then you slice a little bit off the edge, eat it, put it back on the fire, crisp up the next piece. Look at that. Oh. I still got some honey butter left. I'm gonna make me another piece of flatbread. This dough is almost frozen. Gotta let it warm up a little bit. There we go. Lovely piece of warm bread. I know exactly what I'm gonna do with this. That is so good. Smoked meat, butter, honey, flour. These are all survival foods of the past. They're so delicious. I love them. Oh, that was good. I'll tell you what, building a big bonfire and burying my coals worked great. Kept me warm, and this was really comfortable. But it reminds me of that movie, Jeremiah Johnson. Robert Redford plays this mountain man, and an old timer shows him this trick. And in the movie, it looks super easy. They just dig a hole and throw some coals in it. And it's a fun movie, but it's not accurate. If you've got 2 feet of snow on the ground, you can't just dig a hole. You've got to thaw the ground out first. Additionally, you need the right type of soil. You've got to have something dry. If you throw wet, mucky stuff on top of your coals, you'll just put them out. Additionally, if you go into the woods over there, you're going to have 12 to 18 inches of moss and organic matter on top of the soil, and you've got to burn all the way through that stuff before you can even get to the soil. And it takes hours to burn your campfire down to soil when you build a campfire in there. So you really need coarse sand or pea gravel or something like that. So it has to be like a frozen riverbed or a frozen beach or a sand pile or something like that in order for this trick to work well. Otherwise, you're just going to use an enormous amount of fuel and time. And in survival situations, time is a scarce resource. But I'll tell you what, if you have the opportunity and the resources to do this, it works really well. Sleeping on 70-degree sand as opposed to 10-degree ice makes all the difference in the world. Well, guys, it's been fun. I think it's time to pack this party up. Once again, if you guys are gonna do this, make sure you use a real wool blanket. If you use a synthetic blanket, it'll melt when sparks land on it. Ah, she's been a good shelter, but it's time to go home. This has been a beautiful spot and a wonderful trip. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching this video as much as I've enjoyed filming it. If you guys want to see more amazing camping adventures, check out the Camping Adventure playlist from the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, and don't forget to click subscribe. We put out new videos every Saturday morning. I'll see you then. If you like this video, don't forget to check out the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel where we have hundreds of videos just like this. And don't forget to click subscribe so you can see other great videos every Saturday morning. And hit that bell button and you'll get notifications.
Thanks for watching. Back off! Why do we have a dog? Spruce tree. You can see all the sap. This tree bled to death. It was infested with Japanese spruce bark beetles. It's an invasive beetle here that's killing like every third or fifth tree in this forest. So there's a lot of standing dead wood. That's a big wildfire hazard in the summertime. We're gonna thin that out and get a year's supply of firewood all in the same go. There we go. Trailer converts into a log hauler. We're off to a great start, but it's lunch and I am starving, so I'm gonna grab some food out of my bag. I got some good stuff. All right, I got some Linghe Mui covered mango, got some dates, and I got a bunch of cheese. Cheese is crazy high in calories and doesn't take any cooking, so great lunchtime snack. I love Linghe Mui seasoning on dried mango. It's amazing. This entire wedge of Jarlsberg is about 2,000 calories right here. It's insane. Got a little fig cake here. It's got fig and almonds in it. Oh. That's good. All right, time to get back to work. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of wood. I think it's time to start stacking some more. We got a lot done today, but we're not done yet. I still got to buck up all those logs over there. Whew. But it's about an hour before sunset, so I'm just going to kind of get my bed ready. We're spending the night here at the woodpile. Well, I'm going to pick up all of these misfit pieces. We're going to use them for our fire tonight. And I'm going to use some of these broken branches for my bed. Oh my goodness, I am tired. I got here about 9 o'clock, 9:30, and it's 8 o'clock now, and I just barely stopped working. It's been a long day. Got a lot done. Got a lot more to do. Oh man, I can feel the heat off that fire. It's just bouncing back off that wood and really coming at me. Feels very nice. Just got to make sure I don't light the walls on fire. My gloves are kind of wet. I'll dry these off. All right, got my bed set up. I'm gonna get the fire stoked a little bit and then eat some food. I might end up going to bed very early today. I am so tired. Well, for dinner, got some French baguettes, some spiced apple butter, and my massive pile of cheese and dried fruit. Peach rose hip herbal tea here. Ah, warm toasted baguette with some melted raclette cheese and some apple butter. I can hear a wolf out there.
Yeah, there's a wolf howling behind me. And I think he's coming my way because the howling keeps getting louder and louder. I have to keep an eye out for him. Well, I got food in me and a roaring fire's keeping me warm. It's late, but I've got to do one more thing before I go to bed. I got to dry my socks out. They're really wet. And if I go to bed with wet socks, I'm going to have cold feet. Ooh, those are toasty warm. Well, it's late and I'm tired, so I'm going to go to bed. I'll see you guys in the morning.
Ooh, it's cold outside. It got a lot colder last night. I better get this fire going. Well, I've got a lot to do today, and the whole point of camping out here is to get more done. But I don't have time to dawdle. As soon as I get warmed up, I gotta make breakfast, get to work. I got some cut oats and a butt ton of raisins. Add a little bit of butter to it. Steel cut oatmeal with butter and honey. Oh. All right, guys, I got breakfast in my belly. I need to get my bed all cleaned up and all my stuff out of here and the fire put out. We got to cut more firewood. We're going to finish this shelter. Good apple butter. All right, back to work.
My air filter is so dirty. It's been giving me trouble ever since I got here, but usually I just pop it out, blow on it, knock it out, throw it back in, and it would work. But this time when I pulled it out, there was dirt all on the inside of the air intake. So I tried to wash it out with some gasoline. I'm gonna let the gasoline evaporate. We're gonna see if we can get it to work. Well, there you go, not too shabby. Oh, that's so much flatter. It's a lot more level. This'll be nice. Not too bad. I think that's going to be pretty cozy tonight. But I'm just going to go ahead and get my bed made up and kind of get unpacked. I'm going to go see about dinner. Yeah, it's going to be a good night. Well, this bed sure is a big improvement. Holy mackerel. Can you hear that? That's a whole pack of wolves. There's 2 over there. There's a couple over there. And they were a lot closer than they were last night. Huh. There was a moose and a calf on the trail down that way earlier today. I wonder if they're hunting that calf. Well, I think that's a sign that I need to get everything ready for the night. Sun's gonna set real quick here. But I think we're going to be nice and safe. Wolves or no wolves. That's about as sturdy of a shelter as I've slept in a little while. So I think we'll be all right. Some warm herbal tea feels nice. It's getting cold out there. Temperature is dropping like the sun. Well, if you're wondering if bread, cheese, and apple butter ever gets old, the answer is no. It never gets old. It's awesome. We got some pork jowls here. We're gonna cook that up. Oh, look at that. That is amazing. Ooh. Well, we'll just put that over here. Oh, that hits the spot. That is so good. Well, I got my shelter built. The fire's going. Got food in my belly. It's going to be a nice, relaxing night. It's going to work out okay. Well, it's late. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. See you guys in the morning. Good morning. Whew. Gotta get this fire going because it is cold. Feels like it's about 20 degrees colder than it was last night. Whew. It's got some proper nip in the air. We're gonna get this place warmed up. Oh, that's good. There you go, guys. A log cabin made out of firewood rounds. A little home away from home while I'm cutting and bucking firewood. But to give you some perspective, this is only about a 2-month supply of firewood. To heat an Alaskan home for an entire year, you're gonna need a lot more wood than this. But we got to start hauling it out of here. So we're gonna go ahead, take this thing down and start hauling wood and stacking it up by the house. All right, let's get to it. Look at these fox tracks right here. Got this fresh skiff of snow here from last night, and look at it. There's probably 3 sets of tracks right on here. Oh, it's so nice to get out and about on sunny days like this, but it comes with its own set of problems. You can actually go snowblind out here. It's so sunny and there's so much snow that you get 2 or 3 nice days in a row, you'll get sunburned on your eyeballs. Hurts like the devil. Oh, there's a little red squirrel right there. Could have shot the guy, but man, I've eaten them before. They're not very good. Alaskan squirrels are not like the ones down in the lower 48. They're scrawny and stringy and don't taste very good. We must be near a frozen river. Look at the size of these cottonwood trees. You only get big cottonwood trees near water. Oh, here's the river. Yeah, see all the snow machine tracks? These frozen rivers become our highways in the wintertime. I'm gonna walk along this river a little bit. Might find a little log jam, would give me a lot of firewood. I might find a gravel bar to build my shelter. Maybe some open water, so I got nice, easy water sources. But look at that view, huh? Yeah, Alaska does not disappoint. Well, check it out. This dark, dry, exposed rock on the side of the riverbank is so much warmer than just a few feet over there in the snowbank. It's early morning, but still, just that little bit of sunlight we've gotten so far has warmed this up a lot. By the end of the day, this is going to be really, really pleasant. I'd really like to find a flat, dry spot to build a shelter for tonight, but I wanted to be near some deadwood so I don't have to hike forever to get my firewood and materials for my shelter. Check this out. See all of this? See, every one of these willow trees has the bark stripped off it. This inner layer of the bark of the willow tree is edible, and it's one of the only food sources you can find here in the wintertime. So all the animals that don't hibernate or migrate out, they eat these willow trees. And this was all done by moose. You can see how high up the tree it is. But this is what the snowshoe hares eat as well. When you get a big patch of willows like this, you're going to find moose, and you're going to find snowshoe hare, and you're going to find the predators that feed off them. The inner bark of these willow trees also contains aspirin. Especially if you get a nice green shoot, you scrape off all that green, bitter inner bark, you can suck on it if you have a headache, and it's supposed to help a little bit. But it takes a lot of willow bark to equal one aspirin tablet. So you got here some moderately old moose prints. Big pile of moose poop. If you ask most Alaskans which animal they're most afraid of, it's not the bears, it's the moose. They can be so nasty, and they're just massive animals. And they don't mind being really close to humans. Grizzly bears usually just run away as soon as they smell or hear you. Moose will sit there and pick a fight with you. Yeah, let's check it out. We got some dead wood here. Might be able to do something with this. I'll tell you what, this might not be a bad place to sleep for the night. Got a flat sandy bit right there. Got some water, some dead wood. We're obviously way too close to the river to build a permanent structure, but I think this might be perfect for just a night or two. Looks pretty nice. I'm going to drop my pack and explore a little bit. Ooh. Now that's a big fresh moose print right there. Look at that. You know, shotguns are a great survival gun because they're so versatile. You can use them for different things depending on which bullets you use. This is a number 6 shot, 2 3/4 inch bullet, great for rabbits and small birds and squirrels. This is a 3-inch, 1-ounce slug. Protect you from grizzly bears, moose. You can use it to kill deer. Just gonna throw that in here since we're seeing all this moose sign, just in case. In a few months, this spot I'm walking is going to be under about 4 or 5 feet of water, and this is going to be a fast-moving 30-foot wide river. When the water all freezes, a lot of these rivers dry right up. Plenty of fuel. There's some good dead trees right there as well. Tell you what, it's so nice to not need my snowshoes. Clear days like this, the temperature fluctuations get huge. It's really beautiful in the daytime, gets bitterly cold in the night. So I gotta make sure I build a good shelter while the weather's nice. Some more moose prints. You see how deep they are? Moose are like 2,000 pounds, so when they step in the snow, they sink right to the bottom. It makes it so hard for them to walk in this deep snow. They really like walking along those river banks because it's just so much less energy. There's so many willows around. It's a really good chance a moose will come wandering up the riverbank at night. Check it out, we're starting to get pussy willow buds on the willow trees. Oh, the snow's starting to thaw out. Oh, the snow's starting to thaw out and I'm starting to sink a little bit. Let's get out of the sun. Oh. So you stand on the stuff that's in the shadows, it's solid. Stand on the snow in the sunlight, you sink. Stuck the barrel of my gun in the snow. What's nice about a brake action, you can clear it out so easy. Nice little trail snack. This is a Cornish pasty, traditional pastry in southwest England. They're a great trail snack because you can eat them cold and with dirty hands. This is like a pork and raisin one, a little non-traditional. Come check this out. That is the first butterfly of the year. This is a nata. It's a traditional Japanese hatchet. I bought it in Kyoto in 2018 when we did our world tour video. Oh, it's like a greenhouse underneath this tarp. It is so warm in here. Man, it feels so good and warm here on this gravel bar. I can't even begin to describe it. Here, I need to bust out my thermometer and show you guys. So I've got two thermometers, and you can see right here, the ambient air temperature is about 34 degrees Fahrenheit, so just slightly above freezing. But I put another thermometer here in the sunlight over here on the rocks. Check this out. Look at this. On the gravel bar, it is 80 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a 46 degree difference between the temperature of the air and the temperature of this riverbank. That is massive. I'll tell you what, it feels pretty amazing on this riverbank right now, but all that's going to change tonight when the sun sets. It's supposed to get down to about 14 degrees Fahrenheit. So we need to store as much of this heat as we can and store it in our shelter. I'm going to show you how to do that really easy. All right, we need to get a fire started. I'm going to do it with a piece of steel and a flint rock here. Got my char cloth to catch the spark and turn it into an ember. I've got some shredded up jute to turn that ember into a flame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build up a nice big bonfire right there where I'm going to sleep. It's going to heat up the ground, store a lot of energy down in the rocks. It's also going to dry out the ground, and it's going to make it really warm inside the shelter. Plus, I'm going to boil some water to drink because I forgot to bring any. I leaned over, put that pot on the fire, and a gust of wind blew the flames up in my face. And I think I burned some of my bangs. Whew, smells like it. Well, I got a nice fire going and plenty of room to burn it. I'm going to throw whole logs on there and let the fire cut my logs up for me. Save me some energy. That's good water. This is one of the prettiest spots I've camped in a long time. Lovely weather. Well, that's burning pretty good. Some people will tell you that if you use river rocks for your campfire ring, the rocks will explode. We're gonna put that to the test today, aren't we? There we go, just move the fire over a little bit, buried the coals with a little bit of dry sand, and we're gonna have a really hot foundation to put our shelter on top of. If you guys wanna see more about this trick, I did a video where I slept out in the snow with only a wool blanket using this trick. Well, looks like the sun's about to disappear over the mountains. I've got a nice pile of firewood over by the fire. Just need to get a big pile of tinder so I can start my fire in the morning without having to go look for firewood. But I think after that, we're ready to get some dinner, and I'm hungry. The only thing worse than having to get out of your bed in the morning is having to get out of your bed and go look for firewood in the morning. Oh. Oh. Alaska has the best tasting water, I swear. Oh. All right, I think it's time to go start dinner, and I need a steak stick. Well, I have brought a ton of food for dinner. I've got a massive seasoned steak, got a sweet potato with marshmallows, brown sugar, and butter and cinnamon. And it's all wrapped up in tin foil. And I've got a bunch of bread dough here, and I've got some honey butter. Got some honey butter here. I'll loosen the lid a little bit and just sit it by the fire like so. Alrighty. Well, that is good. All right. Whew. Ah, seasoned meat, honey butter, fresh bread. These are good things. Ah. Oh. That was pretty good. I think I might need another piece of bread. There we go. That's looking good. There you go, campfire version of sweet potato casserole with the melted marshmallows and butter and cinnamon. It's fabulous. Just gotta let this cool down. Oh, well, that's nice. Bread, steak, and potatoes. I think I need to wash my hands. It's my Japanese hunting knife. It was a gift from a friend when I was in Kyushu. There's real shark skin on the handle. It's like sandpaper. Excellent grip. Love this knife. Tell you what, guys, it is warm in here. My legs are cooking. This sand is just hot with the coals underneath it. And I've got the heat of the fire. And then it's just not that cold out here because I'm sitting on this baked sandbar. It's just absolutely great. I can't believe how light it is. It's 8:30 and I can still see outside. It just changes so quick this time of year. 2 months ago, sun was setting at 4 o'clock. In a couple months, the sun's going to be setting at 11 o'clock. Oh my goodness. I am tired. Oh. My socks are dry, I'm full, I'm warm. I'm just gonna go ahead and get my sleeping bag here. It's been a really nice day. Oh, I'll tell you what, guys, I think I might be getting a little bit of a cold. My nose is stuffy, my throat's scratchy, and I'm just really, really tired. I think I'm just gonna hang out here and watch the fire, just relax a little bit. Well, guys, it's gotten late and properly cold, but it is really warm in here. Between the heat coming up through the ground and the fire and the heat reflector stone wall I made, I mean, it's really cozy in here. And I was originally planning on sealing this up on both sides like a little tent and then just pulling the hot rocks inside to warm things up, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. So I'm just going to go to bed and I'm going to run a little time lapse and I'll see you guys in the morning. Tell you what, I slept really warm last night. The air is pretty darn cold, but the ground is just not bad. The coals I buried have really gone out, but it's just not that cold. It's like a 40-degree ground instead of a 14-degree ground. The rocks just hold the heat really well, and just getting a thawed out warm spot to set up a shelter makes all the difference in the world. I never pulled down the side of my tarp and the fire went out, and I was just really good last night. It was really nice.
I'll tell you what though, I am definitely sick. My throat hurts so bad and I am so stuffy and I'm really tired. I need a sick day. I don't feel good. I'm gonna make some breakfast, though I don't have much of an appetite. And we're just gonna try to build up some strength for the hike home. Oh, looks like we got a snowstorm coming in. Whew. Fried smoked pork jowls, wrapped in bread, smothered in honey butter. I could eat that every day. Oh, that's so good. Mm. Yeah, I better pack up my sleeping bag. I don't want to get snow on it. Got a fierce little cold and a bit of a hike ahead of me. I'm gonna have some herbal tea. Well, I used river rocks around my campfire and I lived to tell the tale. None of them exploded. Certain rocks will pop or explode if you put them in a fire, but it has more to do with what the stone is made out of and less about whether you pulled them out of a river or whatever. Well, there we go. That was a good campsite. One of the warmest winter shelters I've ever slept in. I got a lot of hiking to do and not a lot of energy to do it with, so I better get going. Without the sunshine, that open water's freezing up. One thing that can get you stranded in the springtime is you go hiking in the morning when the snow is hard and it's really easy to walk. And then by the afternoon, the snow softens up and you start sinking down in it. And then you can't get back. So you hike out in the morning, hike back in the morning. 17 miles up this mountain. And we're gonna see if I can't build a shelter where there's no trees, no firewood. Also gonna hike to a remote alpine lake, see if I can't catch some dinner, and try not to get eaten by a bear. See this little plant right here? It's called yarrow. It's a medicinal plant. People make tea out of it for stomach aches. This plant right here, this is fireweed. The blossoms are edible. A little bit like honeysuckle. Here in Alaska, a lot of people like to make jelly out of the blossoms. There's a mama moose and two babies right over there down in the valley. A lot of moose in this area. The moose feed on this willow. And you can see how it's all clipped and broken. That's from moose grazing and biting the tips off. See right here, blueberry bushes. Down here are crowberry bushes. There's a crowberry forming. Pretty much anywhere in this valley that's not covered with trees has berry bushes. But we're too early for berries. Come here in the early fall, you can fill up buckets of berries. And the bears will be out here feeding on berries as well. So you can see we still have unmelted snow up here. It's a bit chillier up here in the mountains.
The weather moves quick and weather forecasts aren't very accurate in the mountains. Got to be prepared. Look at that cloud coming around the mountain. It's coming so quick. The weather and visibility can change in a heartbeat in the mountains. Oh, I'm getting a little sweaty. Now I gotta go climb this thing. All right, we just went over the top of our first mountain, about 3,500 feet of elevation. And you can see here we got this little saddle and another mountain and another mountain, and they just keep getting bigger and bigger. By the way, look at these valleys. See how they're just like perfect bowl shapes? They're like U's instead of the V's you see out east. These were all carved by glaciers. But right there is a parky squirrel. Parky squirrels in ptarmigan are about the only game you'll find up here. And parky squirrels don't taste very good. It's like eating buffalo wings with claws and fur. That's my next mountain to climb. Now there's no more clear trail here, so I've got to sit and pick my spot. I know I've said it before, but the weather around here just moves so quick. Look at these clouds. So previously I was on the northwest face of the mountain, and I'm coming around the side, and this is the southwest side of the mountain. You can see how much more vegetation there is. There's little trees and bushes and things like that. The berries here on the south side of the mountain are 3 to 4 weeks riper than the berries on the north side of the mountain. Look at this. Look at all these berries. Not quite ripe yet, but they're getting there. See, they're just all over, all blueberries. So if you're at the beginning of the berry season, you look on the south side. If you're at the end of the berry season, look on the north side. So this right here, this is lichen. This is what caribou live off of. You can technically boil this up and eat it, but it's not good stuff. Here's some black lichen. It tastes kind of like boiled mushrooms, but not that good. I don't want to even think about how many pounds of that garbage you'd have to eat to survive. It's edible, but I don't know if it's food. Well, there we go. I linked up with the new trail. Check it out. We've popped below the tree line, and we've got some cottonwood trees growing here. Cottonwoods love water. They absolutely need tons of water. So whenever you see cottonwoods, you know that there's a river or stream nearby. Here's another group of cottonwoods. There's another stream. This is the cotton from these cottonwood trees. If you have a ferrous rod and steel, you can use that to start fire. See this plant right here? I don't know what it's called, but it's got a sap that if it gets on your skin, it'll make you sunburn and blister really bad. These are called alders. We get them all over the sides of mountains here, and they are so difficult to walk through. You see, if you ever try to get through an alder patch, you'll never want to do it twice. You get in these alder thickets and it's really hard to navigate because you just can't see very far. It's another plant you want to be able to identify from far off so that when you're sitting on a ridge planning where you're going to go, you don't go through any alder patches. If you're going to do off-trail trekking through mountains, the vegetation is often a bigger obstacle than the terrain. So understanding and identifying the plants on the side of a hill is really important. All right, there's the ptarmigan. Hear it? Ptarmigan are the state bird of Alaska and very delicious. Ptarmigan like to come to these gravel paths because they need rocks. They'll go and swallow little pits of gravel, store them in their crops so they can break up seeds and berries. See these small, scraggly little spruce trees? These grow in really windy spots at high elevation. You can always tell which direction the wind usually blows because that's the side without branches. It's bare on that side, bare on that side, bare on that side, and the wind's coming right from this direction. They also have these really cool purple pine cones. But if you ever need to build a shelter near one of these patches, always build on the leeward side of the trees. The snow just barely melted out of this valley floor. Look, the alders are just getting their buds. That's because that mountain right there is blocking the southern exposure. So all the vegetation down here is like a month or two behind everything else in this valley. Later on in the season, when all the berries up there have fallen, you can come back down to this spot and find berries that are just barely ripening. Right there. That parking squirrel over there had a bird in its mouth. We have a lot of flesh-eating squirrels in Alaska. It's about a 20-mile-per-hour headwind, and it feels like it's in the upper 40s. But I keep snacking and I keep moving, so my body's staying warm. My hands are a little cold though. We've been heading down this path for about 4 hours, so I think I only have about 2 or 3 more miles left to go. There we go, that's the destination. Well, I think I'm gonna walk around a little bit and explore. All right guys, here we go. This is the valley where I wanna build my shelter and camp for the night. And you can see there's no trees, there's no firewood. So if I wanna build a shelter, I'm gonna have to use what's available. And there's plenty of rocks. And you can see here, somebody had the same idea that I have. Started stacking up some rocks to make a shelter for their tent. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this to build my shelter. All right, I got a tarp here. I'm gonna lay it out to kind of get the dimensions of my shelter. The wind is consistently blowing from this direction, which means I've got to build this wall up. That's going to be my primary windbreak. My entrance to my shelter is going to come this way. All right, I think I got my dimensions figured out. Time to get to work. So nice in here. There's no breezes, it's nice and warm, I'm completely out of the wind, and I've got enough room where I can sit up easily. Now I need to get some water going. But look at this water. Here we go, we got clean water coming out. Gravity just pulls the untreated water through the filter right here, fills up my water bottle. You just go like that, it clamps it off. Only took about 60 seconds to fill up my bottle. That's good tasting water. Well, I think next on the agenda, I need to catch a fish. But I'll tell you what, it's cold. My fingers are a little bit numb. Whoa! Look at this. Nice little rainbow. He's a little small, but I hooked him kind of bad, so I think I better keep him and eat him. Nice, another one. Let's get him back in the water here. I just broke my fishing rod. Tell you what, I'm freezing. It's cold out here. I think it's time to go make some dinner. That butane squirted out so fast it gave my finger a little bit of frostbite. All right, I made up a batch of couscous and craisins. Got a little bit of rosemary and basil and salt in there, but I'm going to go ahead and cook up that fish. I forgot to bring utensils, so we're improvising with knives and cups and fingers and whatever we can do. The not having my fork thing is kind of bugging me. And then I remembered that I saw a plastic fork sitting on the ground about a quarter of a mile that way. So I ran and I found it. I'm gonna go ahead and boil some water and sanitize this thing, and I am gonna have myself a spoon. It should be nice and sanitary now. I'm gonna take the hot water here, I'm gonna pour it in my bottle. And I am sticking it under my coat. Got some strawberry lemon herbal tea here, and it's just warming me up so good. My socks are wet. I'll see you guys in the morning. Air mat is almost completely flat. Oh, good morning. I slept okay. The wind woke me up a lot. Got this flour and yeast and water that I mixed together yesterday and just let it sit in the bag, and it is fermented nicely. So we got ourselves some bread dough. Little melted honey and butter on some fry bread. This is gonna be great. Whoa. This is such a beautiful valley, but we've got about 7 miles to do this morning, and we're not heading back the way we came. We came in through that valley, and instead I'm gonna go out that valley. We'll see how that goes. Well, there we go. That's the ocean. That's my destination. All right, see this creek? I'm gonna follow it all the way to the ocean. Check it out right there, in that little valley, there's 2 Dall sheep. Over there on the mountain, there's 2 more. Dall sheep are like Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, only they're all white. Check out all these different piles of poo. Looks like coyote to me. Probably coyotes come down this trail and he poops every time he comes down here. Check it out, there's a bull moose right there, and he can see me, I can see him. I actually know a guy who got his ear bitten off by a grizzly bear while hiking this trail. So I'm a little keyed up about the bears. Plus the visibility is so terrible. So you could be right around the corner from a grizzly bear and you wouldn't even know it. bear spray. It's... Hey, hey! Bear! Is a fresh bear dookie. Something came tearing through here in the brush onto the trail. This is why I like bear spray instead of guns. Guns are only as good as your aim. Bear spray is like a hand grenade. I can be in the fetal position, curled up in a ball, spraying this thing, and still do some good. Hey bear, don't maul me now. Take a sweet deer, it tastes much better. That's Dall sheep poo right there. You can see all the lichen in it. Coyotes, bears, moose, Dall sheep, and who knows what else are all using this trail. The watermelon berries are not ripe yet, but I can hear a baby Dall sheep screaming. I could hear this frantic bleating like a lamb in distress coming from somewhere over here. This right here is mountain ash. The seeds are toxic, but the fruit's edible. Doesn't taste very good though. Oh, check it out. That looks like a salmonberry bush. Is there a raspberry bush right here? There are rose hips right here. Rose hips are a good food source in the wintertime because the berries don't drop off in the fall. Even when there's snow on the ground, you can still sometimes find rose hips to eat. The Arctic lupin is the seed pod. It's a poisonous plant. Cottonwood trees right by the stream. There's some more bear poop. Oh, I got a great view of the ocean. Might see some beluga whales. Check it out. This fungus is great for holding a coal or fire. You dry it out and you put a little coal or a spark in there, blow on it, and it'll smolder for days if you take care of it. And then you can carry fire with you when you hike. If you're using primitive techniques to build your fire, this is something you definitely want to have. I do not know what type of berries those are. This right here is one of the most deadly berries in Alaska. The berries turn white in the fall, and just a few of them will kill you. It's a huckleberry bush. You tend to find huckleberries at the foot of the mountain where there's a lot of rain. So this plant right here is Devil's Club. See, they've got all these spines on here, really thorny. The leaves of a Devil's Club are really big and they make good shingles for a lean-to. I just got a text from Becca. She's at our rendezvous point, and I don't want to keep Becca waiting. Oh, we're doing Stairmaster Alaska edition. It gets a little tricky following the trail in the rocks here, but I know I have to follow the creek, and the creek goes that way. This rock slide has buried the river. Man, that is some clear water. Look at that. All right, that's the next set of mountains I gotta get over. Check it out, this is one of the springs that feeds the river. If you have to drink untreated water, this is where you do it. See right there in the rock? That's a parky squirrel chirping at me. When I was a teenager, me and my brother shot and ate a couple of those parky squirrels. They were not good.
All right, that's the next set of mountains I gotta go over. That has got to be the prettiest color water I've ever seen. Done about 3¼ miles. Think I'll take a little snack break. Me and my boys caught some sockeye salmon a few days ago and I smoked it up last night. Oh, it smells so good. Love it. All right, that's the next set of mountains I need to go over. Now, I'm not sure what our water situation is going to be on the other side of those mountains. So I'm going to bust out my water filter and top off all my water bottles. So I've got a 3-liter water bladder and a water filter that screws into the end of it. I just hold up the bladder and gravity pulls it through the filter. I'll fill up that bottle in about 60 seconds. Wow, that's really pretty, but also very daunting because I've got to get over that ridge right there. And not only is it huge, it's got fresh snow up there. See that right there on the tip of that rock, right there? A little mouse called a pika. The pikas and the parky squirrels will sit up on the rocks and make a little alarm sound when you come by to let everybody know you're in the neighborhood. Oh, this is some nasty terrain. That's the next ridge I need to get over. You hear that? It sounds like a little girl screaming. I think it's an animal though. That is eerie. Oh, it gives me the creeps though. Now we go up that. I think we found a little marmot den here. Some marmot poo. Marmot are just kind of a big fluffy rodent that lives up here in the alpine areas. I think I might take a little snack break. Oh, eat some dried figs. Oh, I love dried figs. Oh, I finally figured out what that screaming sound was. There was a bird of prey sitting up on this cliff over here. Tell you what, I might be crazy, but that ridge is starting to look doable. All right, that's enough dilly-dallying. When you're at the base of the mountain, you have to go and plan out your route up, because once you're here, you can't see well enough to do it. And if you go up the wrong chute, you could end up dead ending at a cliff or something. Oh my goodness. Check it out right there in that ice field. That's a crashed Air Force bomber. That's where we're headed. And it's cold up here. There's remnants of the snowstorm they had last night. All right, I'm gonna grab this stone here. So if I slip, I can try to stop myself. I really should have brought crampons or an ice axe. Oh. See right here, this is ice. I step on this, all the way down to the bottom. I don't want any part of that. If I stay in this white soft stuff, I got pretty good traction. That dark stuff is death traps. I can hear water under the ice. Gotta be careful I don't step into a stream. See water coming out right here. This is nasty business. All this stuff right here is so steep and so icy. So I'm going to try to get into this rock field so I can have something to hold on to. And up there on that steeper part, I can tell that's soft snow. So I'm going to go across on the rocks, stay high, and then come down on the snow. Decided to come over here because the snow looked a little softer, but there's a very slick sheet of ice underneath about 1 inch of soft snow. This is just crazy sauce. I don't have any business being up here. I mean, look at this. That is so slick. I am going to head back to safe snow and then reevaluate. If I get some momentum, I am just not going to stop. I don't have the equipment for this. Well, I just wasted about 45 minutes on that failed approach. And I think my best bet is to go over here, see if I can find a safe way down, and then to trek across the valley on the flatter spot. This is so icy. Well, I don't want to jinx myself, but I think I might have found a spot down. Looks like there's this little crack in the snow that goes all the way across. Might be able to use that to get across. Let's see. It's a lot less steep here. I feel like if I slip, I've got a much better chance of stopping myself too. Oh. But you can see right up there was where I was trying to get across that ice sheet. It looks even sketchier from down here. What is that? This is their radio. Look at this. This must be the cockpit here. So this plane is a TB-29 Super Fortress. It's the training version of the B-29 Super Fortress, which is the same type of plane that dropped the 2 atomic bombs on Japan. This crash happened in 1957. The plane had 10 crew members and was coming back from a training mission and got off course and lost in some bad weather and struck this mountain. One of the 4 survivors was able to get his wounded comrades wrapped up in parachutes and things and keep them warm until help could arrive. Can you imagine you and 3 of your wounded buddies on this ice field waiting for help? Gosh. There's a piece of a bag. The main part of the fuselage is down here. The parachute right here. Me and my boys actually did a video where we used a parachute just like this to build a survival shelter. It's almost exactly the same one. This is one of the 4 engines. I think this is an old life raft. There's engine number 3. Oh. This monument honors those that stand and those who have fallen in the service of our country. May you take with you from this place a renewed respect for all those that protect our freedom. Bit of a parachute or something. U.S. Air Force. tires have been here for 70 years. They look pretty good. There's the other wheels down there. My guess is that there's a lot more of this wreckage hidden under the ice and strewn all over this valley. It's been pretty sobering, but pretty cool to see this wreckage. And I'm glad I made it here and put in the effort, but it was quite the effort. I've been hiking for 7.5 hours, and it's a lot later than I thought it was going to be. Originally, I was going to hike over this mountain and go down a valley over there and camp over there, but that's not going to happen tonight. So I've got to make some other plans, and I got to make them quick. I've got to make some serious tracks. I don't want to be in this valley when that sun disappears behind that peak. It's gonna get cold and even more icy. I'll tell you what, guys, I was an absolute fool to do this without crampons and an ice axe. I'm gonna be really happy once I get off this ice sheet. Feels good to be on rock again. Ugh. Well, I made it down the ice field without killing myself, and I'm really happy to not be going over that ridge again. Never been this way before, so it'll be a bit of an adventure. Whoa, that's a nasty little crevasse. And you see that pink snow right there? That's old snow. That's bacteria growing in the snow. It makes it pink. Check it out, there's another crevasse here. That's a one-way trip if you go down one of those suckers. There we go, that's the way I'm headed. It's downhill, but I'm gonna be taking the long way home. I'm back in the sunlight. Feels good. Hey, look, vegetation. I remember that. We're getting close to one of the mountain huts. Hey, this is the bomber hut. This is one of the kind of public use little huts that anybody who's hiking through the mountains can kind of use to get out of the weather. That's pretty cool. You got a little stove and everything. You just bring your own fuel?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, here we go. This is what I need. That's the bomber wreckage right there. Let's see. And that's the bomber hut. That's Snowbird right there.
Yeah, we walked through some snow.
This is the sleeping area up there? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Well, you guys have fun. I'm going to head off. Well, you have a lovely, lovely trip. Take care. Well, apparently anybody who wants to can go sleep in those huts. You don't need reservations or anything. It's just a free service for anybody in the mountains, but I got some miles to cover. It's only 10 o'clock. Yep, I've been hiking for 10 hours. Whew. Look how clear that lake is. Way up on the hillside, you can see the wreckage of the bomber and the ice field I crossed. Oh, feels like it was only a few minutes ago, but that's gotta be like 2,500 feet of elevation dip. I'll tell you what, I am glad to be done with that ice field. That was not fun. It's pretty here, all the dogwood's in bloom. This little flower is called dogwood. There's bunches of it all over the place. Ooh, that click. Man, I want to do another mile before I get to bed, but it's getting so late. There really isn't any trail right now. I'm just following this valley floor, and the trick to this is to stay high on the mountainside. It's better to deal with the boulders than to deal with the marshy lowlands and the willows. Plus, when you're on the side of the hill, you got a better chance of spotting the trail. It's really easy to find the trail if you're too high. It's really hard to find the trail if you're too low. Oh. Look at that. That looks like bear poo to me. Your best chances of seeing a bear are late at night and early in the morning. So I really gotta keep my head on a swivel. What do you think? That's pretty gorgeous, huh? The black ones are crowberries, the blue ones are blueberries. Well guys, I'm getting ready to make camp for the night and I need to refill my water bottle. It's It's almost midnight, it's getting dark. I've got to find a place to camp, and I've got to find a place to camp where I won't get eaten by a bear. This'll do. Look at how spongy and nice this is. Look how flat it is. Yeah, and I don't think any bears are getting up here. What do you think, guys? I think I just found the perfect campsite. My feet are wet and cold, and now that I'm not moving, my whole body is getting cold real quick. Oh. There's a bit of a luxury item I brought along on this trip. Down booties. Oh. It's supposed to get down below freezing tonight. This is basically winter camping. They are so warm. Oh, my feet are already toasty and feeling better. All right, we're gonna have some warm herbal tea with our dinner. Kung Pao grilled chicken. We're gonna give that a try. I think I'm gonna start calling this my bear fortress. It's impervious to bears. Yeah, no bears are getting up here. I think I'm not gonna get eaten by a bear tonight. Got a thermos of boiling water. We're gonna put that in my sleeping bag, get things warmed up. It's gonna be cold tonight. It's 12:07, guys, and we're just losing our last little bit of light. That's Alaska for you. I'm gonna eat some food, drink my tea, and I'm getting in that bag. All right, time to brush my teeth. I'll see you guys in the morning.
5 hours later.
Good morning. It is so toasty in this sleeping bag, and it is so cold outside. Even having my face out of the bag this much is really unpleasant. My bear-proof camping spot seems to have worked. I'm here. You can see the sun just starting to hit the tops of the mountains. Nice when that sun gets down here. Dig deep. All right. This little sleeping bag shell is perfect for what I used it for. You know, protects you from the wind and bugs and dew and light drizzle. But that's about it. I mean, if it rained really hard, this would soak through just like a rain fly. And it creates a lot of condensation inside. So my bag is kind of damp on the outside. I'm gonna have to dry it out. But if you're in the situation I was last night and just didn't have time to build a proper shelter, then it's perfect. All right, the worst thing about getting dressed in the morning is putting on cold pants. So I'm gonna wrap my pants around my hot water bottle, warm it up before I put them on. I had warm, dry socks on for about 5 minutes, and it was glorious while it lasted. Still warm. That's nice. All right, guys, 6 a.m. I've got camp broken down, but we got a long ways to go. Just need to figure out where the trail is. Need to get down for my bear-proof fortress. Oh. I can see somebody mushed these plants. Well, it's not a trail, but at least somebody came this way. There's a little bit more of a trail. Yeah. Oh, there's my fortress. That was a fun campsite. Oh my God. A little bit of frost on the plants. Definitely got below freezing. Horrible part about hiking early in the morning is the frost and dew gets you soaked. Look at this. Haven't been going for 15 minutes. I'm already wet. Looks like we're going over that. Starting to get the old furnace going.
I need to take some layers off. That's better. Look, sunlight. It's almost reached me. I think it's time to stop for breakfast. The sun's back. Oh, that feels good. The pikas are out in force. They're all barking at me. Well, that right there is the next mountain to climb. Oh. Whew. Made it up the ridge. Now I've got to tackle that thing. Oh. A whole bunch of quartz down here. This is what the old gold miners used to look for. You'd find granite and that would lead you to quartz, and the quartz would lead you to gold. A lot of gold mines in these hills back in the day. That's ice on that lake. It's the end of July and there's ice on that lake. I think those might be like a mink or something. Check it out, there's a ptarmigan right there in that rock. She's trying to get me to chase her up the hill away from her babies. But I'm not here to cause her any problems, so. Though if this was hunting season, it'd be a different story, because those things are tasty. Oh, I took a massive wrong turn and went up into that valley. I need to go up into that saddle instead. You people at home might not believe this, but my legs are sore. These stacked rocks are the first sign of a trail I've seen in over an hour. I notice that whenever I get over 5,000 feet, I really start to pant more. You can really notice that the air is a bit thinner. Now we gotta climb that. Hey, I can see my camping spot from here. Yeah, there it is. Oh, that seems like so long ago. Check it out, here's some edible lichen. See this stuff? You boil it and it gets all soft and mushy. Tastes kind of like boiled mushrooms, but not as nice. Whole bunch of it, all on these rocks. There's a little survival hut right up there on that ridge. This is called the Snowbird Hut. Look at this view here. This is pretty nice. And you see here they got some bunk beds in here. Got a little bit of a loft. A little kerosene heater. Some stoves. Pretty well stocked. Well, we started here. We went up here. That's the wreckage. That's the first hut. That's where we slept. And then we're here. And we got to get across this big glacier and down in here. There's the mailbox. I've got to go down to that glacier. Then I'm going to turn left and go up over this mountain over here. And it should be downhill for the rest of the trip. I'm looking forward to that. All right, guys, we're on the glacier. Luckily, it's not too steep and the ice is pretty rotten, so it's not slick. Just got to get over that mountain. This glacier feeds that lake down there, which feeds the stream, which feeds the river I've been walking along. Most of the creeks and rivers around here are fed by snowpacks and glaciers. So here in Alaska, when the weather's hot, you tend to have flooding because of all the extra ice melt. We made it across the glacier. Now I need to climb up that thing. Look, footprints. Maybe I'm heading the right direction. Well, all right, guys, we're a little over 5,500 feet. And I'm looking downhill. Woo! Oh, gotta stop and filter some more water. Whenever you're hiking with wet feet, it's really easy to get blisters. So as soon as you start to feel that skin getting raw, throw some moleskin or some band-aids on it. If you deal with it before it turns into a blister, your feet will last a pretty long time. If you wait till after it becomes a blister, you're kind of hosed. You can feel it, it's just like tender right there and there. All right, time to keep going. Don't let the sunshine and t-shirt fool you guys. It's cold out here. And the minute you stop moving, you feel it. Oh, look at this trail. Yeah, I like this. This is nice. Look, there's another rock ptarmigan right there. See how she won't hide or fly? She's just luring me away from her babies, which are probably up there somewhere. We got the ruins of an old gold mine. You can see all the timber and steel. Looks like a rock slide took it out. See right there, that little shadow? That's the entrance to the gold mine. All that timber and steel used to be at the entrance, and a rock slide took it out and pulled it down the mountain. You can see the tailings pile from all the ore they dug out right there. There used to be some really big gold mines in these mountains up until the end of World War II. The price of gold fell and everything shut down. Probably old office building and wash houses. Look at those concrete footings right there. And that looks like the drum they would use to pulverize the ore and extract the gold. Look at that, that's coal. Probably what they used to heat the place. Looks like there used to be another mine entrance over there. Check out, there's this old mine shaft here and it's full of water. That's pretty cool. Oh, I think I figured out how they got all that equipment up this mountain. These steel cables going down off the mountain. There's the mine ruins up there. You can see the steel cables run all the way down here, this little shack, and they continue on down to the valley floor. This wasn't some old guy with a pickaxe. This was a major gold mining operation. Oh, I gotta work on my feet a little bit more. Ah, that's better. All right, back at it. Finally made it back to the trail where we started. All right, guys, I'm back where I started, and it took almost exactly 24 hours. My GPS says I walked 19.5 miles, and I estimate that about 5 of those miles were with no trail at all. There was a ton of elevation gain and loss on this trip. In the last 2.5 hours, I came down 3,000 feet. But if you total up all the elevation gain for the entire trip, I believe it's about 7,000 feet. So I came up 7,000 feet and down 7,000 feet in 19.5 miles in 24 hours. Hey, check out this beaver dam. You can see where the beaver's been pushing mud up to form a little dike. You can tell this is an active beaver pond because the mud is fresh. Yeah, you really don't want to mess with beavers. They're nasty little creatures. I once had to fight one in front of a troop of Boy Scouts while on a date with my wife. Vomited all over our stuff and we had to get rabies shots. This trail has turned to muck, which is a good time to talk about shoes. I prefer to have trail runners instead of hiking boots. Trail runners are basically lightweight running shoes that are meant for running on trails. They have good tread, lots of cushion, ultralight, and they're super comfortable. Sometimes they're waterproof, sometimes they're not. But honestly, I found that waterproof shoes don't really make much of a difference. Oh, son of a gun. Look at that. Ugh. That's wet. You know, this is pretty typical of my experience. The water always gets in the top. So I find it's much more important to have a shoe that dries out quickly and is easy on your feet rather than one that's a little bit taller or a little bit more waterproof. Hey, at least I'm getting the mud off. If hiking on uneven trail makes this part of your ankle and this part of your ankle really sore and fatigued, then you probably want more ankle support. However, if your hiking shoes are making the front of your ankle and your shin really tired, that means your boots are too heavy and they're wearing you out. I'm the type of person that doesn't have a problem with rolling my ankle, but lifting my foot up with a heavy boot makes the front of my foot really tired. So having a light trail runner is a big plus for me. Oh, there he is. Little mouse ran across my trail. This time of year in the Arctic, the native Alaskans will be gathering mouse food. You go out into the tundra that looks kind of like this. You take a stick and you probe the ground looking for mice dens, and you find their winter storage of grains and seeds, and you dig it up and you take it. Get a little handful of seeds that look a little bit like granola, but it's a great way to find food sources that are too tedious to gather yourself. When it comes to backpacks, I'm really in love with the Z-Packs backpack. It's made from Dyneema, which is stronger than nylon, completely waterproof, and very light. If you're gonna buy a nice backpack, get a waterproof backpack. There's no reason not to. Well, where'd the trail go? Oh. Yeah, didn't quite make that jump. Oh, here's the trail. An extreme ultralight backpack like this is not the first piece of ultralight equipment you should buy. Most of these backpacks are not designed to carry more than 30 or 40 pounds. And if you try to do it, you risk tearing the straps and it'll really dig into your shoulder. If you're looking for a light backpack that's more durable and that can really take more weight and has more volume, check out the Hyperlight backpacks. You know, I'm having all this conversation about lightweight gear, but if you want to lighten your load, the most important thing you can do is lighten yourself. I was getting a little fluffy, and about a year and a half ago, I went on a diet and dropped 65 pounds. Didn't do any exercise, but just shedding all that weight did more for my ability to go hiking and walk far than anything my gear has done. And it didn't cost me a single dime. It's not much fun, but it sure is cheap. All right. Yeah, trail kind of petered out here, didn't it? I know I've said it before in previous videos, but I love this Garmin InReach Mini. Not only is it a GPS, but it allows me to send and receive text messages via a satellite network. My wife can track my progress, see where I am, and I can send and receive messages. It's great. The battery lasts 3 days. I think I need to take a little snack break. The Z-Packs bags is one of the few ultralight backpacks with a waterproof exterior pouch. I love it. All right, I got two of my favorite trail snacks here. Got a bag of pitted dates and a cookie. One large date is 100 calories and just one chocolate cookie is 420 calories. In my right hand here, I have half of my average daily caloric intake. If you're gonna do any sort of serious hiking, especially with little kids, make sure you snack regularly while you're hiking. I find that if I go more than about 3 hours without stopping and eating something, my energy level starts to really drop off. With little kids, that drop is a lot sharper and more sudden, and they're really not good at regulating their own bodies, so you've got to do it for them. When my middle son was only 4 years old, we did a 20-mile hike in Hawaii, and I just put a 15-minute timer on my phone, and every 15 minutes I'd pull out some gummy snacks, and he'd have to eat a couple, take a sip of water, and we just did that all day long. If you or anybody else in your group starts to feel that energy dropping, first thing you got to do, food and water. Check it out. I think that's fox poop right there. You can tell it's really old when it gets that white mold on it. Well, it's been a few hours since that swampy bit. My shoes are already starting to feel a lot drier. I really think it's just better to have well-ventilated shoes that dry quickly rather than having waterproof shoes. We've only got about an hour left of sunlight, and I need to find a spot to camp. I want someplace sheltered out of this wind. And I need a stick for my tent. Now let's just find a nice soft level spot. All right, that's pretty flat. As far as I know, this is the lightest tent in the world. Z-Packs makes this as well. It's the same company that makes my backpack. It's made out of the same material too, that Dyneema. These are the Z-Packs carbon fiber tent stakes. There you go. It's a proper one-man tent. Plenty of room for yourself and your gear, and it weighs less than any other tent on the market. And all you need is one stick or a trekking pole, and then you're good to go. And the floor in these tents is actually waterproof and very durable, so you don't need a ground sheet. There's a lot of Dyneema tents on the market, but this is one of the only ones that has a fully enclosed bug mesh, so you won't get bit up by the mosquitoes. This right here is my sleeping pad. It's the Thermarest Neo Air Uber Light. This is the lightest sleeping pad on the market, hands down. Those Neo Air Uber Light air mattresses are incredibly light. There's nothing else like them, but you will put holes in them. They are not durable at all. I've either patched or replaced that air mattress 3 times in 2 years. All right, this is my sleeping bag. It's the Western Mountaineering Apache. It's a 15-degree bag. The reason why I chose Western Mountaineering for this bag is it has the Gore-Tex Windstopper shell. Having a pillow isn't exactly a necessity, but I sure sleep a lot better with one. And this Sea to Summit Aeros regular is actually a really good comfort item. Hardly takes up any space or weight, but it sure is nice. Man, that sun is going down and it's starting to get cold. This right here is one of the lightest down jackets on the market. Mountain Hardwear makes it. These down jackets are so light and they make such a difference in keeping you warm. And this right here is the lightest rain jacket on the market from Outdoor Research. The whole jacket just stuffs inside its own pocket. Now, all of these jackets are designed to be extremely lightweight. They're not going to be very durable jackets. As long as you take care of them, they're great jackets. Well, one thing that takes up a lot of space and weight in your backpack is cooking fuel. So I invented something to try to solve that problem. Check this out. This right here is a stove. It's made from titanium, and this is my latest prototype. And this thing only weighs a little bit over 1 ounce, 51 grams to be precise, and allow you to cook an entire meal with a couple sticks. It's absolutely perfect for a place like this where there's not a lot of firewood. A bunch of dead fern. Got a couple little cotton balls soaked in Vaseline as a fire starter. Well, sun's going down and it's getting cold, so I'm gonna change into dry socks and warm pants here. I'm gonna put on my headlamp. This one's made by Nitecore, and I believe it is the lightest rechargeable headlamp on the market. But unfortunately, I seem to have forgotten to charge it, so I'm gonna use this one. Always bring a backup headlamp.
Nothing like a hot curry to warm you up.
Time to do the dishes. Got ourselves a little cup of herbal tea.
So I'll put the boiling water in this Nalgene bottle, check it for leaks, shove that in our sleeping bag, and that'll keep us extra warm all night long. Just make sure it doesn't leak. All right, I think it's time to get into bed. So guys, it's getting late and I'm tired. I'm gonna hit the sack and I will see you guys in the morning.
Good morning. It is very cold out. I don't want to get out of my bag. The Zpacks tent is a single walled tent, so anytime it's warmer inside than outside, you'll get condensation forming on the walls wherever your head is from all the moisture from your breath. It can get your bag wet. Like you can see right there around the edge. All right, I gotta get up.
Check it out, you can see where the condensation froze and turned to ice on my mat. Look at that. Oh, my air mattress has a slow leak in it. As it starts to lose air, bits of your body start to touch the ground and they get cold. Oh. Okay, I got a problem. My boots froze solid last night. They are a block of ice. Ugh. These are definitely frozen. I always hate it when I do winter camping videos that are this cold with no snow on the ground, because look at it, it looks so warm and pretty. It's cold out.
think I've got the ice broken up enough where I can get my feet into the boots, but I don't want to do it until I'm ready to hike, because when I get my feet in those icy boots, it's gonna get them frozen. So I want the blood to be pumping and I want to be hiking when I do that. It's the last thing I'm gonna do before I break camp. I'm gonna stick the leftover boiled water under my coat, trying to warm me up a little bit. Last night as I was going to sleep, I could hear a bunch of large deer or elk go right over here behind this tree, and one of them was coughing. I poked my head out of the tent to get a better look at it and scared them all away. All right, time to break camp. I love this tent. It's so quick and easy to put up and take down. This titanium cools to the touch almost immediately. It's not a good sign when your toes are numb before you put them in your frozen shoes. There you go. My feet are so cold, it's painful, really painful. Got to get the blood going to my feet or we're gonna have problems. Oh. Yeah. Oh, it's cold out. Sun hasn't melted the ice yet. I need to get my core as warm as possible. The reason why your fingers and toes get numb when you're cold is that your body is cutting off circulation to your extremities as a way of trying to preserve your core temperature. So if you want to warm up your fingers and toes, the best thing to do is to heat up your core really hot. If your core is warm, your body won't restrict circulation to your extremities, even if they're cold. In case you're wondering, no, I'm not going to get frostbite. It's just not cold enough. Frostbite happens when ice forms in the water inside the cells of your body, and the ice crystals puncture the walls of the cell and kill the cells. It has to be significantly below freezing to get frostbite. But prolonged exposure to this kind of conditions can give you trench foot. You know, guys, I can see some water. I'm gonna go refill my water bottle. When it comes to water filtration, this is the best system out there. Basically, it's just a large water bladder with a filter and a hose. Gravity pulls the water through the filter and you've got clean water. Just go ahead and put the hose inside your water bottle, give it about 30-40 seconds, and you've got a liter of clean water. Which is really important because this river is basically a giant beaver toilet. These gravity-fed filters are the best way to go, hands down. They are so much better than the old hand pumps. They work so much better than life straws or the filtered squeeze bottles. But if you have to go lighter than this, your options are chemicals or boiling it. All right, let's keep going. See these little cotton balls sprouting everywhere? Good fire tinder. Ugh. The mud's starting to thaw out. Now, a lot of you might be wondering, how much does this entire pack weigh? Well, I measured it before coming out here, and with everything, it was 16 pounds, 3 ounces. Almost 5 pounds of that is camera equipment, 2 GoPros, a selfie stick, a tripod, 15 batteries, and a backup battery, and various attachments. Now, the second biggest weight is water. I've got 1.5 liters of water in here. And that weight also includes both of these jackets and the thermal pants I'm wearing. Oh, I can start to feel my toes again. Oh, it feels nice. Oh, the beaver's been busy here. Oh, we're back at the beaver pond. Notice how the beavers cut back all the brush around the pond. They do that so that they can see predators coming. They're not very tall, and when they're out of the water, they feel vulnerable. If you're a homeowner with beaver problems, take note of this. If you go and you cut down all the brush along the water, that's an open invitation for beavers because you've just improved their line of sight. Ah, there's the car. Well, that was fun, but let's go home and I'm going to show you a little bit more about the gear I use on this trip and some of the gear I didn't get to bring on this trip.
If you don't want mildew all over your tent, you gotta dry it out before you store it. Same goes with the sleeping bags. All right, guys, just real quick, let me show you some other options for lightweight gear. So this is the one-man tent we used today, and this is the one-man e-bivvy from MSR. It's just a little nylon tube, and your sleeping bag and your mat fit inside, and allows you just to have a little bit of protection. No good in really extreme weather, but it's a fraction of the cost of a lightweight tent and a fraction of the size and the weight. Another option is to get a Dyneema tarp. They're about a third the weight of a nylon tarp, but when you compare it to a Dyneema tent, you only save a little bit of money and a little bit of weight. So in the end, I usually just go for my tent. So let me give you another comparison. This is the one-man Z-Packs tent we used today. This is the two-man version. Even though the two-man tent is more than twice the volume of the one-man tent, it's not twice the weight. Additionally, the two-man tent comes with optional tent poles that you can buy as an add-on in case you want to use tent poles instead of 2 sticks. So honestly, I end up using the two-man version even when I'm by myself more often than not, just because it's a lot more comfortable for just a little bit extra weight. All right, let's talk sleeping bags. So this right here is a generic 20-degree bag. It's filled with a synthetic insulation. It's pretty big, it's pretty bulky, but it works well. This right here is the bag I used today. It's a 15-degree bag. It's filled with goose down and it's made by Western Mountaineering. It's less than half the volume of the synthetic bag. This right here is a 20-degree sleeping quilt from Enlightened Equipment. Because sleeping quilts are so much more efficient, you can see that they're just much smaller and much lighter. But if you want to see something really crazy, this right here is the smallest, lightest sleeping bag in the world. It's a 60-degree mummy bag made by a company called Yeti that's from Europe. I think it's from Germany. Look at me, I'm an inchworm. This is actually the extra long model, and it is a really slim cut. It's like wearing full-body skinny jeans. But they don't sell this in the United States. I had to import this thing from Europe. All right, guys, these are my shoes. This is the pair I was wearing today, and they're all right. I like them well enough, but I love these. These are the Ultra Lone Peaks, and these are the lightest shoes I've ever felt, but yet still have really good support and cushioning. But if it's cold, I tend to use these insulated Merrells. They're really comfortable and they're warm. They're great when it's a little bit below freezing. But if it's really cold, these Salomons are amazing. I absolutely love these. For a -20 winter boot, they are light and comfortable and a really great boot. So this right here was the air mattress I was using today. And this right here is the next lightest alternative. But this Sea to Summit Etherlight XT is one of my favorite air mattresses on the market. It's so comfortable and very, very reliable. Honestly, I wouldn't use this one unless you absolutely have to because of the weight limits. Whenever I can, I use this one. All right, here are 3 bags from 3 different companies, and I really like these 3 bags. This is the one we were using today, and this right here is another Dyneema bag from a company called Hyperlite, and you can see it's much bigger. It's also much, much more durable, but the Z-Packs bag actually has a frame, and this one does not. And this one only has the mesh outside pocket, while the Z-Packs bag has the waterproof outside pocket. Over here, this is a bag from a company called Gossamer Gear, and it is insanely light. It weighs less than a daydream. It's just insane. But it is not waterproof. This is just a fancy nylon material, so it will soak through, and that is a huge downside. Both of these bags are waterproof dry bags. Individually, these are all great products, but cumulatively, they have a massive effect on what you have to carry on your back. Let me give you an example. Over here, I got a basic backpack like you'd get at REI. I've got a self-inflating mat also from REI, a 20-degree synthetic bag, and a one-man tent from Alps. Over here I got the Z-Packs backpack, the Z-Packs one-man tent, the 20-degree quilt from Enlightened Equipment, and I've got the Thermarest Neo Air Uber Light. This sleeping bag barely fits inside. This bag with all my old gear in it weighs 14 pounds, and you can see it's about 60% full. The Z-Packs bag, 4 pounds, 4 ounces. The bag's only about 30% full. But here, check this out. I'm gonna go ahead and put the two-man tent in here, another sleeping pad, and another sleeping quilt. Well, welcome to the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. It's the first cool day of fall, and we're gonna be doing some frontier style hiking and camping. Tell you what, the weather is so deceptive today. It is absolutely gorgeous, but it's supposed to get down to 40 degrees tonight. And we got wind gusts of 15 miles per hour. It's gonna be cold. I'm gonna need a good shelter tonight. These leather straps are very functional, but they cut into your shoulder. I got a long ways to go. I think I better put some padding there. Oh, that feels worlds better. Oh, look at that, guys. That, my friends, is black bear poop. There's definitely black bears around here. Oh, that's pretty. I gotta cross this stream, but I don't want to get my feet wet. They'll get me blisters bad. I think I might be able to hop across the stones upstream a little bit. Oh, I'm getting a little thirsty. In case you're wondering, it's just water. Just water. Oh. Look at this. Aha! You know, I'm not sure what berry this is. I'm gonna look it up when I get home. It's got yellow gooey flesh with about half a dozen big seeds. Oh, look at that. Oh, they didn't like me sticking my camera in there. If I was in a survival situation, I could knock that nest down, run like the devil, and come back the next day or in like 12 hours. The wasps will abandon the nest, and then you can pick out all the pupas. I've never eaten wasp larvae before, but I've destroyed my fair share of wasp nests, and a nest that size could have a lot of larvae in it. A lot of mushrooms in these mountains, but the spring and fall in these mountains is a great time to find mushrooms. But I just don't know mushrooms that well. I know morels, chanterelles, puffballs, chicken of the woods, and that's about it. Ooh, look at that. There's like a 1.5 foot deep pile of leaves here. It is really luxurious. Oh, this is pretty nice. Oh, this is a tough call. This is about 2 hours and 2 miles before I was going to start looking for a campsite. But this is pretty awesome. There's such an enormous pile of dry leaves here. It's really soft. And with this rock acting as a heat reflector, if I built a campfire here, I'd be so warm. I need to eat some lunch while I think about this. Got some cheese and dried dates. Love it. I always bring way too much food on these campouts. Like, going to bed hungry is not an option for me. Oh, I love my water flask. Took some doing to get it 100% watertight, but hasn't dropped a drip all day. I know it's a risk, but I want to go find a different campsite. As comfy as this would be, I really would like some place a little closer to some water. All right. Here's another campsite that wouldn't be too bad. It's flat, dry, sheltered, but no water. This is weird. This looks like the remnants of an underground forest fire. All the trees over here look like they've been burned below the soil line, but only below the soil line. Looks like the roots have been burned, but the tree's still alive. I mean, that's charcoal right there. I've heard about forest fires smoldering underground. That's weird looking. Hey, look what I found. I think that's somebody's pepper spray. Somebody must have dropped this while they were getting eaten by a bear. Yeah, look at that. Oh, yep. Ain't no bears taking advantage of me tonight.
That's my purse! I don't know you! Oh, oh.
Quite a few spider webs on this trail. I don't think anyone's walked this for at least a few days. I'm just getting coated in spider webs. Oh, that was a big one. There's another one. Oh, there's another one. Every 3 or 4 feet I'm going through a spider web. Hold this stick out in front of you and let it clear out all the spider webs.
Problem solved. The problem is solved.
Yeah, that was deeper than it looked. Yeah. I'm starting to wonder whether passing up on that last campsite was a good idea. A lot of putrid water and swampy ground here. See how brown this water is? Just means it's full of tannin, which is a chemical that leaches out of decomposing leaves. I'm not 100% sure what vegetation is responsible for the tannin, but often where I see rhododendrons, I'll often see brown water like this. Here, check out all this moss here. Pull this up. Look at that. It's clean drinking water right there. Tastes super earthy, but it's clean. Well, I'd hoped to have a campsite by now. Well, there's a little stream. Oh. See all the bubbles? You gotta get that frothiness whenever you get a lot of tannin in the water. Oh, look at this spot. I just realized I'm really tired. Even though it looks pretty flat, it's not. There's some pretty big rocks underneath the leaves. So I'm gonna see if I can't move some rocks around and make this a little bit more level. Oh. I think this is gonna work. Well, I think what I need to do next is pile up as many dry leaves as I can. Then I need to clear out a spot for my fire and make a little fire pit and a heat reflector for the fire. When you're building a fire like this, safety is a pretty big issue, and I don't want to start a forest fire. So there's a couple things I got going for me. First off, it's really wet right here under the ledge. There's all these drips coming off the edge of the rock, so it's perpetually wetting this section here. So a fire is not likely to spread. If I build a modest fire and keep an eye on it, this should be okay. Well, I want to cook 2 meals, boil a bunch of water, and stay warm tonight. So I'm gonna need a ton of wood. Oh, most of the stuff on the ground is so soggy. All right, well, that's not a huge pile of wood, but it's enough to get me started. There you go, you can see how much tannin's in there. The tannin doesn't make it unsafe to drink, it just makes it taste funny. But you still have to boil it in case there's bacteria in there. All right, now we need some tinder. Got this ultra thin, ultra dry pine, that's what we want. All right. All right, here's my fire kit.
I got a piece of steel, a piece of flint, some shredded up jute, and a char cloth. I'm going to put this inside that jute. Yeah. I'm sticking too much wood on top of the fire and it's causing all this smoke because it's smothering the fire. But I'm doing that because all the wood's damp and I want it to dry out. Almost all this wood is wet, so I'm just stacking it up here in the fire ring to dry it out. Even though I'm using frontier style equipment on this trip, I've got a few modern things with me. I've got my Garmin InReach Mini so I can send and receive text messages and my wife can track my location. It's good for safety. I also have a headlamp because I need to be able to film at night. I also have about 2 or 3 pounds of GoPro batteries, backup cameras, and GoPro mounts in my bag. This water is going to be clean, but it's going to have a bit of a funny taste. So I brought this. It's for making tea. You unscrew it. You just put a little loose leaf tea in there. You can harvest berries and herbs that you find along the way, put it in there, make tea out of it. And in this case, I've got a peach lemon herbal tea in there. Those of you guys who watch my channel might recognize my mug. I made this out of cow horn a couple years ago and did a video on it. My tea steeper hooked around the handle there. Just let that steep for about 5 minutes or so. Just sit that over there. This is salted fatback bacon. Lasts a long time even without refrigeration, so you can carry it around in your pack. Makes great seasoning and stew. I put my potatoes in there. Throw that meat in there. Between the grease and all the seasoning on the fatback, it's going to give a lot of flavor to this stew. Got some carrots there. All right, got some bulb onions here. Got a bundle of chives here. Little soups and stews like this are pretty awesome because pretty much anything you find that you can eat, you can throw in the stew. Whether it's a squirrel or some herbs or a mushroom or whatever. I always bring way too much food and I brought along some beef jerky. And you can throw that in your stew too. It has lots of flavor, lots of protein. All right, it's coming along pretty good. Needs a few more minutes. Got some raw sugar for my tea here. I'm a little bit cold, tired, and thirsty, and this tea just hits the spot. Tastes even better when you drink it out of a cow horn mug you made yourself. While I wait for my soup to simmer, I think I'm gonna go get some more firewood. It's gonna be really cold tonight. All right, like the soup, it's tasting good. Add just a little pinch of flour. Oh, that stew smells amazing. Looks perfect. You can smell the chives and the onions and the bacon fat. Oh, it's so hot. Oh, I can see my breath. But this stew is hitting the spot. I'm just gonna boil up some water and fill up my canteen and have some water ready for the morning. For those of you that watch my videos, you won't be surprised. I brought a little bag of flour here to make some bread. I'm gonna be doing that in the morning. So I'm gonna go ahead and add my yeast and water and get it ready and so it can rise overnight. I'm gonna add my sugar. I'm gonna add some whole wheat bread flour. My bag has a ton of holes in it. Right. I just let that sit and rise till morning. Time to get ready for bed. I'm just gonna hang out here by the fire before I go to sleep, but notice I folded the blanket over. I've done this so that the inside layer won't get covered in leaves, and that's the layer I'm gonna wrap around myself so I don't get poked by leaves at night. These blankets just attract leaves like crazy. I think it's time to go to bed. I'm gonna go and put my blanket on this nice pile of leaves here and try to get some sleep. Having a fire under this outcropping is making such a huge difference. It feels a good 10 degrees warmer here. But it's late and I need to get to go into bed. I'll see you guys in the morning. Good morning. It's early and I do not want to get up, but it's cold and the fire's going out. That's much nicer. I think I need to cook up some breakfast. I'll tell you what, I stayed warmer than I expected, but man, that ground was hard. So for breakfast, I've got seasoned pork jowls, and I got this lump of dough. I've got some honey and butter to put on it. We're gonna oil up this rock. We're just gonna take this whole slab of pork jowls and just lay it right there on the rock. There we go. Some butter on this. A little honey and butter on fried flatbread. Man, it's hard to beat. A nice piece of pork jowl bacon. All right, it's completely out. This little flask has been great. It's about 1.5 liters and it's just worked wonderfully. And if you wanted to build something like this at home, it's a really easy project to do. Requires very little tools and all you need is some beeswax, leather, and a piece of wood, really. Huh. Somebody left their DoorDash. Oh. That sure was a fun trip. I hope you guys enjoyed that. If you guys want to see more videos from the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, check out our camping and adventure playlist.